Alaska goes for Bush, gives him 240 electoral votes. Gore has 231. It is not over. Those are among the CBS News election night headlines of the hour. It's the Late Late Show here on election night. The polls are now closed everywhere. Todos. Round and round it goes. Who gets the electoral vote when and from exactly where? Nobody knows. But this is what's still hanging out there. Florida, Wisconsin, Arkansas, Oregon, Washington, and Iowa. We call them the decisive six. At midnight in the East, this is the all-important electoral vote count at this moment. 240 for Bush, 231 for Gore. It takes 270 to win. Here is the national popular vote at this moment. 49% to 48%. Both have about 34 million votes. With the polls now closed in Alaska, the voting is all over. The waiting isn't. Let's take a look. Alaska's, the last of the states to have polls closed, Alaska's 3 electoral votes go Republican, go for Bush, as expected. Now, 6 states too close to call. We want to show you the actual tabulated votes in the 6 states that are still out there. These 6 states include Florida with 25 electoral votes. This is how it looks in Florida at the moment. Bush has a 50 to 48% lead. How much of that comes from the absentee ballots, we can't say, but the Bush people all along, even when Florida earlier had been called for Gore, said we think the absentee ballots are going to overtake him. Maybe, maybe not. This is the way it looks right now. And that's with 82% of the precincts reporting. Let's move now to Arkansas. 6 electoral votes there. Gore leads 48 to 47% in Arkansas. Then we move on to Wisconsin. 11 electoral votes in Wisconsin. If we can get it up, this is how close the race looks in Wisconsin at this hour. Gore leading in Wisconsin, 48 to 47. Nader is tearing up Gore in some states that Gore almost absolutely had to have, and Wisconsin is one of them. However, this state is undecided. It's 11 electoral votes are still up for grabs. Now we move on to Iowa. 7 electoral votes in Iowa. The polls have been closed for a long time. Gore leads in Iowa 49% to 48% in the struggle for the 7 electoral votes in Iowa. In Oregon, a state where what many thought might be Ralph Nader's strongest state, the polls closed in Oregon about an hour ago, a little more than an hour ago. Bush leads Gore 48-46 with Nader 4% of the vote. That's with 40-some-odd% of the precincts reporting. So Oregon's 7 electoral votes right at the moment on the basis of actual votes in and counted is shaded toward George Bush, but too early to say that Bush is in fact going to carry Oregon. And the last of our decisive 6, the state of Washington, 11 electoral votes up there in the Evergreen State. And this is how close it looks in Washington if we can get the actual vote totals up. Gore leads in Washington 49 to 47% with 3% going for Nader. 11 electoral votes. Now, Ed Bradley, with these 6, what we call the decisive 6, if we can get them up on the map so people can see the states in white on our map, these are the states: Florida, Arkansas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Washington, and Oregon. Al Gore doesn't have to run the table on those states if he carries Florida.
If he doesn't, he does have to run the table. But you look at some of the things that are important to voters in all of those states that you mentioned, Dan. Qualities like honesty, Bush wins. Qualities like strong leadership, again, Bush wins. Qualities like good judgment, Bush wins again. In all of these states that you're talking about. And you say, how close is this race? Just looking at these numbers now, in Florida, with 82% of the vote actually counted, and they've had about 4.5 million votes. They're roughly about 100,000 votes apart in Florida. That's how close it is.
Now, folks, so you clearly understand it's advantage Bush, but it has been for quite some time. Can he close the deal? We just simply don't know. Bush has 240 electoral votes. That's with Alaska's just in 3 added. Gore has 231 with 270 needed to win. Take you back to the map because it's important to understand. Florida has 25 electoral votes. Even if Gore were to lose Florida, mathematically he could still win. He'd have to run the table, get Arkansas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Washington, and Oregon. That's if Gore was to finally lose his Florida. Arkansas President Bush. 6 electoral votes drop in Arkansas, and they go for Bush. Now, does that mean Bush wins? No, it means he goes to 246 electoral votes to Gore's 231. Now, we said before that Bush was sort of camped at the 5-yard line. He moves down to about the 3-yard line. Can he stick it in? We don't know. Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, Washington, and Oregon now get down to the decisive 5, since Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home state, has gone to Bush. Now, Governor George Bush, Karl Rove, and the others around him bragged, there's no other way to put it, all along in the campaign, we will carry the home states of Al Gore and Bill Clinton. They put up, and they delivered. They put up, now they can shut up because they've won the 6 electoral votes in Arkansas and 11 in Tennessee, and can simply sit back and say, listen, we told you we were going to do it, and we did it. But the election isn't over. Closer and closer, Bush moves to the decisive 270 electoral votes, but there are enough out there in the states where the polls have closed, but no decision yet, for Gore still to win. It's odds against, but it can be done. Leslie Stahl, what do we know about control of the House?
Well, we don't know anything definitively. Best guess, and it is a guess, is that they will pick up not the 7 they need, but between 2 and 4. This will tighten the margin in the House between the two parties and make it, Dan, nearly impossible for the new Speaker, if it's Denny Hastert as the Republican, to really get anything done. The two parties are going to be that close to each other. But best guess, the Republicans hang on.
Well, speaking of Dennis Hastert, the Speaker of the House, the Republican Speaker of the House, he is with us now. Speaker Hastert, thank you for joining us. Leslie Stahl has just said, well, it looks like the Republicans will gain control of the House, keep it there, but it's going to be awful hard for you or any other speaker to get very much done. Do you agree with that?
Well, we were able to get some things done this year with a Democrat president and only at one point a 5-vote majority in the House. We balanced the budget for 4 consecutive years. We paid down the debt, $354 billion. We didn't touch a penny of Social Security or Medicare trust funds. That's a pretty good record. It's never been done before in any Congress. And, quite frankly, on things like health care and education, we need to do that in a bipartisan way. So folks need to work across the aisle on both sides to get those things done. And look forward to working with the new president. We're going to have a long wait tonight to see what our margin is in the House, and certainly who becomes President of the United States. But I'm cautiously optimistic. We've been able to protect some of our seats in Kentucky and North Carolina and a couple other states where we thought we were very close. Plus, we've picked up a few seats. So we feel pretty good so far.
Speaker Hastert, you don't mind if I call you Coach, but Speaker, if it turns out that you have a Republican president, a Republican-controlled Senate, even if Dick Cheney is the margin, and a Republican-controlled House, that's good for the country?
Well, it never happened in almost a half a century. And I think the issues of tax relief, tax reform, balancing the budget, paying down the debt, education reform, health care reform are some things that we can do, and we'll be working on that right away to get it done.
Dennis Hastert, Republican Speaker of the House, thank you for being with us, emphasizing that
my pleasure.
It now looks as though the Republicans will maintain control of the House, but with a very, very narrow margin. The electoral vote count at this hour, 246 for Bush, 242 for Al Gore. Washington State goes for Gore, keeping his hopes alive. 11 electoral votes in the Evergreen State. The motto up there is by and by, and in the sweet by and by, as it turns out for Gore, he gets Washington's 11 electoral votes. Is it too little, too late? No person can say. What we can say is that Gore's hopes are still alive, because now it's Bush 246, Gore 242. Let me tell you, I don't give people advice, but if the kids haven't gone to sleep, get them in the room, because people are going to be talking about this presidential race for a long time to come. Gore is 28 electoral votes away from becoming President of the United States. Bush is 24 electoral votes away. 246 Bush, 242 Gore. Let's go to the map, because now it's down to a decisive 4 states. Everything in red belongs to Bush. Blinking lights mean the states that went for Clinton Gore in '96 but have gone for Bush tonight. Bush has 246, all the states in red. Gore has 242. All the states in blue. Not many states in blue, but the big ones are, and that's the reason Gore is still in the hunt. He may be lagging a bit, but it's still possible. Florida, 25 electoral votes. Iowa with 7. Wisconsin with 11. Oregon with 7. This is now where the election is going to be decided. Our CBS News election coverage will continue in a moment with Bush out front, 246 to 242 with 270 needed to win. One of the great close races in American presidential history. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Bush 246, Gore 242 with 270 electoral votes needed to win. The race hangs in the balance. Here are the decisive 4. They're all in white on your map. The red, Bush has won. The blue, Gore has won. The ones in white, the polls have closed, but no decision. Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. Now, let me give you an idea of how close this race is. First, let's go to Florida. These are votes actually in and counted with 86% of the precincts reporting. And remember, there's a large absentee ballot to be counted there in Florida. Bush leads 50 to 48% with 86% of the precincts reporting. 25 electoral votes there. Wisconsin, 11 electoral votes. And Gore leads Bush 47%, Nader getting 4% of the vote in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes, along with Florida's 25 out there. Bush leads in Florida now. Gore leads in Wisconsin. Moving to Iowa, 7 electoral votes. Gore leads 49 to 48% with 76% of the precincts reporting. 7 electoral votes there in Iowa. And Oregon, where the polls have been closed for about an hour and 15 minutes now, 7 electoral votes. Bush 48%. Gore 46%, Ralph Nader 4%. Ed Bradley, let's go back to Florida. Those 25 electoral votes, we've been saying it since the first election coverage began so many hours ago, may decide it. Any figures that might be of interest to us besides the fact that Bush is leading by about 2 percentage points?
Well, the numbers that you just saw there, you've got about 103,000 votes separating Bush and Gore in Florida. And the CBS polling experts have taken a look at those numbers and where they're from and what's still to come in. And I think that there's about 86% of the vote that's still to come in. They expect that number to shrink, that margin to shrink. So Gore is going to creep up on Bush. They're not sure by how much. But here's a wild card here. You've got 30,000 absentee ballots from overseas. They're not going to be counted tonight. So we may be here all night, or we may have to come back tomorrow. This may not be decided in Florida tonight. It happened in 1988 when Connie Mack did not know that he won until the next day, the day after the election. And with those 30,000 ballots out there from overseas that aren't going to be counted tonight, as this margin shrinks, that could be the deciding factor.
And the Bush people would say, whether it's true or not, that those 30,000 absentee ballots from overseas would be mostly from U.S. military personnel and are likely to go to George Bush. Doesn't look good for Gore in Florida at this moment, but no person can say how it's actually going to go. The electoral vote count, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 needed to win. The popular vote count overall in the nation at this hour, 49-48. Bush leads in the popular vote. That could change with the now decisive 4, Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon still out there. On the map, the decisive 4 are Florida with 25 electoral votes, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7. Electoral vote count, 246 Bush, 242 Gore. Our CBS News election coverage will continue in a moment. Stay here with us. One of these states could drop at any moment. presidential race still hotter than a Laredo parking lot, 246 to 242, Bush over Gore, with 270 needed to win. In the popular vote count nationwide, 49-48, Bush leads Gore in the overall national popular vote. The Electoral College map looks like this. All the states in red, Bush has carried. All the states in blue, Gore has carried. The big states, New York, Illinois, and California, have kept him in the race. Bush has carried 29 states with an electoral vote 246. Gore has carried 17 states plus D.C. Electoral College vote count of 242. Doesn't get much closer than this. Now, Bob Schieffer, Oregon with 7 electoral votes is still out. Wisconsin with 11 still out. Ralph Nader has run fairly strong in both those states.
Well, he certainly has. And don't forget, Dan, at the beginning of this, or for the last month or so, the Democrats have been just terrified that that Al Gore would lose votes to Ralph Nader, that he would draw votes away from Al Gore. Now, it's not fair to say that the people who voted for Ralph Nader were only planning to vote for Al Gore. Surely some of them were going to vote for George Bush. But I think it is fair to say that if George Bush wins this election, he's going to kind of owe Al Gore. Maybe he'll offer him a cabinet post or something. I mean, I can't think of anybody else that Bush owes more to than Ralph Nader, the way this thing looks right now.
I have to say, though, and I don't want to be flip about it, that I think you're more likely to see a hippopotamus come running through this room than you are to see Governor Bush appoint Ralph Nader to the cabinet.
I didn't say that because I thought he was going to do it. I'm just saying that I can't think of anyone he would owe more than Ralph Nader at this point.
Leslie Stahl, these House races, looks like the Republicans are going to retain control of the House with a very, very thin margin. We can't say that certainly, but these House races can play a factor in the presidential race.
Well, what happened is when we started the race, the Democrats seemed to have all the issues in their favor, particularly prescription drugs for seniors, Patients' Bill of Rights, education. The Democratic leadership went out and told all their Republican candidates, the Republican leadership, muddy that issue. Tell everybody you're for prescription drugs for seniors. Tell them you're for a Patients' Bill of Rights. And the issues got very confusing out there. And I think that may have happened at the presidential level as well. It was kind of brilliant on the Republicans' part.
Well, they also did one other thing, didn't they, Bob Schieffer? And that is that the more what the Democrats considered strident voices in the House, Tom DeLay, Dick Armey, who are part of the Republican leadership, they apparently went to the basement because you heard very little about them.
Well, George Bush kept them very much at arm's length. He made 2 visits to the U.S. Capitol during the campaign. Both times he made sure he was never photographed with Tom DeLay or any of the Republican leaders. He wanted them to run their own business, and he wanted to make sure everyone knew he was not a part of that.
And if George Bush wins, which he very well could do, that may be one of the reasons. The electoral vote count, 270 needed to win. Bush has 246. Gore has 242. States remaining out: Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Gore virtually has to run the table now to win, but the decision is not yet in. Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, the polls have closed. The verdict is not in. The next presidency is hanging in the balance. This is election night on CBS. CBS News election night headline at this hour. Election day is over. The election of the next president is not, and we may not know for sure even after you finish the next pot of coffee. It's 12:30 a.m. here in the East. This is the up-to-the-minute electoral vote count. 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. This is the national popular vote at this hour. 49% Bush, 48% Gore. Bush has just over 37 million votes. Gore has almost 37 million votes. The polls are closed nationwide, including Alaska now. The final 4 decisive states, Iowa, Wisconsin, Oregon, and Florida, hold the electoral votes and the keys to the White House. And let's punch up now each of these states and show you how close the races are. First in Florida, 25 electoral votes. Bush leads 50% to 48% with 86% of the precincts reporting. These are votes in and counted. Remind you again, absentee vote counts may go way into tomorrow in Florida, and an estimated 30,000 absentee ballots from overseas will come into that state. The Bush people think that will lean toward them military people, but we'll have to see. Then moving on to Wisconsin, 11 electoral votes. Nader a factor there. Gore leads 48 to 47%. Nader with 4%. Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes are undecided. In Iowa, 7 electoral votes. Al Gore 49% to 48%. This is at 84% of the precincts reporting. This one could go either way. Tick tight here, has been all night long. And then out on the Pacific Coast, Oregon, another Nader state where Ralph Nader plays a role. 7 electoral votes. Bush leads in Oregon 48% to 47%, with Nader running at 4%, and this is with 69% of the precincts reporting. Ed Bradley, as we look at this presidential race, it's still mathematically possible for Al Gore to win, but advantage Bush.
The advantage is Bush. I mean, if you look at the numbers, if Bush wins Florida, he's home, right? Gore has to win Florida and something else, either Iowa, Wisconsin, or Oregon. At the moment, looking at the actual vote count in the 4 states out there, Gore is ahead in Wisconsin, he's ahead in Iowa, Bush is ahead in Oregon, and he's ahead in Florida.
Well, let me put it this way, Ed, to you and to the audience, in thinking about this. If Florida cannot be called with certainty tonight, and so far it's been the most confusing state in a very confusing night, if Florida can't be called tonight, Bush would have to win the other 3 that are still out there, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon, to win. He has to win all of the other 3 if Florida can't be called tonight. Gore cannot, I repeat, cannot win if he doesn't carry Florida and at least one of the other states out there. Gore has to carry Florida and either Iowa or Wisconsin or Oregon in order to win. Bush can win without Florida if he carries Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. So that's one way to put it. Now, Leslie Stahl, in the last few minutes, CBS, counting all over the country, estimates that the Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives.
And the reason for that is, number one, George Bush, because he brought enough force to help those Republicans just by being at the head of the ballot. Number two, while the Democrats narrowed the fundraising gap between them and the Republicans still outspent the Democrats. Number three, big reason, Newt Gingrich is gone. Dennis Hastert, as you can see, has no image of an extremist. The Democrats had a difficult time running against those big bad Republicans in the House. And finally, the fact that they couldn't reach a budget agreement and that they didn't end the Congress deprived the Democrats of running against a do-nothing Congress because they weren't finished. So the Democrats couldn't bring out their guns as effectively as they had before against the Republicans.
Now, Bob Schieffer, double-check me. The last time we had a president, a Senate, and a House, all of the same party. I'm not saying that's going to happen. We're not prepared to say that's going to happen yet because Bush hasn't won the presidency. We think that the Republicans have retained control of the House. The last time that happened, do we have to go back to Eisenhower for that?
Well, didn't we at one point during the Reagan administration, it seems to me?
Well, Leslie, I'm not sure.
What about the first Clinton term? First Clinton term,
yeah.
He had the Democrats, first 2 years of the Clinton presidency, I believe he had both the House and the Senate.
Well, we're going to double, triple check that as we try to do everything. But Bob, for the moment, let's put this in perspective. Bush is right on the cusp. He's a half yard away, we would say, of crossing the goal line to win the presidency. He's a half yard out, but that could be a mighty tough half yard to get. With Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon still out there, and there's a strong case to be made that we may not actually know the outcome of this presidential race for some more hours and possibly even days. But Bush is poised to win the presidency. The Republicans have retained control of the House. Where do we stand on control of the Senate?
Well, we still have the possibility, a very good possibility, that we could have a 50-50 tie there. Democrats have to win 3 of 4 very close races out there, and they also have to hold the seat in Nebraska. But here's how close it is. In Missouri, We have a race that, even at this hour, we say is too close to call. In Michigan, the race out there, too close to call. In Washington State, we have Maria Cantwell, the Democrat, leading, but we have not yet called that race. In Montana, we have the Republican, Conrad Burns. He is leading. That's his seat, but still too close to call. And in Nebraska, too close to call. So we don't know yet what's going to happen with the Senate.
One of the things anchormen try to do is they never try to embarrass those around him. In no self-serving way, I'm going to say to you, Bob and Leslie, give the anchorman a box of Dr. IQ candy bars, because if the Republicans retain their hold on the House, Senate, and gain control of the White House, it would be the first all-Republican government since the election of 1952, which isn't to say that the Democrats haven't had it, at least for a short time, in the Clinton administration.
In 92.
In 1992.
Yeah.
Now, electoral vote, 270 needed to win. Bush has 246. Gore has 242. The Electoral College map looks like this. All the states in red have been carried by George Bush. The ones in blue have been carried by Gore. The blinking lights mean a state where the Republicans did not carry it in 1996 and have carried it this time. The decisive four: Florida with 25 electoral votes, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7. 246 to 242 with 270 needed to win. Stay here with us. Dan Rather. We're back at CBS News election headquarters in New York with coverage of one of the great presidential races in American history. The Electoral College vote count, 270 needed to win. Our count is Bush 246, Gore 242. The overall national votes actually in and counted, Bush has a slight lead in that as well. This is the way, this is the popular vote, 49-48, Bush over Gore at this point. Now, let's go to the map, because this is where it's going to get decided. Florida with 25, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, and Oregon also with 7. John Roberts is at Gore headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. John, we've all seen it. Football, basketball players, boxers, when their shoulders begin to slope a little bit, means they think they're going to lose. Is that the case in the Gore camp right now?
Well, they're still pretty optimistic, Dan, and one of the reasons why they're optimistic is because the Florida votes that are missing are votes that are coming from the Gold Coast, and that is the Miami-Dade and Broward area. Now, there's very heavy Jewish voters in that area. There's a lot of African-American voters. There's also a big Cuban vote there, though. Population center of about 3.5 million people. Are there 103,000 votes in there for Al Gore? Too early to tell, but certainly people here have their fingers crossed, as you can hear them cheering behind me. If they can win Florida, it's going to take a lot of pressure off the race, Dan.
Indeed he will, John Robertson. Those of you, whether you could hear over the shouting behind John there, but John was saying that the Gore people are holding out some hope for Florida because they say, remember there's some precincts where the vote isn't counted. If we get up the actual vote count in Florida, that 86% of the precincts are in and counted in Florida. But it is said by the Gore people, with this race now in Florida, 50% for Bush, 48% for Gore, some 88% of the precincts reporting, 25 electoral votes at stake here. The Gore people are holding out some hope. And I'll come back to this in a moment. Let me just finish it for right now. Washington Senate goes to Cantrell. We'll talk about that in just a second. But in Florida, what John Roberts was saying, the Gore people believe that the precincts outstanding in Florida now are mostly on the so-called Gold Coast, where the Democrats think they will run the strongest. Now you can say, well, that'll be offset by Bush's absentee ballots in Florida. Who can say? What we can say is Florida's 25 electoral votes remain undecided, and it may be they'll remain undecided for a very, very long time. Now, Bill Whitaker is in Austin, Texas, where they've been standing by to celebrate and to uncork the champagne and to go to some of those long necks a long time ago. Bill, still a big crowd there, still anxiously awaiting an outcome tonight?
Well, Dan, it is cold and rainy here in Austin, but all eyes are focused on the Sunshine State. Florida has always figured prominently in Bush's victory strategy. He visited the state about a dozen times, pushing his Social Security plan and his Medicare reform plan to the seniors, his tax cuts to the middle-class folks in the central part of the state. And it's more than political, it's personal. His brother Jeb is the governor there, and Jeb has promised to deliver Florida to the Texas governor. As a matter of fact, on the stump a couple of times, George W. has said that if Jeb doesn't deliver Florida, that Thanksgiving dinner in Kennebunkport is going to be mighty chilly. So they're waiting right now to find out if they're going to have a warm Thanksgiving dinner with the Bush family in Kennebunkport. Dan?
Bill Whitaker in Austin. I want to remind you that without Florida, George Bush can still win if he runs the table of Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Without Florida, George Bush could win by taking all three of those states. Al Gore to win must carry Florida plus one of these remaining three states, Iowa, Wisconsin, or Oregon. I believe that that's correct. Now, in the Washington Senate race, and this is not to take this lightly, the Democrats have picked up a Senate seat in Washington. Maria Cantwell, 42 years old, a former 1st District Congresswoman in Washington, has beaten the two-term 72-year-old Senator Slade Gordon. Now, Bob Schieffer, what does this do to our calculations of whether the Republicans will or will not control the Senate?
Well, it means that the Democrats have now picked up a net 2 seats. They've won 4 tonight, they've lost 2, so they're plus 2. If they should then win the seat in Michigan, which we still think is too close to call, and the seat in Missouri, which we think is too close to call, or the one in Montana, but all they have to do now is win 2 more to have a 50-50 tie in the Senate. They have a very good chance to do that in Michigan and in Missouri. We think the Republican, Conrad Burns, is still leading out in Montana. That would be a hold for the Republicans. The seat out in Nebraska is still too close to call. A 50-50 tie in the Senate is now a very live possibility, Dan.
And keeping in mind that when there's a 50-50 tie, the vice president casts the tie-breaking vote. So if George Bush wins the presidency, then Dick Cheney, who served in the House but never served in the Senate, would be the tie-breaking vote in a 50-50 Senate situation. Keep in mind, George Bush is on the edge of winning the presidency, hasn't won it yet. Our CBS News estimate the Republicans will retain control of the House, and as Bob Schieffer says, about the best the Democrats can hope is get a 50-50 tie in the Senate. The electoral vote count in the presidential race, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 needed to win. One of the decisive 4 states could fall at any time now. We don't know when. So stay here with us. Presidential race couldn't be any tighter. Let's look them over. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Bush 246, Gore 242. On the overall national vote, this is the way it looks. 48%, with 4 states still out: Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Ed Bradley, let's look at the actual vote counts in these states that are still out there.
You know, this is really tight, Dan. I've never seen a race this tight. Looking at 3 states in Iowa, with 91% of the vote in, there is a separation of just 10,000 votes, and Gore is ahead there. In Wisconsin, Gore is ahead with 71% of the vote in. He's up by just 5,000 votes. In Oregon, 53% of the vote in, only 53% of the vote counted, and George Bush is up by let's see, 19,000 there. And in Florida, that margin is still coming down with 89% of the vote in. I'd say that it's down now to less than 75,000 votes in favor of George Bush at this point. And that's, again, with 89% of the vote in. So it is really tight.
Again, want to point out that in Florida, it's always been a big absentee ballot state. The absentee ballot counting in Florida generally goes slowly. Some 30,000 estimated absentee ballots will be coming from overseas. Maybe a long while before they can get counted. The Bush people think a majority of them would go their way because, say, the Bush people, most of those have to be from military people. Whether any of that is true or not, there's no way to say. What we can say, I want to show you the race again, that in Florida, which may decide the whole thing in the end, it's 50 to 48% Bush over Gore, with 89% of the precincts reporting. But the Gore people insist, we have no way of individually, separately verifying, the Gore people insist that most of the votes not actually counted so far in Florida are from the so-called Gold Coast in southeast Florida, where the Gore people think they'll do very well. So they're still, they say they're confident. The fact of the matter is they're hoping against hope that they can come from behind in Florida and still take it. I repeat for emphasis, we may not know in Florida for many more hours and possibly even days how that state's going to go, but George Bush, even if he doesn't carry Florida, even if we don't know tonight whether he carries it or not, if he wins Iowa and Wisconsin and Oregon, the three other states out, then Bush would win. Whereas Gore has got to have Florida and at least one other of the three states still out to win. Leslie Stahl, the race has been hanging out there. Vermont governor, anything late on that?
Yes, we finally have a call in Vermont. The Democrat incumbent Howard Dean, going for a fifth two-year term, won despite his support for the Civil Unions Act that gives the same legal benefits and rights to gay couples as married couples. The election was said to be a referendum on that controversial law, but Nebraska and Nevada passed bans on gay marriage by 2-1 in both states. Dan.
And Leslie, underscoring in our CBS News estimate, the Republicans have retained control of the House. Bob, in the Senate, quick pop to bring us up to date on how that stands.
Well, the Democrats have now picked up a net 2 seats, so they would now have, they started the evening, Republicans had a 54-46 majority. That's down to 52-48. We still have races out there. We may have a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
May have a 50-50 tie in the Senate. Now, and that would mean the vice president, whoever that may be, would vote in case of tie votes in the Senate. He wouldn't vote on every vote. He'd vote in case of tie votes.
No, just on tie votes. He would not be allowed to come out on the Senate floor and make speeches. But in case of a tie, he would cast the deciding vote.
If we can, let's get up very quickly the Senate map. We started tonight with 34 Senate races up for grabs. The Democrats have to win 20 in order to, they have to win 20 tonight to gain control of the Senate. The Republicans have to win 15 to retain control of the Senate. It's not yet certain that they can do so. In the all-important presidential race, 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. 4 states are still out there. Election night on CBS. Shady to Bush, but no decision yet. That's a CBS News election night headline of this hour. Bush on the verge, but not yet there. Better pull the cot up to the television set and don't get too comfy. Don't count sheep. We may still be counting electoral votes for hours before we can make the call for president. On the other hand, it could suddenly turn and have a decision. Things in television frequently happen suddenly, same in politics. It's 1 a.m. in the East, and this is the all-important electoral vote count. It takes 270 to win, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 4 states still out there. This is the up-to-the-minute popular vote count. Bush clinging to a 1 percentage point lead. It looks like the Republicans may have 2 of their tripod legs in place, keeping control of the House and possibly the Senate as well. The third and final leg, the presidency, is still certainly not locked tight, although you heard the Democratic Senator Torricelli from New Jersey say a few moments ago that even he thought it was advantage Bush, but he said it depends on where those outstanding votes are in Florida. Republicans have not had control of all 3, presidency, Senate, and House, at once in almost half a century. Eisenhower in 1952 had all 3. He's the last Republican to have that. Now, the Democrats had the presidency, the Senate, and the House in the Carter administration in the 1970s and as late as in 1972. in the Clinton first term. But the Republicans haven't controlled all three since 1952. That gives you some idea of what the importance of this whole thing is. I want to show you the vote counts now. Let's go down the line. First in Florida. This is the way it looks in Florida tonight, with 25 electoral votes hanging in the balance. Bush has a 50 to 48% lead. A lot of absentee votes still out there. This is with 90% of the precincts actually in and reporting. However, if the precinct's still out, if they are in traditionally Democratic territory down on the southeast coast, this could bounce back the other way, but it will take a lot for Gore to get there. In the state of Iowa, let's take a quick look in Iowa. That state's had the polls closed for a very long time, and the actual votes in and counted, this was 93% of the precincts reporting Gore leads in Iowa. We'll go to Wisconsin and Oregon in a few moments, but first, John Roberts in Nashville. What are you hearing about Florida there, John?
Well, Dan, apparently there were some ballot boxes that were left behind at a polling station. They were in Broward County, and the Sheriff's Department apparently has accounted for them. They were left behind by some inexperienced volunteers. They're now going to count those, and they could add to the vote tally one way or the other. Whether or not they would go to Al Gore, it's unsure. We don't know if that was a Democratic stronghold, but certainly there's a large Jewish vote in the Broward County area. They are Democratic supporters, and it could shift it somewhat, Dan.
Thanks a lot, John Roberts. John making the point, because the Gore people are making the point to them, that they cling to the idea, and it's not too far-fetched. They cling to the idea that in the 10% of the precincts still out and not counted in Florida, including that rather unusual case of some ballot boxes, quote, being left behind by some inexperienced volunteers, unquote, that the Gore people cling to the idea that that might bring Gore from behind in Florida now and yet win the state for him. The Bush people come right back and say, listen, we think we're going to win Florida, partly because in the absentee vote count we're going to do very well, and particularly with the absentee votes, some 30,000 yet to be counted from overseas, apparently. Now let me go back to the board. In Wisconsin, this is the way the race looks at this moment for Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes, 48% to 48%, about a 5,000 vote plus lead for Al Gore. This is code blue for all candidates involved here, Bush and Gore certainly. Each of them needs this very badly, because remember that Bush can go home tonight, he can go to sleep tonight being president of the United States, even if he doesn't carry Florida, if he carries Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. Gore, on the other hand, needs to carry Florida and one of the other outstanding states. Just so tight in Wisconsin. In Oregon, and Ralph Nader a factor in Wisconsin. In Oregon, 7 electoral votes there. Bush leads 49 to 46%. This was with 54% of the precincts reporting. Bush has actually widened his lead by a little bit there in recent hours, but still just over half the votes counted. Nader hanging in with 4% of the vote in Oregon. Bob Schieffer, with Gore and Bush, Bush is oh so close to having it. But Gore's clinging to this hope that in Florida there'll be a rush of votes right at the end that'll win it for him.
Well, you can't blame him. I mean, the way everything else has gone tonight, who knows what's going to happen next? I mean, if you had to make a bet at this time, you would say with Bush slightly ahead in Florida, with a big absentee vote expected, and with a lot of that expected to be military, as you pointed out earlier in the evening, you have to say at this point, if you had to be backed into a corner and make a bet, you'd say that Bush was probably going to win Florida. But boy, I wouldn't bet any money on it at this time. This thing, I mean, who knows how this is coming out, Dan?
Bob Schieffer. Electoral vote count, 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. The race is still, it's Bush's to lose at this point, but he can lose it. Anthony Mason on the poll watch desk. Voters cited the economy as their big issue. That being the case, why isn't Al Gore doing better?
Well, that's the question, Dan, and it's going to be the enduring enigma of this election. The economy, the #1 issue, so in the midst of what is the greatest economic expansion in our history, how does a sitting vice president running for the White House not win in a landslide? Well, here are several possible reasons. When we asked voters, should the government do more to solve problems, as Al Gore's been advocating, a majority told us no, 52%. That hurts Gore, of course. When we asked voters if the country was headed in the right moral direction, a strong majority, 57%, said no. That moral climate helped motivate Republican voters today to turn out strongly for Bush. Higher than in '96, as you can see, and higher than in '92. Conservative voters also came back to the Republican Party today. 81% voted Republican today. That's up significantly from 4 years ago. All of those factors, Dan, have helped to offset the extraordinary economy Gore had to run on. And in this case, the old Clinton campaign slogan doesn't work. It's not the economy stupid tonight, Dan.
Anthony Mason, with Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon still undecided, it's 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. No, the needle has not moved for quite a little while now, but any one of these states, particularly among Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, could go in one column or another pretty quickly, and who's to say that Florida couldn't as well, although the general expectation is Florida may not finally officially be decided for quite some time yet. Gloria Borgia, I want to ask you, I know you're following the money, but I've never seen a town where winning is everything more than in Washington, D.C. when it comes to politics. So if George Bush wins, as it now looks as he very well can do, he's going to find in Washington that people hang on him like a coat rack, and Al Gore is going to be maybe gone to Hawaii.
Well, he's also got a lot of political IOUs himself to pay back. You know, his campaign has been supported a great deal by the oil and gas industry, the manufacturing industry, and the drug companies. So, you know, they're going to be looking at his legislative agenda. You talk about hanging on him. I think they're going to be meeting with him as soon as he takes the oath of office, if indeed he does win, Dan.
246, 242, 270 needed to win. Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, polls closed, have been closed for a long time, no decision yet. Bob Schieffer, in the Senate seats still not called, as of 1:08 a.m. New York time, let's look them over, run down those uncalled, and where that leaves us in the race to control the Senate.
Well, not only is the race out in Michigan where Debbie Stabenow, who's a congressman running against Spence Abraham, the Republican senator, not only has that not been called, we think it is so close, Dan, that they won't even show one or the other leading. We just list it as too close to call. Very much the same condition down in Missouri, where you have Senator John Ashcroft, the Republican, running against a dead man, Mel Carnahan, who was killed in an airplane crash. Still that one, too close to call. It's so close they will not say at this point, the people who analyze these things, whether either one of them is leading. So at this point, we have the Republicans have lost a net 2 seats. The Democrats have picked up a net 2. That brings the margin down to 52-48. If the Democrats win these 2 seats, it's going to be a 50-50 tie in the U.S. Senate.
And we repeat again for emphasis, should George Bush win, that means Dick Cheney, the vice president, would settle any ties in the Senate.
May I say one other thing too, Dan, and that is we're seeing the demographics in the Senate changing. We've already had 2 women elected, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Maria Cantwell out in Washington State. There are 9 women senators now. That brings it up to 11. If these 2 races go the Democratic way, we will have 13 women in the Senate. That's the most we've ever had.
Swinging our attention back to the presidential race, in the states where Nader has been a major factor, no other way to put it, in the states undecided as of this hour, Wisconsin, Nader's been running 4 or 5% of the Wisconsin vote. That's one reason it's close and undecided with 11 electoral votes. And in Oregon with 7 electoral votes, Nader running there in the 4 to 5% range, and also a reason why Oregon's 7 electoral votes have not yet been decided, although Bush is leading in Oregon with something more than 50% of the votes in and counted there. Ed, anything stand out in any of the 4 states that haven't been called?
Well, in addition to what you point out about Nader, you've got the appeal of 2 popular governors in a couple of those states. If you look in Wisconsin, Governor Bush is being helped by the state's popular Republican governor, Tommy Thompson. He has a 64% approval rating, and Bush is getting 2/3 of the voters who approve of Tommy Thompson. And in Florida, he's getting help from his brother. George W. Bush is being helped by Jeb. He has a favorable rating of 54%, and 77% of those are going for George Bush. I can imagine the conversation if Governor Bush has made it to Austin to sit there with his family. I can see his brother turning to him and saying, "Yo, bro, what's up with Florida?"
You bet. But I want to explain, some of you may have been out and coming back. Early in the evening, Florida was colored blue and put in the Al Gore column. It turned out, we found out later, that there were some suspicious precinct returns from some sections of Florida. We threw those out, and that made the state undecided, in our view. We were among the first to do it, but there's no apology for it. So Florida is undecided, and in the actual vote count as it's coming in, Bush has taken a very slight lead, and with the absentee ballots, the Bush people are feeling pretty good about it, but they can't feel all that good about it because the Gore people keep saying if the votes that are still out are mostly down there in southeast Florida and in our areas, we could yet pull it out. That's the reason this whole presidential election swings like that, one of those pendulum things, just swinging back and forth. But it's been advantage Bush for some little while. Now, some of you may be saying, well, I think I'll take it to bed. It looks like it's Bush. Okay, you're on your own if you do that, because it may be a long while before we know. On the other hand, we could know at any time. That's how it goes in these kinds of elections. Safe to say, no doubt about it now, this has been one of the great close elections in American presidential history, however it turns out now. And let's say one other thing. We've criticized the polls a lot. About $500 million have been spent this election year on polling. And while the polls were wrong for a lot of the election year, particularly in the primaries, most of them were pretty much on the button when they said this thing was too close to call, within the margin of error, and that's exactly the way it's turning out. We'll be right back. Stay here with us. CBS News election headquarters in New York, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. The national vote total, which we keep putting up for you because it changes from time to time, but Bush has been clinging to a lead most, if not all, of the evening in the overall popular vote, 49% to 48%. On the electoral map, this is the way things look at the moment, as about 1:17 New York Eastern Time. All the states in red have been carried by George Bush. The blinking ones, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Iowa, Tennessee, Ohio, and West Virginia, as well as Nevada and Arizona. All the blinking lights indicate states the Democrats carried in 1996 for the presidential race, and this time George Bush and his campaign have carried them. All the states in blue have been carried by Al Gore. The reason he's still at this late hour in the race is he's carried the big electoral vote states, including New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and California, and more recently carried the 11 electoral votes up in Washington. The states in white are now the decisive four: Florida with 25, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, and Oregon with 7. Bush leads in Oregon, with Nader getting about 4 to 5% of the vote. Gore leads in Wisconsin, but by not very much, by a very small margin, with Nader again getting about 4 to 5% of the vote there. And in Iowa, as a matter of fact, let's punch up Iowa here and see in the presidential race what they tell us in Iowa. 7 electoral votes, 49% Gore, 48% Bush, with 94% of the precincts reporting. But in a race this close, with 6% of the precincts still out, you'd have to say this thing is as tight as the rusted lug nuts on a 55 Ford. Doesn't get much closer than this. Now, let's go back to other races, taking a look at this Oregon race, the presidential race in Oregon. We said that Nader's running 4 to 5% out there, 4% presently. Bush leading 49 to 46%, with 57% of the precincts reporting. Still a long way to go. Bush has increased his lead just a tad over the last 45 minutes to 1 hour. Now, we want to repeat for emphasis because it gets to be fairly important when you look at this overall electoral map. In Florida, with 25 electoral votes, Bush can still win. He can go to bed tonight if he hasn't already, and if I know Governor Bush, and I think I know him at least this well, to say he hasn't gone to bed, you can bet the rent money on that. But he could go to bed tonight knowing that he's elected president without knowing how Florida comes out, provided Bush wins Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. In other words, without Florida, Bush has to carry all three of the other outstanding states, and he will be the next president. Al Gore, on the other hand, he has to have Florida plus one of the other outstanding states in order to win. Now, the electoral count stands at 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. The overall national popular vote, Bush 49 to 48%, with 4 states still out. CBS News, election coverage in New York. Things can happen quickly, folks, can happen at any time, so stay right here with us. Back at CBS News election headquarters, call a doctor, call the police, call a psychic. In Florida, it's tightened up. Only 37,000 votes now separate George Bush and Al Gore, 49% to 49%. The Electoral College vote is 246 Bush, 242 Gore. The presidency still hangs in the balance. It's election night on CBS.
Next, Sally.
CBS News election night headlines at this hour. Bush can see the promised land, but he's not there yet. The Gore camp's prayer, put Florida back in the Gore win column. The rest of us could be out here waiting in the desert for a good while more. At 1:30 a.m. in the East, this is where the all-important Electoral College vote count stands. 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore. It takes 270 to win. Here you see the national popular vote overall right now. 49-48, Bush leads Gore. It's way past the witching hour in more than half of America, but we still don't know which candidate will be president of all America. The Electoral College map looks like this. Florida with 25, undecided. Iowa with 7, ditto. Same story in Wisconsin with 11 Electoral College votes. And out in Oregon, where Bush has a lead and Nader is a factor, still undecided for Oregon's 7 Electoral College votes. Now, as far as control of the House of Representatives is concerned, we've been reporting for some while. We're convinced that the Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives. In the Senate, Bob Schieffer, you still think things are pointed in the direction of a possible 50-50 tie, which means if Bush is elected, that Dick Cheney would have the deciding vote in tie votes.
It all depends now on what happens out in Nebraska and what happens in that strange race down in Missouri. Still, both of them too close to call. A little earlier tonight, you know, Dan, one of the big stories of the night that's kind of been overshadowed by this presidential race, but clearly something that's never happened before, a first lady elected to the United States Senate. And Hillary Clinton, here's what she said just a while ago when she claimed victory.
I promise you tonight that I will reach across party lines to bring progress for all of New York's families. Today we voted as Democrats and Republicans. Tomorrow we begin again as New Yorkers.
Of course, Mrs. Clinton got a little early start as a New Yorker. She became a New Yorker earlier this year. She was born in Illinois, of course, and spent a lot of time in Arkansas. There you go.
Well, Bob, if, as things are now pointed, not yet conclusively, Bush wins the presidency, Hillary Clinton would become one of the early favorites for the presidential nomination of the Democratic Party next time around. Gray Davis, governor of California, would be in that race, maybe, for the Democratic nomination. John Edwards, the young senator up and coming from North Carolina. Anybody else you can
Perhaps
think of?
Joe Biden up in Delaware. He's run before. But I think you have to say at this point, Hillary Clinton, if Gore loses, becomes the face of the Democratic Party. Now, that's going to please some Democrats. It's also going to displease some others. But right now, you have to say she's on the short list.
Take a deep breath. Out of 5 million votes cast in Florida. Take a look at this, folks. The Bush lead is now down to 20,000 votes, 49% each. 20,000 votes. Bush still leads it. for these 25 electoral college votes, and asterisk bottom of the page, we don't know where the absentee ballot count is. Bush was expected to do well on the absentee ballot voting. 95% of the precincts reporting in Florida. I wouldn't say this guarantees it, but this increases the odds that nobody's going to know for a long while how Florida goes. But, Ed Bradley, as we've been saying, Bush can go to bed yet knowing that he's president, even if he doesn't know how Florida goes.
He can if he wins all of the others. For Al Gore, he's got to win Florida and something else. And I think with what we've seen before is that most of the 5% of those votes, many of those votes, are coming from Broward County, from Dade County, which are strong Democratic counties in Florida. If that is the case, that margin is going to tighten even more, so that then you will have 30,000 absentee ballots that aren't going to be counted until tomorrow. So you could have a situation here where we could go to bed tonight and not know who the President of the United States is until those votes are counted tomorrow.
True enough. Al Gore's situation is he's basically got his back to the wall, his shirt tail on fire, and the bill collector's at the door, but he's not yet finished. 246, 242, it takes 270 to win. There are enough votes still out there for Al Gore to win, although the advantage remains with Bush, as it has for about the last 2.5 or 3 hours. Anthony Mason on our poll watch, how about the senior vote?
Dan, as that Florida race keeps tightening and seniors are key down there, let's take a look nationally how seniors voters. Among voters 60 years of age and older, Gore has a slight edge. Just 51 to 47%.
Is it raining in Nashville?
We asked seniors what issues matters most to them today. This is not a surprise. They told us it was Social Security and prescription drugs. We asked them then how the government should help seniors pay for prescription drugs. 2/3 supported Gore's position that we should increase Medicare. But overall, the senior vote is still as tight as everything else in this election, Dan. A very close edge to Gore, but it ain't much.
Anthony Mason on the poll watch. As the hours stretch from night into early morning and headed to the wee hours in Austin and Nashville, the weather has been tough, tough, tough on crowds in both places. In Austin, Texas, live, and the rains came. They've had a terrible drought in Texas this year, maybe the worst since 1952. Whoo, boy, do they need the rain, but they were hoping not to get it tonight. But as you can see, it's raining as it frequently does in Texas, almost straight down, soaking people, waiting to celebrate what they still hope will be, and have every reason to believe may yet be, a George Bush victory. And in Nashville, Tennessee, the rains came. Crowds in Nashville waiting there, hoping against hope that Gore can have one more comeback. If Gore comes back now, it'd have to be rated as one of the greatest comebacks since Lazarus. But it's possible. It's possible because what Gore needs, he needs Florida and one of the other states out there, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. If Bush gets Florida, it's over. And if Bush gets all the other 3 states, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, he doesn't need Florida. That's the reason we say it's advantage to Bush. But not over. 246 electoral votes for Bush, 242 for Gore. It takes 270 to win. On the national vote, we keep showing you that national vote because while the electoral count is decisive, the national vote is nonetheless important, 49-48, with Bush leading Gore as he has just about for the entire night. Now, on the map, let's review it. Florida, 25 electoral votes. It's down now to a Bush lead. Gore led early in the evening. Now this undecided Florida 25 electoral votes is down. Gore's been closing in the last hour and a half to 2 hours down to about a 20,000 vote margin. In Iowa, 7 electoral votes there. If we can get it up, let's take a look at how things stand in Iowa with the actual presidential vote in and tabulated in Iowa. 49-48, Gore leads Bush. Nader not a factor in Iowa. 95% of the precincts in and reporting these 7 electoral votes could still go either way. And in Wisconsin, with 11 electoral votes there, the presidential race looks this way. 48-48, Nader holding 4. 11 electoral votes in Wisconsin, with 83% of the precincts reporting. This one couldn't get any closer and could go either way. And finally, for Oregon, 7 electoral votes in the presidential race. This is the way it looks at this hour in Oregon. I'm sorry, this is the new House thing, but here's Oregon, up 7 electoral votes. Bush leading 49 to 46%. Nader holding 4% of the cards, and right now Nader is the difference, if you will. But no one should make the assumption that all of the Nader votes would have gone to Al Gore. It's a reasonable hypothesis that many of them would have gone to Gore, but more about that later. This was with 58% of the precincts reporting in Oregon. In Oregon, they have an unusual voting policy out there that people can vote by mail. They don't really have an election day. They have a number of days, and that's one reason that we do not yet know how Oregon is going to turn out. So, 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. Stay here with us. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York City.
And we're back at CBS News headquarters here in New York, and boy, is this one close. 246 electoral votes for George Bush at this point, 242 electoral votes for Al Gore. How close is it? Well, I've just sort of gone back to the record books to check it out, and by my calculations, way back in 1800, Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr tied with 73 electoral votes, and then it was Rutherford B. Hayes got 185 electoral votes. Samuel Tilden got 184 electoral votes. That was back in 1876. I can't find a closer one since then. Ed Bradley, part of this is going to come down to Iowa. What's going on out there?
You know, it's close because of, as they say, the old folks in Iowa, and they have the third oldest population in the country. And you look at people 65 years or older in Iowa, that's usually a good group for the Democrats. But here they're going 51% for Al Gore, 48% for George Bush. It's a very close race there. And you remember the expression, the Reagan Democrats back in 1984. Well, how about the Clinton Democrats? Because 19% of the people in Iowa who voted for Bill Clinton are now voting for George Bush. So Al Gore has lost them.
Well, Ed Bradley, I haven't spoken myself about one thing. And looking at Iowa's 7 electoral votes and that very, very close race out there, I said Nader is not a factor. That turns out to be not the case, because in a double check, Nader is getting about 26,000 votes in Iowa. As a matter of fact, let's just punch up Iowa and the race for its 7 electoral votes on our full screen here, so you can see 7 electoral votes. Gore 49%, Bush 48%, but with 97% of the precincts reporting. But what that doesn't show is that Nader is getting about 2% of the votes. Now, since there are only 7,000 votes separating Gore and Bush, and Nader is getting about 26,000 votes, Nader is not only a factor in Wisconsin and Oregon, which we've mentioned before, but it turns out he's a sizable factor in Iowa, may in fact be the difference there. The electoral count, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 needed to win. Florida swinging in the balance. There's been kind of a bungee cord effect there in Florida, up and down all night long. Bush leads by a margin of, what do we have here now? About 38,000 votes, let's say. 38,000 votes separating the two of them in Florida now for the 25 electoral votes. This is with 95% of the precincts reporting. I'm not sure how many of the absentee ballots have been counted. Ed Bradley.
Well, you've got the absentee ballots that are in the state have been counted, we're told, but you've got those ballots from overseas, 30,000, that won't be counted until tomorrow. We've got some facts here on the votes that are still outstanding. About a third of the vote that's not in is from Dade and Broward County, which is a strong Democratic area. The rest scattered about the state. In Okeechobee County, which is south of Orlando, only about 5% of the vote is in. And many of the people in that area are described as middle class and retirees. And then in Union County, which is in the north part of the state, some people have often said that North Florida is like South Georgia. These people are generally considered to be more southern, more conservative than the rest of the people in Florida, and about 72% of the vote is in, so there's still a big chunk of the vote to come in from there.
You know, Ed Bradley, we keep saying that we've been told that the 30,000 absentee votes coming into Florida from overseas, and they won't be counted until tomorrow. Under the journalist creed of you trust your mother, but you cut the cards and you check it out, I'm going to double check whether that's true. While we do so, let's remind you that the electoral vote college count, 246 to 242, Bush leads Gore with 270 needed to win. Our CBS News coverage will continue in just a few moments.
There's always a combination of...
Who was killed in a plane crash. That race is still close to call with Senator John Ashcroft. We still have not heard what's happened out in Michigan, where you have Debbie Stabenow challenging the Republican incumbent down there. So this could be very well the night that we wind up with 50 Republicans and 50 Democrats in the Senate.
Well, Leslie Stahl, the Republicans seem assured, not official, but our estimate is they seem assured of retaining control of the House by a wee small margin. So what we've got here is a country split pretty much down the middle.
You see that not only in these races that you're all talking about for the presidency, but when you look at how people voted over the whole country for House, there's 2% difference. In all these races across the country, it's 2% difference, Democrat to Republican. It's going to be very difficult for the next president to run as anything but a centrist, because this country is all divided right down the middle, and the pressure on all the candidates who ran this time was to be moderate on all the issues down the line.
The only thing wrong with that argument, and it may very well stand up, is when the Republicans were in the minority in the House, but it was fairly close, they basically said to the Democrats, okay, you won but not by much, show us what you got, and we're going to resist you at every turn. By the same token, when Newt Gingrich came in with a Republican majority in 1994, the Democrats said, okay, it's your house, we're going to resist you at every turn. What are the chances of that happening this time?
The chances are very great that will happen again.
Well, I think that no matter who is elected, we'll have a different atmosphere. I mean, let's face it, we have had for the last 8 years the most partisan White House that I can recall in all the time I've been in Washington. And we had, in my view, the most partisan Congress that we've had, that I can ever recall. It just got to where they couldn't get together on very much of anything. Whether it's Gore, whether it's Bush, I think you'll see a little bit of a cooling off period. I'm not going to say that I think everything's going to be sweet and rosy, but I think it will at least be a little different than what we've seen.
Well, maybe for the first 6 or 8 months. Most new presidents, whether you change parties in the White House or not, get a so-called honeymoon period. It might stretch a little longer for this next one. Who can say? What we can say is that we do not yet know who is going to be the next president of the United States. It's 246 to 242. Bush leads in the race for the Electoral College decisive vote, 270 needed to win. The 4 states outstanding, Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Bush, even if he doesn't get Florida, can win the presidency by taking the remaining 3 states, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Gore must have Florida and 1 of these other states in order for him to win this race. Now, Ed Bradley, you got some new information there?
No, I just looking at the numbers again, I keep track of where they are. Gore's up by 6,000 in Iowa. That looks like his best bet. Bush is ahead by 7,000 in Wisconsin and by 35,000 in Oregon, but only 59% of the voters in. 97% of the voters in Iowa.
Just in Missouri, the Democrat wins in Missouri. Mel Carnahan is no longer with us. He died in a plane crash, but he was on the ballot. That's by Missouri law. He stayed on the ballot. The voters voted for him. That is a pickup because he defeats, in death, he defeats the Republican John Ashcroft. His widow is expected to be appointed to the Senate seat. That's a pickup for the Democrats. We'll have more for you just after the top of the hour. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
City of Angels, Thursdays on CBS. It's all here.
People of Philip Morris.
Oprah, Beth, Tom Cruise, and Rob Lowe. Next ET.
CBS News election night headlines of the hour. It's beginning to look like dawn may get here before the presidential call comes to light, and it may not come to light then. Don't stop us if you've heard this one before. 4 states outstanding. Presidency in the balance. Bush has 2 ways to tip it his way: win Florida or win all of the other 3, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. For Gore, he's behind, but he has a chance to win. Only one way to win: Florida or bust. Then, if he wins Florida, Gore still must win at least one of the other 3, Iowa, Wisconsin, Oregon, at 2 a.m. in the East. This is the crucial election vote count right now. It takes 270 electoral votes to win, 246 Bush, 242 for Gore. And here you see the popular overall national vote count at the moment. Hey, we told you this might be the closest election in 40 years. Can't say that we didn't warn you. Now, among the other things that's happened, in Missouri, dead man walking. Bob Schieffer.
Well, of all the strange things of this night, perhaps this is the strangest of all. Now, let me just set the picture for you. Republican Senator John Ashcroft, he runs against Mel Carnahan, the Democratic governor. Carnahan is killed in a plane crash, but apparently the dead man has won this race. The dead man has won this race. Now, no politician likes to lose, but when you lose to someone who has died in a plane crash, that's really got to hurt, it seems to me. Now, the other thing to be said about this is the Republicans are certain to challenge this in court. Whether they'll get very far, no one really knows. They are certain to challenge it in the court.
Because the governor's going to appoint the widow, who said that she would take the seat if her husband in absentia having passed on, won the race.
And apparently he's won.
He's won. So the governor says, I'm going to appoint the widow to that Senate seat. And the Republicans say, with all due respect to the widow and everybody else concerned, we don't think that's legal and we're going to challenge it.
Now, what exact grounds they would use? Perhaps they would say that Carnahan was no longer a resident of Missouri and you have to be a resident to win the race. But whatever the case, this is just extraordinary. I can't ever recall. We have had dead people, I'm sorry, those who have passed away elected to the House. We've never had a dead person elected to the Senate.
Well, the senator, he crossed the river. Let's put it that way. But anyway, the important thing now is this is an unprecedented situation. We've had a lot of unprecedented. This couldn't be hotter, couldn't be tighter presidential race where with 270 electoral votes to win, Bush is hanging there with 246, Gore with 242, 4 states outstanding: Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Now, the Senate wins today as of 2 a.m. The Democrats have won 17. The Republicans have won 14. Uncalled, 3 outstanding: Michigan, Nebraska, and Montana. Bill Whitaker's in Austin. Bill, Bush strategy on these final 4 states, what are they thinking? What are they praying?
Dan, if you look at that map, you can see how finely tuned that Bush strategy was. Over the last week, he visited all 4 of the states that are up for grabs. As a matter of fact, in the last day, he visited 3 of them: Florida, Iowa, and Wisconsin. If he ends up winning those states, Bush strategists are going to seem mighty smart. Dan?
On the other hand, I suppose it's always true, Bill Whitaker, that if Bush winds up losing the race, does not now look like he will, but still could happen, then nobody's going to be looking all that smart. That's the way it goes. But maybe we should pause and say that while this is one of the great races in American presidential history, whoever wins it, we can say this has been one of the best run presidential races overall in terms of, yes, there's been negative advertising, yes, there's been some attacks, yes, there have been some down and dirty tricks, but in terms of cleanliness of the race, Iowa goes for Gore. This just into CBS News election headquarters in New York. So 7 electoral votes get colored blue. The cheering starts in Nashville. Is it too early? Yes, but this is the first good news they've had in several hours. Now, let's look it over now. The electoral college count now goes in favor of Gore. You talk about a ding-dong, knock-down, get-up. I've never seen anything like it, and neither has anybody else. Folks, take a good look at this. You haven't seen this before, and you're not likely to see it again for a powerful long time. 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush, takes 270 to win. Now, we're down to a decisive 3, and they are Florida, 25 electoral votes. Wisconsin, where natives a factor and a major factor, 11 votes out there, waiting. And boy, oh boy, would each of the candidates love to have it. Oregon, 7 electoral votes in Oregon. Nader a big factor out there as well, and Bush is leading. And so it's these decisive 3. By the way, this is the first call, the first decision in a presidential race since in more than 2 hours. In other words, when Iowa fell for Al Gore, that's the first call we've had since midnight. It's been more than 2 hours since we've had a call. Let's review it again, because I know this could get confusing for you, and particularly this late in the morning, not everybody talks as straight as they might. So it's Gore, 249, Bush, 246, 270 needed to win. The important states now are Florida with 25, Wisconsin with 11, and Oregon with 7. Let's punch up this Florida race on our map here, go to the presidential race in Florida, and show you what it looks like. 49% to 49%. Ooh, man, 30,000 votes approximately separate these two. Check my arithmetic, Bob. You know how I am with this. 25 electoral votes. It's been closing down in the last few hours. Bush has had a lead rather steadily, but his lead is dwindling. However, note, because it's important to note, that there are overseas absentee ballots, which probably will not be completed in their count, at least until sometime tomorrow daytime and possibly the day after. The Florida officials think by the turn of the next hour, that may be 3 o'clock in the east, by the next top of the hour, that they will have, they believe, all the votes that can be counted in Florida counted. Let's put up that Florida actual vote count board again, because we now have 96% of the precincts reporting in the fight for Florida's 25 electoral votes. This has been a strange, unusual, weird, even goofy night in Florida. Early on, it was called for Gore, but just about everybody. Then there was word, some suspicious data going into computers. We pulled it back, and later some others pulled it back, and eventually everybody pulled it back, put it undecided. Bush took a lead in actual votes counted. He still leads in actual votes counted, but is it close? Is it ever close? And Bradley, Ed Bradley, update on Oregon you have?
No, it's just narrowing in Oregon. A few minutes ago, Governor Bush was up by 35,000. With 59% of the vote counted, that lead has narrowed to 26,000. And we're getting some information from our affiliate in Portland, KOIN-TV, that about trying to find out where that vote is, what vote is in and what vote is not. And they're saying that the tally we're seeing now reflects more of the rural areas where the voting was completed, and those are the numbers we're seeing, that they're still waiting on some of the urban areas. And in that state, those urban areas tend to be Democratic. I mean, if you take a look at Oregon, the last time that a Republican won there was Ronald Reagan in 1984. Even Michael Dukakis won in Oregon.
Well, Ed, this much we now know. Double check me on this, Bob Schiefer. It's now down to a one-card cut.
Whoever wins Florida.
He who wins Florida wins.
That's it.
That's it. Ball game. When we know who wins Florida, then we can say that's a wrap.
Even if someone wins Oregon and Wisconsin, they can't win the election.
Not enough. So that's where we are. Let's go over it, folks. The arithmetic of this gets more complicated by the moment. We may have to bring somebody expert in algebra in here if it gets any more complicated. But you have 3 states, Florida with 25, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7. The electoral count right now, Gore 249, Bush 246. It takes 270 to win. So if Gore or Bush were to win Oregon and Wisconsin, they'd still be short. So it's down to Florida.
And I can tell you in Florida that among the votes that aren't counted are Volusia County, which is in the Daytona Beach area. They have not been reported. Traditionally, they're one of the last counties to come in. And that's an area that has 260,000 registered voters. Many of them are black, and most of them are Democrat. Also, the absentee ballots that you're talking about from overseas, they were supposed to be postmarked today. but they may not be here for another 10 days.
Don't tell me this, Ed. Don't tell me this.
Do we know
How long can you last?
Well, well, I'll tell you, when it comes to reporting a race like this, I'm a long-distance runner and an all-day hunter, and I'll be here because this is just too good to miss. Now, let's get the picture. We're joking a lot up here because, like everybody else in the country who really cares about politics, you got to like this, no matter who you're for. What a historic race. Now, in Florida, it's now down to Florida. The candidate who wins Florida gets it. It's, you know, it's one number takes it all, and that's Florida's 25. If either guy wins only Florida and wins Florida, he is the next president of the United States. Now, it may get down to these absentee ballots from overseas. How many of them are there? We don't know, because as Ed Bradley reports, we believe that the rules were that the absentee ballots from overseas for Florida had to be postmarked today. Now, if some of them come by ship or kayak or something, they may not be here for a long while. Now, they're still counting votes in Florida, votes actually cast today, including some absentee votes. In Florida, Bush 49.1, Gore 48.6, with, we believe, something on the order of 250 or 60,000 votes actually to be counted. Ralph Nader, 1.7% of the vote so far in Florida. But that 1.7%, 92,000 votes have gone to Nader. If either one of the other two candidates had just gotten 70% of those votes, they'd probably win the state. So here's another state where Nader is making a decisive difference one way or the other. You could argue that. Pat Buchanan with 16,000 votes getting only 0.3, 3/10 of a percent of vote in Florida. Even his 16,000 votes, those would be very handy votes for, say, George Bush to have. Not to say that all of them would have gone to George Bush, but no doubt a lot of them would. This gives you an idea how close it is. Ed, never anything like this in our history.
Nothing that I've seen. And those 30,000 votes that we keep talking about in Florida,
absentee ballots
the absentee ballots from overseas, it's not a hard and fast number that there are 30,000 absentee ballots that are going to come in. There were 30,000 absentee ballots requested. Now, conceivable somebody gets a ballot and doesn't send it in. I mean, people who have good intentions. Some people have the intention of going to vote and they don't. The same thing holds with people who are going to cast an absentee ballot. They requested one, but I'm willing to bet you that not everybody sent them in.
Folks, make no mistake. Either one of the two candidates can still win this race. It's 249 electoral votes for college votes for Al Gore, 246 with Bush. It takes 270 to win. Florida's 25, Wisconsin's 11, and Oregon's 7 are still out there. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Things can happen suddenly. They can happen at any moment. Stay right in here with us, won't you? Florida goes Bush. The presidency is Bush. That's it. CBS News estimates when all the votes are in and counted that George Bush will have won the presidency of the United States. Let's pause for a second. Let that sink in. Bush wins. If our CBS News estimates are correct up and down the line tonight, and we believe they are, George Bush, George W. Bush, son of President George Bush, revenge is his and revenge is sweet. As in Austin, they begin celebrating. One of the closest elections in American history. Bush has won it. The sun also rises. This is outside the Capitol in Austin. And our CBS News estimate is that when all the votes from all over the country, including absentee ballots, are in and counted, that George Bush will have won the presidency and will succeed Bill Clinton. The Republicans are very likely to retain control of the United States House of Representatives. They have a very good chance of retaining control of the Senate, in that it may be a 50-50 tie in the Senate, and that would mean that the newly elected Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, would cast the deciding vote in any tie votes. Ed Bradley. It isn't over till it's over, but it's over, and Bush wins it.
He did, and he ran a very consistent race. If indeed he has won, he ran a race in which he stayed the same, I think, from beginning to end. The one thing that stands out for me in this campaign was watching the debates. And some people said that you saw the same person with Governor Bush in the debates. I think his running mate said that Bush beat 3 different guys in Al Gore, because you saw a different Al Gore in each of those debates. Bush, I think, might have been better prepared in one debate than another. But he was his own man, he was comfortable in his own skin, and that personality, his way, never changed from debate to debate. I think it didn't change throughout the campaign, even when he was hit hard. When he was hit with this.
Bush wins. Headline of the hour, headline of the year. Our CBS News election night campaign 2000 headline of the hour. Texas Governor George Bush is elected the 43rd President of the United States, the first elected president of the 21st century. We're told that Vice President Al Gore has called Governor Bush in Texas. We go to Austin, Texas. No, we're going to go to Nashville and John Roberts. John?
Dan, the motorcade that the vice president is traveling in rolled out of the hotel that he's been staying in all afternoon about a minute ago. He's on his way over here to the War Memorial Plaza, where he will give his concession speech to the Texas governor. Called him a few minutes ago to congratulate him on the win. A hard-fought battle, as you said earlier, Dan, on both sides. The last day of this campaign for the vice president was 30 hours long, beginning at a John Deere factory in Waterloo, Iowa, in a driving rain at 5:30 in the morning, and ending at noon today when he cast his vote in Carthage, Tennessee. And now we're back to the driving rain again, as he's expected here in the next few minutes. And Dan, this is 24 years of political history for Al Gore coming to an end tonight. Obviously, he'll finish out his term as vice president. We're not exactly sure what it is that he'll do after January 20th. He's been in politics most of his life. He was an investigative journalist prior to this at the Tennessean newspaper here in Nashville. He has suggested when asked what he would do if he lost, and he never ever wanted to give up the notion that he might lose, but he did say before a crowd of people at one of those town hall meetings that he had that he would probably like to write if he weren't in politics. So it looks as though he will get plenty of opportunity to do that. Dan?
John Roberts, we're expecting any time to hear from Vice President Gore, and along the way we're staying on the air so we can hear from the victorious George Bush. You talk about the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. Vice President Gore has to walk out in the rain in Nashville. There is no joy in Nashville among the Democrats and the Gore forces. In the rain, make his concession speech. Politics can be absolutely exhilarating, and Al Gore has known those moments of thrilling victory over a long political career, winning House races in Congress, winning Senate races, winning the vice presidency not once but twice. But now he has to stand up and face the furnace, politically speaking, make a concession speech, which for all intents and purposes probably means the end of his political career, but who knows? It's not likely that he could come back and make another race for the presidency, not likely. And among the sad notes for Al Gore is that Al Gore's father was defeated 30 years ago this week for re-election to the United States Senate. The Richard Nixon and Republican forces put Al Gore's father high on the list of Southern senators to be defeated, and they beat him. That ended Al Gore's father's career 30 years ago this week. Now, no one can yet say that Al Gore won't come back and maybe run for a congressional seat or a Senate seat. It seems highly unlikely at this moment, but hey, strange things happen in politics. Do they ever? As we've learned tonight. So Bush wins. Gore is on his way apparently to make his concession speech after having talked to Governor Bush in Austin, and we do expect to hear from Governor Bush. Now, let's get caught up on some little odds and ends of business. Not so odd at that. In the governor's races, Leslie, we have some decisions.
We have a couple. We have Montana. The governor of Montana, a Republican, Judy Martz, has beaten the Democrat, Mark O'Keefe, for the Montana's governor chair. Because she won this race, there are 3 women governors in the country now After tonight, there will be 5 women governors. And, Dan, now that George Bush is about to become president, there'll be a new governor of Texas. And it will be the Lieutenant Governor, Rick Perry, 50 years old, a Democrat turned Republican. And we have one outstanding governor's race still too close to call, the one in Missouri, between the state treasurer, Bob Holden, and a U.S. Congressman, Jim Talent, not called yet.
Well, Kay Bailey Hutchison, who held on to a Republican Senate seat and won overwhelmingly tonight in Texas. A lot of talk in Texas that Kay Bailey Hutchison may want to go down and run for governor now that George Bush has been elevated to the presidency. True, the lieutenant governor now is elevated to the governorship, but no one would be surprised in Texas to see Kay Bailey Hutchison come in and make that race for governor, although she has not said that she's going to do that. I mean, this is no self-serving way, but I talked to her very recently, and she was, I don't think she'd argue the word, coy about it. She made it clear, yeah, I might think about it, but it's early. Bob Schieffer, Senate races. Let's review where we are.
We still have that race out there in Michigan, Dan, where Debbie Stabenow is challenging the Republican incumbent, Spence Abraham. We still have this race listed as too close to call. Now, if Debbie Stabenow wins that race, it means we'll have a record 13 women in the Senate. We've elected 3 tonight, so that will bring it up to 12. If she wins, that would make 13 women in the Senate. More importantly, it would mean 50 Democrats and 50 Republicans in the Senate.
And those women include Hillary Rodham Clinton, the First Lady of the United States, who was elected to the Senate from New York tonight. Folks, let me show you the national vote to give you an idea. Not that you need one at this hour, but how very, very close this race has been. It's a 48% for each candidate dead heat. A number of the polls, most of the reputable polls, including our CBS News poll, said it was a statistical dead heat, and that's what it turns out to be. And as of this hour, there are about 500,000 votes separating the two. Now, let's say more than that. Yeah, about, say, a little bit less than 500,000 votes. Don't know how many votes that would be per precinct, but it might be as low as 1 vote per precinct. Now, Bob Schieffer, you have something about Florida.
This is just handed me, and just to underline how close it was, Florida is where it all happened. This is what did it for George Bush. With 99% of the precincts in, Bush is leading in Florida by 11,000 votes out of 6 million votes cast in Florida. That's 1/50th of 1%. Now, you tell me that an individual's vote doesn't count.
Yes, and particularly with young people who, in high percentages, didn't vote in this election. It's the American way. If you don't vote, you don't get to whine. Ed Bradley.
And almost half the people in this country didn't vote. If we look out at the turnout this year, it is a little bit higher than it was 4 years ago when it was 49%. It's up to almost 51%. But essentially that means that half of the people either feel they are disenfranchised, they're not part of the system, or that they have no reason to vote, they just don't care to vote. Some people think that their vote doesn't make a difference. But if you look at what happened in this race and how close it is, you know, you could have had totally different candidates if people had participated in the primaries, because even fewer people participate in the primaries. But in this election, just about half of the people who could vote, if they had registered in this country, bothered to register and vote.
You know, having never run for public office, I can't say how it is, but I suspect it's the same way as it is in sports and a lot of other things. In many ways, you'd rather get beat 60-0 than to get beat by 1 point in the fading moments of the game. Now, Florida, with 99% of the precincts in, and I want to repeat this, what Bob Schieffer said a moment ago, Bush leads by 11,000 votes out of 6 million votes cast in Florida. Smelling salts for all Democrats, please. 1/50th of 1% made the difference in Florida, which in turn made the difference in the whole presidential race. Prepared to say there may never have been, on the basis of what we know so far, a presidential race any closer than this one. Some historian may want to argue with that, and call Bob Schieffer day after tomorrow if he wants to. The numbers look this way. In the popular vote, 48% to 48%. We now have what? Well, fewer than 200,000 votes separating these two at the end. A virtual dead heat. 1 vote per precinct or fewer would probably have turned the tide in this election. And in the Electoral College right now, it sets 271. It takes 270 to win. So Bush is triumphant with 1 electoral vote difference. Now, Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes and Oregon with 7 are still out there, and we'll have to see how they go. But, you know, this is a stunner, and I'm going to say it for a third time because, you know, I have been to goat ropings and space shots, and I've covered presidential elections since the 1950s, and I have never seen anything like this. Take a good look, folks. You haven't seen it before, and you're not likely to see it again in your lifetime. Florida, with 99% of the precincts in, Bush leads by 11,000 votes out of 6 million Florida votes cast. 1/50th of 1% made the difference in Florida, and therefore made the difference in the whole presidential race. Ed Bradley.
Well, I don't know what you do to get people to vote in this country. I mean, I think that they say that democracy gives you the right to stay home. But when you look at what is at stake for people in this country, how can someone stay home and not have a say in who represents us on a local level and a national level? Because it affects each and every one of us every single day.
Well, Leslie Stahl, there is a theory that because the United States of America basically has had peace and prosperity for an unprecedentedly long time, that people feel pretty good and they're kind of blasé about things and say, in effect, well, yeah, yes, it's my responsibility to vote, but you know, things are pretty good. And so I think things will rock along. Now, you counter that with so many people say, as this is my opinion, clearly labeled as an excuse, well, my vote doesn't make any difference. Tonight puts the lie to that latter.
That certainly does. I have a theory about turnout. It's my own personal theory. It has to do with working mothers, because so many women work today, and we have to get home. And we want our husbands to come right home. Voting isn't the way it used to be. We don't want to make that stop. When you look out on the West Coast, where more and more people are voting by mail, you have Oregon, where the entire state voted by mail. That's going to be the future. I'd love to see if the Oregon turnout was as high as they predicted. They said it was going to be 85% out there.
I agree with you one thing. We're at on the front edge of the digital age, and how people vote has got to change. With all respect, Leslie, and you and I have been to this rodeo many, many times. It's not an excuse to say, well, I'm a working mother and I got to work.
It's not an excuse.
And not an excuse to say, well, my husband gets home and he's tired. In a country such as this, no excuses. And I believe, Ed, it's right that about what I'm attempting to say, at least 75 million Americans who are eligible to vote, at least, did not vote today.
It's not an excuse. You're absolutely right. But I do think that a lot of people out there are harried, and they want to get home to their kids.
Well, you know, I have this feeling that an awful lot of Republicans out there saying, hey, time to celebrate, time to party. Let's let the good times roll, because George Bush has won the presidency. The worst the Republicans can do is have a 50-50 split in the Senate, which means they retain their control of the Senate, because Dick Cheney, the new vice president, would decide any tie votes. And while it's by a very small margin, the Republicans are assured, we think, of controlling the new House. Now let's go to Wisconsin. Remember, it's still out there, 11 electoral votes. Let me show you the actual votes in and counted presidential race in Wisconsin. We have just about a minute and a half to Al Gore supposed to show up. We'd like to get this Wisconsin thing up because I believe there's only a 1,000 vote difference now in the Wisconsin vote. There it is, 48% to 48% right. About a 1,000 vote difference between these two, with Nader getting 4%. Now let's go to John Roberts in Tennessee, where in the rain, Vice President Gore, having lost oh so close, among the toughest phrases in the English language, John Roberts, what might have been?
You know, Dan, a campaign that ran at least 18 months, but you could say that it ran 24 years, because he has been preparing since he first ran for Congress from Tennessee in 1976 to be president of these United States, really fulfilling a dream that I believe his parents had for him since he was born and since his birth was announced on the front page of Tennessee newspapers. But that is a dream that came to an end tonight in much the same way as it did in 1988, though in 1988 he was knocked out of the the primaries. Tonight, he was knocked out of the final presidential race by a margin that is oh so close. The last time anybody can remember somebody running for the presidency from Tennessee in a race that was that close was in 1844. James Polk, like Al Gore, lost Tennessee, but won the presidency. And I guess in the last little bit of political irony here, Al Gore, as president of the Senate, will announce the official tally of the electoral votes when they're taken, and he will be the one who announces that George Bush is the president-elect of the United States. Dan?
John Roberts, stay with us here. We're awaiting the vice president's appearance there in the rain in Nashville. Florida turns out to be even closer than we thought. If you can imagine that, hard for me to do so. It's actually, as it now stands, a little less than 1/5 of 1% was the margin for George Bush in Florida. 10,800 votes out of close to 6 million cast. 1/5 of 1% in Florida gave the state's 25 electoral votes to George Bush, and that gave him the Electoral College victory. They'll be writing about this one in the history.
Melissa Flockhart, Penny Marshall, David L. Landers. Next, Rosie.
Bush wins. Headline of the hour, headline of the year. Our CBS News election night campaign 2000 headline of the hour. Texas Governor George Bush is elected the 43rd President of the United States, the first elected president of the 21st century. We're told that Vice President Al Gore has called Governor Bush in Texas. We go to Austin, Texas. No, we're going to go to Nashville and John Roberts. John?
Dan, the motorcade that the vice president is traveling in rolled out of the hotel that he's been staying in all afternoon about a minute ago. He's on his way over here to the War Memorial Plaza, where he will give his concession speech to the Texas governor. Called him a few minutes ago to congratulate him on the win. A hard-fought battle, as you said earlier, Dan, on both sides. The last day of this campaign for the vice president was 30 hours long, beginning at a John Deere factory in Waterloo, Iowa, in a driving rain at 5:30 in the morning, and ending at noon today when he cast his vote in Carthage, Tennessee. And now we're back to the driving rain again, as he's expected here in the next few minutes. And Dan, this is 24 years of political history for Al Gore coming to an end tonight. Obviously, he'll finish out his term as vice president. We're not exactly sure what it is that he'll do after January 20th. He's been in politics most of his life. He was an investigative journalist prior to this at the Tennessean newspaper here in Nashville. He has suggested, when asked what he would do if he lost, and he never ever wanted to give up the notion that he might lose, but he did say before a crowd of people at one of those town hall meetings that he had that he would probably like to write if he weren't in politics. So it looks as though he will get plenty of opportunity to do that. Dan?
John Roberts, we're expecting any time to hear from Vice President Gore, and along the way we're staying on the air so we can hear from the victorious George Bush. You talk about the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. Vice President Gore has to walk out in the rain in Nashville. There is no joy in Nashville among the Democrats of the Gore forces. In the rain, make his concession speech. Politics can be absolutely exhilarating, and Al Gore has known those moments of thrilling victory over a long political career, winning House races in Congress, winning Senate races, winning the vice presidency not once but twice. But now he has to stand up and face the furnace, politically speaking, make a concession speech, which for all intents and purposes probably means the end of his political career, but who knows? It's not likely that he could come back and make another race for the presidency, not likely. And among the sad notes for Al Gore is that Al Gore's father was defeated 30 years ago this week for re-election to the United States Senate. The Richard Nixon and Republican forces put Al Gore's father high on the list of Southern senators to be defeated, and they beat him. That ended Al Gore's father's career 30 years ago this week. Now, no one can yet say that Al Gore won't come back and maybe run for a congressional seat or a Senate seat. It seems highly unlikely at this moment, but hey, strange things happen in politics. Do they ever? As we've learned tonight. So Bush wins. Gore is on his way apparently to make his concession speech after having talked to Governor Bush in Austin, and we do expect to hear from Governor Bush. Now, let's get caught up on some little odds and ends of business. Not so odd at that. In the governor's races, Leslie, we have some decisions.
We have a couple. We have Montana. The governor of Montana, a Republican, Judy Martz, has beaten the Democrat Mark O'Keefe for the Montana's governor chair. Because she won this race, there are 3 women governors in the country now. After tonight, there will be 5 women governors. And, Dan, now that George Bush is about to become president, there'll be a new governor of Texas. And it will be the Lieutenant Governor, Rick Perry, 50 years old, a Democrat turned Republican. And we have one outstanding governor's race, still too close to call, the one in Missouri, between the State Treasurer, Bob Holden, and U.S. Congressman Jim Talent, not called yet.
Well, Kay Bailey Hutchison, who held on to a Republican Senate seat and won overwhelmingly tonight in Texas. A lot of talk in Texas that Kay Bailey Hutchison may want to go down and run for governor now that George Bush has been elevated to the presidency. True, the lieutenant governor now is elevated to the governorship, but no one will be surprised in Texas to see Kay Bailey Hutchison come in and make that race for governor, although she has not said that she's going to do that. I mean, this is no self-serving way, but I talked to her very recently, and she was, I don't think she'd argue the word, coy about it. She made it clear, yeah, I might think about it, but it's early. Bob Schieffer, Senate races. Let's review where we are.
We still have that race out there in Michigan, Dan, where Debbie Stabenow is challenging the Republican incumbent, Spence Abraham. We still have this race listed as too close to call. Now, if Debbie Stabenow wins that race, it means we'll have a record 13 women in the Senate. We've elected 3 tonight, so that would bring it up to 12. If she wins, that would make 13 women in the Senate. More importantly, it would mean 50 Democrats and 50 Republicans in the Senate.
And those women include Hillary Rodham Clinton, the First Lady of the United States, who was elected to the Senate from New York tonight. Folks, let me show you the national vote to give you an idea. Not that you need one at this hour, but how very, very close this race has been. It's a 48% for each candidate dead heat. A number of the polls, most of the reputable polls, including our CBS News poll, they said it was a statistical dead heat, and that's what it turns out to be. And as of this hour, there are about 500,000 votes separating the two. Now, let's say more than that. Say a little bit less than 500,000 votes. Don't know how many votes that would be per precinct, but it might be as low as 1 vote per precinct. Now, Bob Schieffer, you have something about Florida.
This is just handed me, and just to underline how close it was, Florida is where it all happened. This is what did it for George Bush. With 99% of the precincts in, Bush is leading in Florida by 11,000 votes out of 6 million votes. Cast in Florida, that's 1/50th of 1%. Now, you tell me that an individual's vote doesn't count.
Yes, and particularly with young people who, in high percentages, didn't vote in this election. It's the American way. If you don't vote, you don't get to whine. Ed Bradley.
And almost half the people in this country didn't vote. If we look out at the turnout this year, it is a little bit higher than it was 4 years ago when it was 49%. It's up to almost 51%. But essentially that means that half of the people either feel they are disenfranchised, they're not part of the system, or that they have no reason to vote, they just don't care to vote. Some people think that their vote doesn't make a difference. But if you look at what happened in this race and how close it is, you know, you could have had totally different candidates if people had participated in the primaries, because even fewer people participate in the primaries. But in this election, just about half of the people who could vote, if they had registered in this country, bothered to register and vote.
You know, having never run for public office, I can't say how it is, but I suspect it's the same way as it is in sports and a lot of other things. In many ways, you'd rather get beat 60-0 than to get beat by 1 point in the fading moments of the game. Now, Florida, with 99% of the precincts in, and I want to repeat this, what Bob Schieffer said a moment ago, Bush leads by 11,000 votes out of 6 million votes cast in Florida. Smelling salts for all Democrats, please. 1/50th of 1% made the difference in Florida, which in turn made the difference in the whole presidential race. prepared to say there may never have been, on the basis of what we know so far, a presidential race any closer than this one. Some historian may want to argue with that, and call Bob Schieffer day after tomorrow if he wants to. The numbers look this way. In the popular vote, 48% to 48%, we now have what? Well, fewer than 200,000 votes separating these two at the end. A virtual dead heat. One vote per precinct or fewer would probably have turned the tide in this election. And in the Electoral College right now, it sets 271. It takes 270 to win. So Bush is triumphant with 1 electoral vote difference. Now, Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes and Oregon with 7 are still out there, and we'll have to see how they go. But, you know, this is a stunner, and I'm going to say it for a third time because, you know, I have been to goat ropings and space shots, and I've covered presidential elections since the 1950s, and I have never seen anything like this. Take a good look, folks. You haven't seen it before, and you're not likely to see it again in your lifetime. Florida, with 99% of the precincts in, Bush leads by 11,000 votes out of 6 million Florida votes cast. 1/50th of 1% made the difference in Florida, and therefore made the difference in the whole presidential race. Ed Bradley.
Well, I don't know what you do to get people to vote in this country. I mean, I think that they say that democracy gives you the right to stay home. But when you look at what is at stake for people in this country, how can someone stay home and not have a say in who represents us on a local level and a national level? Because it affects each and every one of us every single day.
Well, Leslie Stahl, there is a theory that because the United States of America basically has had peace and prosperity for an unprecedentedly long time, that people feel pretty good and they're kind of blasé about things and say, in effect, well, yeah, yes, it's my responsibility to vote, but you know, things are pretty good. And so I think things will rock along. Now, you counter that with so many people say, as this is my opinion, clearly labeled as an excuse, well, my vote doesn't make any difference. Tonight puts the lie to that latter.
That certainly does. I have a theory about turnout. It's my own personal theory. It has to do with working mothers, because so many women work today, and we have to get home. And we want our husbands to come right home. Voting isn't the way it used to be. We don't want to make that stop. When you look out on the West Coast, where more and more people are voting by mail, you have Oregon, where the entire state voted by mail. That's going to be the future. I'd love to see if the Oregon turnout was as high as they predicted. They said it was going to be 85% out there.
I agree with you one thing. We're at on the front edge of the digital age, and how people vote has got to change. With all respect, Leslie, and you and I have been to this rodeo many, many times, it's not an excuse to say, well, I'm a working mother and I got to work.
It's not an excuse.
And it's not an excuse to say, well, my husband gets home and he's tired. In a country such as this, no excuses. And I believe, Ed, it's right that about what I'm attempting to say, at least 75 million Americans who are eligible to vote, at least, did not vote today.
It's not an excuse. You're absolutely right. But I do think that a lot of people out there are harried, and they want to get home to their kids.
Well, you know, I have this feeling that an awful lot of Republicans out there saying, hey, time to celebrate, time to party. Let's let the good times roll, because George Bush has won the presidency. The worst the Republicans can do is have a 50-50 split in the Senate, which means they retain their control of the Senate, because Dick Cheney, the new vice president, would decide any tie votes. And while it's by a very small margin, the Republicans are assured, we think, of controlling the new House. Now let's go to Wisconsin. Remember, it's still out there, 11 electoral votes. Let me show you the actual votes in and counted presidential race in Wisconsin. We have just about a minute and a half to Al Gore supposed to show up. We'd like to get this Wisconsin thing up because I believe there's only a 1,000 vote difference now in the Wisconsin vote. There it is, 48% to 48%. Right. About a 1,000 vote difference between these two, with Nader getting 4%. Now let's go to John Roberts in Tennessee, where in the rain, Vice President Gore, having lost oh so close, among the toughest phrases in the English language, John Roberts, what might have been?
You know, Dan, a campaign that ran at least 18 months, but you could say that it ran 24 years because he has been preparing since he first ran for Congress from Tennessee in 1976 to be president of these United States, really fulfilling a dream that I believe his parents had for him since he was born and since his birth was announced on the front page of Tennessee newspapers. But that is a dream that came to an end tonight in much the same way as it did in 1988, though in 1988 he was knocked out of the primaries. Tonight he was knocked out of the final presidential race by a margin that is oh so close. The last time anybody can remember somebody running for the presidency from Tennessee in a race that was that close was in 1844. James Polk, like Al Gore, lost Tennessee but won the presidency. And I guess in the last little bit of political irony here, Al Gore, as president of the Senate, will announce the official tally of the electoral votes when they're taken, and he will be the one who announces that George Bush is the president-elect of the United States. Dan?
John Roberts, stay with us here. We're awaiting the vice president's appearance there in the rain in Nashville. Florida turns out to be even closer than we thought. If you can imagine that, hard for me to do so. It's actually, as it now stands, a little less than 1/5 of 1% was the margin for George Bush in Florida. 10,800 votes out of close to 6 million cast. 1/5 of 1% in Florida gave the state's 25 electoral votes to George Bush, and that gave him the Electoral College victory. They'll be writing about this one in the history books long after all of us are gone. Now, I'd like to go back to John Roberts in Nashville. John, there's been a lot of speculation around this table tonight and elsewhere. Well, what would Vice President Gore likely do now? Leslie Stahl has some ideas, which you'll hear about in a minute. But first, let's hear yours.
Well, as he told a town hall meeting a little while ago when asked what he would do if he didn't win the presidency, he didn't want to entertain the idea of losing the election tonight. But he said, I was a journalist, I was an investigative journalist, I was a journalist when I was in Vietnam for a couple of years. So if I was to choose something to do, it would probably be to write. Gore likes to write all of his own speeches. He wrote probably 99.9% of the acceptance speech that he gave at the Democratic Convention back on August 17th. And I would imagine that he's probably written tonight's speech as well. We were expecting that he would be up on the stage by now here at the War Memorial Plaza, but there's been a bit of a delay. Mr. Gore apparently has asked for a teleprompter, either that or he's managed to find 12,000 votes in Florida. But I think the teleprompter is probably the way that we're going to go here tonight, and he's probably crafted a concession speech that isn't just going to say it was a hard-fought race. Congratulations to everybody, and congratulations to Governor Bush. It will probably be some sort of soaring oratory, if Al Gore can be said to have soaring oratory, on the entire campaign, the state of politics in America, his vision for the future, and what he tried to do here in Tennessee tonight. Dan?
John Roberts mentioning the teleprompter. It may or may not be that the vice president wants the teleprompter up. No one would doubt that. George Bush used the teleprompter extensively and regularly during the campaign. It's become a regular for candidates. One of the things we didn't do in television was so often show how often the candidates use the teleprompter, and George Bush is one. He was smart to do so, but many times you have just out in the audience, you can see sort of two glass things, and what they are the teleprompter. In recent years, I would say since at least the 1980 campaign, that the candidates of both parties have used teleprompters, particularly when it's an important speech like an acceptance speech or a victory speech, or in this case a concession speech. So no points away from Al Gore for waiting a minute or two for the teleprompter, if indeed that's what he's waiting on. We have no way of knowing for sure that that's the case. Leslie Stahl, you had a thought about what Al Gore might do. Before you do it, I do want to say that John Roberts said that Al Gore spent a couple of years as an Army reporter in Vietnam. He did spend some time in the Army as a reporter. Just for the record, he didn't spend 2 years in Vietnam. He spent less than a year there. Give him credit, he volunteered, he went. Now, your thought about what he might do?
Well, you know, there is a presidency that's open right now, and that is the president of Harvard University. And I've been told there have actually been some feelers out to Gore, and I would not be surprised if he accepted, if he were asked. It's something, I have a vague memory. Do any of you remember that President Clinton may have mentioned something about how Gore would have been a wonderful college president. At one point, somebody said that.
Under the heading of damning with faint praise. Well, would not be a bad line of work being president
Wonderful.
of Harvard University. And also, just to make sure in the record, I said that Al Gore volunteered for Vietnam. I think, in fact, that what he said was, I went into the Army because if I didn't get drafted, somebody else would have been drafted. Nonetheless, just to clear it up, because Al Gore deserves that. He went to Vietnam when he could have, as so many others did, avoid going, but he did go. The only thing I wanted to do was clear up about how long he had been there. Bob Schieffer, so close, so agonizing close. Mighta, coulda, shoulda.
Shoulda, woulda.
Woulda. Going to be so much talk of that when I'm still stunned with this. 1/5 of 1%.
Well,
10,800 votes out of almost 6 million cast in Florida. That put Florida for George Bush and tipped over the Electoral College for him.
Well, I mean, that's why, Dan, I think you can't say what it was that won for George Bush any more than you can say what it was that lost for Al Gore. Maybe 11,000 people got sick and weren't able to go to vote. I mean, when it's this close, it's impossible to say. But, you know, I'll tell you something else while we're just sitting here waiting for Al Gore. George Bush is going to be reminded every day of his life in Washington of this night, because he's going to be dealing with a Senate that will include not only Joe Lieberman, but also Hillary Rodham Clinton. So he'll have a reminder of what all happened on this very night.
Well, this is the way it looks at this moment. 271 at least for George Bush, 270 needed to win in the Electoral College. Florida did it for him. Gore has at least 249. Wisconsin with 11 is still out. Oregon with 7 is still out. The national vote total, so breathtakingly close. This is how the map looks, and 48% to 48%, about a, maybe a 300 vote difference, 300,000 vote difference. Very, very close. One of the closest elections in all United States history. And for whatever it may be worth, I think not very much, every Republican ticket for a quarter of a century has had either a Bush or a Dole on the ticket. Dole with Gerald Ford in 1976. Bush with Reagan twice in the 1980s, and then Bush in 1988. George Bush the Elder again in 1992. Dole in 96, and now again in 2000, George Bush. And while part of the American dream is to say anyone can aspire to be president in this country and have the dream alive, George Bush isn't going to get very far with this. Is one reason he never raises it. But, you know, there's also a burden to be carried that if you're the son of a famous person, a president of the United States, it's not that easy to get your stuff together and say, I'm going to try to follow in the footsteps of my father. Yes, it has been done before in the case of the Adamses, but not an easy thing to do. And among the things you have to give George Bush credit for is that. Yes, he had a lot of advantages, went to prep school at one of those fancy places, then went on to Yale, then went on to Harvard, but he also had the burden of the name. You can argue that it was a positive, but also it was something he had to overcome. Bob Schieffer.
Well, I mean, the fact that he's only the second son of a president to be elected president tells you having a dad who's president doesn't make it that much easier to get elected president. So I think you have to give him credit for it. I mean, this is a remarkable thing that's happened tonight.
And under the headline of assuming nothing, that the only other time it happened was in the case of the Adamses. You had Adams, who followed George Washington, then John Quincy Adams, which came later in the 1820s. The only other time that it's ever happened. We're waiting here now for Vice President Gore to make his concession speech there in Tennessee, and then waiting to hear from the victorious George Bush. While we wait, there's some, the crowd stirring a bit, but it may be because the camera's on them. Ed Bradley, you had something you wanted to add here.
Well, I think there's some, perhaps they're getting these stories that they're looking at Florida again, because it seems that the margin keeps coming down. But, you know, I think if there's anyone who's happier than George W. Bush tonight, it has to be his father. I talked to people who talked with him in the last week leading up to this election, and he was said to be just beside himself and feeling that if his son lost this race, how terrible it would be, not just for him, but for his son. And I think he has to feel some sense of redemption, since these are the people he lost to, and his son has reclaimed the name and reclaimed the White House. He's got to be feeling very good tonight.
As we await Vice President Gore's appearance and his concession speech, we now believe that the margin in Florida has grown even smaller. You might have been saying to yourself, that's not likely or even possible. You might have been saying that to yourself and you would have been wrong. Let's punch up the Florida board here for just one moment. Now, the margin in Florida is down to, oh boy, what, maybe 10,000 plus votes.
But we think it might go even smaller than this.
It looks like it's going to go even smaller than that. But, you know, I can trump that with Wisconsin for the moment. Let's punch up the Wisconsin board here. Presidential race. 11 electoral votes. Here you are. What? Do the arithmetic for me. A few hundred votes separating these two people in Wisconsin. And it isn't over yet with Ralph Nader getting 4%. About 1,200 votes is the difference between Gore and Bush in Wisconsin. This is with 95% of the precincts reporting. Either one of the two lead candidates could take this. Ralph Nader, the Gore people are going to argue, and with at least some validity, that Nader was the spoiler in this race, as he may have been in places like Iowa, and for that matter, even Florida. Ed Bradley.
They say it's not over till it's over. The Associated Press is reporting that the lead in Florida for Governor Bush has dwindled to about 6,000, and that a small percentage of the vote has yet to be reported in several counties, including 2 predominantly Democratic counties. The Associated Press believes that the uncounted votes in Broward and Palm Beach counties could allow a change of the lead in the Florida vote.
Hello, 911, cardiac arrest unit, please. Let's don't joke about it, folks. You have known all night long, and we have said to you all night long, that these estimates of who wins and who loses are based on the best available information that we have. CBS News has the best track record in the business over a half-century plus for accuracy on election night, but nobody's perfect. Now, what the Associated Press is reporting, a very reliable news service, is it's down to a 6,000 vote margin for Bush in Florida, with still some votes out, and votes out in areas that could go to Al Gore. This sets aside the whole question of absentee ballots from overseas. So rather than waiting on the teleprompter there in Nashville, Tennessee, Al Gore may be on the phone to some of his leaders down in Florida saying, folks, I'm ready to make this concession speech, but you know, I don't want to make it if there's any chance that we're still alive in this race. So, for those of you who went to bed or went off to brush your teeth and come back and say, hello, what's this, Dan Rather? Well, I got to tell you, folks, A, I don't know. B, I don't know anybody who does know. What we do know is this. Florida is the state that put George Bush over the top in the electoral vote column. At that time, at the time the call was made, and I don't know of anybody in television or radio who hadn't made the same call, we put this data, this information precincts into computers, and then we make judgments on whether a race is over or not. No doubt after this is over, there's going to be a lot of rethinking about how these races are called, because many calls made tonight, all of them are right on the money, with the exception of this Florida situation, which one, under the Anchorman creed of candor when convenient, it's candor to say this has been a fairly fouled-up situation in Florida, but mostly because it is so nail-bitingly close. The Florida Secretary of State on the website, their website shows 2,898,865 for Bush, 2,898,235 for Gore. The Florida Secretary of State says the margin in Florida, get this, these folks, and hold on to the bedstead or something, 629 votes separate Bush and Gore in Florida, according to the Florida Secretary of State, as reported on their website. So, we're not dialing back, at least not yet. It's already happened once in Florida. The best we can tell you is this. 271 looks like the number of electoral votes that George Bush has. And that would be enough to win, since 270 are required to win. But in that 271, what put him over the top was the belief that he had Florida's 25 electoral votes. Now, Bush is. Now, with only 629 votes separating the two in actual votes counted in Florida, you can understand why suddenly there'll be some nervousness in the Bush camp and suddenly a faint, very faint glimmer of what they think is hope in the Gore camp.
Because, Dan, don't forget, we haven't counted those absentee ballots that came in from overseas. Am I right about that, Ed?
There may be 10,000 of them. There were 10,000 requests for 10,000 absentee ballots. We don't know how many are going to come back, but certainly there's probably 629 out there.
This is not to say that Wisconsin and Oregon can't still figure in this equation. Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes, nadir a factor. Oregon with 7, nadir a factor. But you will see on our map, Florida is blinking red. Among the anything that blinks here means that the state was carried by Clinton and Gore in 1996. Yes, very early in the evening it was colored blue for Gore at a time when everybody in the let's call the state's business thought it was going to go for Gore. Then it was pulled back to undecided. Then, with a late surge by Bush in the actual votes counted, it went into the red column for Bush, and hallelujah, over the top for Bush was the reporting. Now, stunningly, only 629 votes separate the two candidates among votes in and counted in Florida, and if Florida should switch the other way, Gore would win.
Well, Dan, won't there be a demand for a recount? I mean, won't the Gore people say we need a recount, and won't there be a call for a recount in Wisconsin where it's so close? I mean, that's generally standard procedure when it gets this close. So we may not know here until the end of the week.
Well, it would be a recount from either. Why would it just be Bush if why wouldn't Gore ask for a recount?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Won't Gore ask?
Well, it's no sense speculating. And folks, it's 3:30 in the morning here in the East. But the excitement level has just risen once again. John Roberts in Nashville, have you talked to the Gore camp about this stunning situation in Florida where the Secretary of State says only 629 votes, 629 votes separated?
Dan, still haven't managed to talk to anybody directly about the narrowness of the victory. Certainly it has come down from where it was 12,000 about 20 minutes ago, but I'm sure that they're thinking about that, and I don't know if the idea of recount is running through their minds, but certainly could be.
Well, we see behind you, John, that the crowd in the rain there at Nashville is cheering for the first time in at least an hour and a half or so on this news. Now, I said once before on the evening that the reported returns were wobbling around and so all over the place that neither NASA or the Russians' Cosmodrome could actually track them. They were wobbling and so wild. Never has that been truer than at this hour. Let's switch to Austin if we can, because the celebration had already started in Austin. And who knows what the situation is there now. If we can get Austin up live, this is the Nashville live, because they've just been told that the Florida Secretary of State says only 629 votes separating the two. Now Austin live, and the crowd has suddenly gone silent as they are told, folks, we want you to celebrate, but you know what? Might be just a tad early. Might be. Yes, they're telling the crowd there now, among the 10-gallon hats and the Willie Nelson headbands, folks, it might be premature. Let's pull back what they call in television the wide shot. This is important. It may or may not be fair to say, but at this juncture, there are going to be those who say the race is not yet over. Florida, it was believed, had gone to Bush. But in the very late vote counting, and the actual vote counting is not over yet, it's gotten to the point where the Florida Secretary of State says only 629 votes are separating these two. Nader has about 2%. And with that close, absentee ballots yet to come in from overseas, and Wisconsin, 11 electoral votes still out, Oregon with 7 electoral votes still out, we could be going to recount city. Get in there, recount the votes. None of this television mumbo-jumbo or computer data, but get in and actually count these votes over. It wouldn't surprise anybody, least of all your narrator, if Al Gore said, you know what, I am not going to concede this thing because it's just too close. I want somebody to get in and recount those ballots. And George Bush, no doubt, will want the same. So if you wake up in the morning and somebody says, well, I thought the election was over, then you say to yourself, well, I got to tell you something, it got so close near the end that it still isn't over. Now, no doubt about it, if Florida is finally, completely and officially reallocated to Gore, He wins.
He wins.
It's over. Done deal. However, at the moment, it's still colored red for George Bush because Bush still leads. You know, one vote is enough to win it. And although the Florida Secretary of State has said that 629 votes separated him in the last actual vote count, there's still some other votes being counted. They turned up some votes. One sheriff in one county who allegedly, supposedly, reportedly had some votes. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not raising the specter of some Duval County down in Texas and the sheriff keeping votes for days. I'm not suggesting anything except that when you have 6 million votes in a state, not all of the votes come in exactly as everybody has planned to have them come in. The vote counting's still going on in Florida. It's still breathtakingly close. At CBS News, we still leave Florida in the Bush column, but the overall national vote is actually, let's highlight it. The national vote is practically dead even. Nationally, look at this. This is incredibly close. Bob Schieffer just laughed because that's the only thing he knows to do.
Well, Dan, this is no longer an election. This is like Alice in Wonderland. I mean, we just get stranger and stranger, as Alice said, if I quote her correctly. And she's as good a person to quote right now as anybody I know.
Well, you know, we're laughing to try to help cut the tension here because around this table, without wanting to be self-aggrandizing, there's a lot of experience covering elections.
Well, I never saw anything like this.
Well, nobody ever has. That's why I said earlier, take a good look at this because nobody's seen this before and nobody in this room is likely to live long enough to see this again. John Roberts, if you're still up in Nashville, not sure you are, I want to keep checking whether you've heard anything out of the Gore camp. It's now pretty obvious that Vice President Gore got in the car, drove over intending to make some kind of concession speech or something close to that. He's already talked to Governor Bush in Texas. We don't know what he said to Governor Bush, but the belief runs strong that he said at a very minimum something along the lines, well, it looks like you might have won. I want to see a few more cards. Well, those few more cards are beginning to drop, and lo and behold, can you believe it? It's tightened down to Florida where at last count 629 votes between the two, and I repeat for emphasis, if Florida should finally go to Gore, he wins, not Bush. Gloria Borgia, you have any thoughts about this? You've been a little distance away from it. Perhaps you can bring some perspective to this. We're plumb out.
I have never seen anything like this, Dan. In fact, I'm trying to get somebody from the Gore campaign to explain to me on the phone right now what's going on and why this delay in having Gore come out and speak, because I agree with you. I think, like you, that perhaps he's decided that maybe there ought to be some kind of a recount in the state of Florida. It's hard for me to believe that a presidential election could be decided by 500 votes. And I've just never seen anything like this. I think, like everybody else sitting around here, I'm at a loss. It is Alice in Wonderland.
Well, I hope that there are civics teachers and history teachers and teachers of all kinds still up at this hour around the country. Because every teacher in America, I'm not to tell them what to teach, but it might be worth considering taking this as a case in point to every school child of the country. Say, you know, that old stuff you hear about your vote doesn't count, one vote doesn't make any difference. This is an election which underscores that every vote counts, however it's going to go now, whether it stays 271 or above for Bush as we have it at the moment, or whether Florida incredibly, stupefyingly, goes the other way to Gore finally and he wins the presidential election. This is an election which puts the lie to that old saw, well, my vote doesn't make any difference, and you know, one vote can't make any difference, and I got a hot date, so I think I won't vote or go, or I got to get home, the kid's not going to vote. None of that stuff cuts. None of that stuff talks. All of that walks. Bill Whitaker at Bush headquarters in Austin, Texas. Bill, what are you hearing?
Well, Dan, this is a real roller coaster. And as you said, what's made it such a wild and crazy ride is Florida. This crowd that was so exuberant just a little while ago is now subdued. They were waiting to hear Vice President Gore's concession speech and then to hear Governor Bush's acceptance speech, but now they're just waiting for some final answer. Dan?
Bill Whitaker in Austin, where the crowd has suddenly gone subdued. You know, it's rare that you see this big a crowd, particularly outdoors, boisterous one moment, and then going silent as if somebody died. Now, nobody died, and for that matter, George Bush has not yet lost the election. But it's been a long time since you've seen and heard a crowd go this quiet, this quickly, particularly an outdoor crowd. Dade County in Florida, an official there has told our Byron Pitts, who's been hustling for us all night down there, says that they are recounting 5 precincts due to, quote, discrepancies, unquote. Don't ask me what they mean by discrepancies. I do not have a clue. And that they are also counting absentee ballots. You know, when the going gets weird, anchormen punt. And I don't know what to tell you about this, that they are counting absentee ballots. Now, at one time, the Florida officials thought they would have all the votes counted by about an hour ago. Now it's 20 minutes to 4 in the east or thereabouts, and Dade County officials say they're recounting 5 precincts, could be a lot of votes in those precincts, due to, quote, discrepancies, unquote. We'll need a little legwork about those discrepancies, quote, unquote, and that they're also counting, I assume that means still counting absentee ballots. And then there's that joker in the deck down there about those overseas absentee ballots. We believe they sent out about how many overseas absentee ballots?
There were requests for 30,000 absentee ballots. It's not certain how many of those will be returned.
Well, as the situation all up in the air, we go back to John Robertson, Nashville. John, what you hearing?
Well, Dan, we're told by our producer who's traveling with the motorcade that the vice president and his top aides are huddling backstage here at the War Memorial, trying to figure out exactly what to do about the situation. They know how close it is. Now they're trying to figure out, do they come out and give a concession speech as they had planned? Do they come out and give some sort of acknowledgement that it would appear that Governor Bush has won the election? Or do they come out and say, we're not going to accept this, we're going to wait until the votes are recounted in Florida? We just don't know at this point. We're trying frantically to get in touch with everybody, but those cell phones, they were being so happily answered as the returns began to come in 7 hours ago, Dan, now just aren't being answered. So we're trying here, we're trying to get some kind of firm answer, but we do know that they're huddled behind the scenes here trying to figure out exactly what to do.
Well, I would say this, John Roberts, if I know Tipper Gore, and I don't want to pad my part, I don't know her well, she's probably telling her husband to hook a U, head it back to the house, and let's get some recount going here. Bob Schieffer.
Well, I was just going to say, among the things that I will bet you they are not going to do is make a concession statement. I mean, there are not many sure votes in life, but I would say that's a sure bet. They will not make a concession statement until this business clears itself up.
Here's the situation, folks. Wisconsin has not yet been decided. 11 electoral votes. Oregon with 7 has not been decided. But the whole game rides on Florida. Now, our CBS News estimate is, and has been for some while, that George Bush, having won Florida, would have at least 271 electoral college votes, which would ensure he would be the next president of the United States, since it takes 270 to win. But then, some strange, unusual things began happening in Florida. The Bush lead narrowed down to the point at last report there was 629 vote difference between Bush and Gore in Florida. Both of them stuck at about 49%. Now, if you are hoping that George Bush wins the election, keep in mind that Bush still leads in Florida. Even if he leads by a tiny margin, it takes only 1 vote. Bush still leads in Florida, and Bush believes there's some absentee power for him coming from overseas. Nobody knows for sure about this. But the Dade County official saying, well, we want to recount at least 5 precincts because of, quote, discrepancies, and that some absentee balloting is still going on. That leaves us with a very much up-in-the-air picture. Nobody knows whether the presidency has been decided. The very best available guesses, including our own, they have been, well, George Bush wins because he won Florida. But again, I'm going to repeat for emphasis, if that has changed, if Al Gore winds up winning Florida, he will be the next president. Doesn't matter what happens in Wisconsin and Oregon. Ed Bradley.
Just keep in mind, I know some people might be saying, is there some kind of hanky-panky going on down in Florida in the Secretary of State's office? Well, I don't know who the controlling legal authority is in Florida, but I would assume it's the Secretary of State who's keeping track of these things. And Katherine Harris is a Republican and was elected to that office, so I don't think you're going to see a hanky-panky.
The Florida Secretary of State.
Florida Secretary of State.
Well, fortunately, and one wants to say there's some seriousness, in this country, it doesn't matter whether you're Democrat, Republican, or Mugwump. When it comes to the sanctity of the ballot box, overwhelmingly, elected public officials play it straight. They want as much as anyone for it to be accurate and to be fair.
But you have had cases, you know, the expression that people had, I know they always blame it on Chicago, which was vote early and vote often, happened because there were people who voted early and who voted often.
Well, and Richard Nixon went to his grave believing that the election probably had been stolen for him around Cook County.
Right, and there were votes from people who were no longer alive.
Well, this scene from Nashville Live, the crowd has come alive there. They were as quiet as the proverbial church mouse not too long ago, but they've been told that things are tightening down in Florida. Most people in the crowd in Nashville, as is the case in Austin, probably are confused by what's going on, but that's under the welcome to the club guidance, because nobody at this moment, great confusion reigns. No two candidates for President of the United States have ever gone through this kind of thing. Not in 1888, not in 1876, not in 1824, and not in 1800.
Well, all the things you might have thought you would be saying tonight, Dan, I bet one statement you never thought you would say is what I heard you say a while ago. We may not know the outcome until we know what happened in 5 precincts in Florida. Now, that's a close election. When we're sitting here with millions upon millions of votes being cast, and we're trying to find out how 5 precincts in Florida came.
Leslie Stahl.
You know, I spoke to President Bush, George Bush Sr., a couple of weeks ago, and he said to me at that point, it was right after the third debate, and I said, how are you? He said, nervous. You know, remember Dana Carvey on Saturday Night Live? I almost thought I was talking to Dana Carvey. Nervous. I can just imagine what they're going through, what the Gores are going through. This has to just be gut-wrenching for both sides. It's all up in the air. The Gores had probably already dealt with it. They weren't going to win. Their hopes up. Both sides going up and down. I just feel for all the families all the way around right now.
True, Leslie. But when you play politics at this level, one of the reasons you play it at this level is the excitement of it. Not a bigger prize in this country than winning the presidency. And that's one reason they play at this level. And while it is gut-wrenching, and particularly with the families at this time, this is absolutely maddening. And no one could blame, let me say this, well, I was going to say no one could blame Governor Bush of Texas if he turned to his brother, Governor Bush of Florida, and said, you know what I want to do is I want to send a couple of Texas Rangers down there and impound those votes from those 5 precincts, because there's got to be suspicions beginning to build. Well, maybe somebody out there is trying to steal an election, quote unquote. I'm not suggesting it's been stolen or it can be stolen, but that's got to begin creeping into some people's minds. It's that wild and woolly tonight. Now, if the spread between the two candidates is less than a certain number, and we're checking on that number, an automatic recount is required under the law. So that's another card, another joker that goes into this joker-filled deck. Not funny joker, but unpredictable jokers. I'm going to repeat it. If the spread between the two candidates is less than a certain number, we've not confirmed what that number is, we're checking on it, an automatic recount in Florida is required. And let me say one more time, may say it other times, Florida's the whole game here. Bush, we thought, and still believe, had won Florida. If he wins Florida, if it stays in Bush's column, he will be the new president. But if it turns around and it winds up that Florida is Gore's, then Gore will be the next president, while we note that Wisconsin and Oregon have had the polls closed for a long time. Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes and Oregon with 7. They are, as they would say around the courthouse, they are moot at the moment, because Florida is where it's happening. Well, I wish we had more information to pass along to you. We simply don't. We'll review. Takes 270 electoral votes to win. George Bush, we believed and still believe, will have no fewer than 271 when it's all over. But I'd be less than honest if I didn't say that our knees are beginning to wobble a little on that. Al Gore has 249. The man who wins Florida becomes the next president. Bob Schieffer.
Well, there's no question about it, and we've talked about this before, but I think we have to go back to it. There are still those absentee ballots. Now, Ed Bradley says now, if I understand it, they have now begun to count those absentee ballots, but there may be as many as, what, Ed, 10,000?
Well, but there are 30,000 that have been mailed from overseas. I'm not sure how many ballots there, absentee ballots there
Have
are
been
in the
mailed
state.
back.
Have been mailed back.
But
they've got 10 days to get here.
That's going to be crucial to this. We may not know until later in the week who's won Florida.
Well, I recognize, for those of you in the audience, that bulletin, senior Gore aide confirms Gore withdraws concession in U.S. presidential race. More to follow. That's bulletin material with a capital B. A senior Gore aide has confirmed to Reuters, pretty dependable wire service, that Gore withdraws concession in U.S. presidential race. Now, that would indicate that perhaps Vice President Gore had already called George Bush with a concession speech, with a concession. We don't know that. He went to make a concession speech before the big crowd, and somebody said, well, wait a minute, it's narrowing down in Florida. Now, the situation at the moment is nobody knows for a fact who has won Florida. Far be it for me to question one of our esteemed leaders, but somebody needs to begin explaining why Florida has now not been pulled back to the undecided category. When you get to these computer models, you may as well be speaking Swahili or High Norse to me, and there must be some reason why we stick in with Florida for Bush, but somebody in due time will no doubt confirm that. But we want to repeat this bulletin. A senior Gore aide is quoted by Reuters as confirming that Gore has withdrawn concession in the U.S. presidential race. And this is the reason. Florida is it. It's the whole deal. It's the real deal, the big deal, the only deal. 25 electoral votes. They've been put in Bush's column, but at last report, fewer than 300 votes separated the two in votes actually counted down there. Some recounts had been announced for, quote, discrepancies in 5 precincts. This is a wild, woolly, and weird situation. Leslie Stahl.
I can't imagine that the state of Florida won't have a recall.
A recount.
A recount, I'm sorry, a recount. I can't imagine. It can't get lower than this. It can't get tighter than, it can't be tighter than this. And if they have a policy that says they must have a recount below a certain number, we've certainly gone below that number.
We have gone below that number, but we don't have the final number yet. That would be the one possibility. There's so many possibilities out there. Bob Schieffer.
Well, because we don't have the absentee count as yet.
Exactly.
And we'll also have political pressure to have that recount. It's inconceivable that we're not going to go to bed tonight with that thing resolved. We can't. It's up in the air, and it's going to be there until somebody goes in and really studies what's going on.
Well, translation of this is that however you think that it's going to wind up finally, you may say to yourself, well, I got a feeling that Bush in the end is going to pull it out. And if you're in the Gore camp, you may say, you know, I got a hot flash here just recently that Gore may win it. It's pretty hard now to make a case that Gore is going to concede before sometime tomorrow during the daylight hours. Now, we've been humbled several times tonight by saying things like that, but it's really hard to see. In Austin, let's see if we can pick up that audio. I think they're making some announcement.
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, I think it's being explained to the crowd in Austin why somebody suggested they want to tamp down that big celebration there. And in Nashville, the crowd has come alive at least to a degree. Where we are here is 271 was and is now what it looks like that Bush will have when 270 is needed to win in the Electoral College. But that all depends on 25 electoral votes in Florida staying in Bush's column. And with recounts already being called for in Dade County for what an official there called, quote, discrepancies, maybe possible discrepancies, absentee situation, including absentee ballots postmarked today, have to come in from overseas. As close as it is, right now one would have to say it's highly unlikely that Gore is going to concede before sometime tomorrow. I wouldn't say it's highly unlikely, but I would say it's at least borderline improbable that George Bush is going to make any victory statement before he can be absolutely, positively, mortally certain that he's been elected president. So if you're going to play the probabilities, you got to bet that we're not going to know until at least sometime in the daylight hours tomorrow, and there's a growing possibility, if not indeed probability, that we may not know the outcome of this presidential race for sure, confirmed Concession statement by Gore, victory statement by Bush for many, many hours and possibly days. Too strong, Bob Schieffer?
No, I don't think so at all, because for sure neither one of them is going to say anything until they get these votes counted down there in Florida. At least this absentee, these ballots that they've got down there that they've apparently started counting, and as Ed says, there's some more that may be coming in the mail. So I don't think they're going to say anything for a while.
Bill Whitaker's in Austin. Bill, what are the Bush people saying?
Well, Dan, I just spoke with Karen Hughes, the communications director for the Bush campaign, and she says that about 10 minutes ago, the vice president did call the governor and retracted his concession. And she said that the governor found that unbelievable. She says right now, though, the governor's brother, Jeb Bush, is on the phone with operatives in Florida, and they say that their numbers show that Bush has won the state by more than 2,000 votes. So they still claim this as a victory. As I say, they found the retraction unbelievable, and they're not giving up on their claim to victory. Dan?
Bill Whitaker. Well, as the outline of the story now stands, when it appeared that George Bush had nailed down the 25 electoral votes in Florida, to come up with at least 271 electoral college votes. In fact, that's what he came up with. After taking a good look at that, apparently, reportedly, Vice President Gore called Governor Bush with a congratulatory telephone call. And then Gore got in his vehicle and was driven down to where he was going to make the public concession speech. In the meantime, things dropped down drastically in Florida. Taking Governor Bush's brother Jeb's word for it, he thinks Bush may win by 2,000 votes in Florida. That's so close that Gore obviously said to himself, and some members of his staff said, hold it, Mr. Vice President. So now Bill Whitaker reports that Governor Bush, I think the word used was he found it unbelievable, but Gore called back and said, you know that congratulatory phone call I gave you earlier? I'm going to pull that little number back because I don't know what's happening in Florida. And that's where things stand at the moment. Now, you may want to keep in mind that early in the evening, everyone we know of, called Florida for Gore fairly early on in the night after the polls closed. Then there was this extraordinary situation, highly unusual, which somebody got skeptical of the data that had been reported from some precincts. There was no suggestion of any hijinks or, for that matter, anything under the table, but just when you're dealing with eventually about 6 million votes in Florida, somebody said, you know, these votes from this precinct we're putting in the computer don't look so well. That was early in the evening. Now, then we withdrew it. We said we put Florida in the we don't know category. Then later in the evening, we moved it to George Bush, saying Bush gets Florida's 25 electoral votes, and now it doesn't look so certain. We show Bush by less than 2,000 votes in Florida. John Robertson, Nashville. John, what do you hear?
Well, Dan, I just talked with Terry McAuliffe, who is President Clinton's chief fundraiser, who told me that, yes, indeed, the vice president did call the Texas governor and take it back. The Gore campaign believes there are enough voting irregularities, not to mention the closeness of the vote in Florida, that they should await a recount, which occurs under Florida statute. Anytime that the vote is as close as it is, I believe within 0.5%, they order an automatic recount, and this is, as you said, Dan, 1/50th of 1%. So the votes will be automatically recounted, and the vice president has, in fact, called the Texas governor and said, I'm not going to concede just yet. We're going to await the results of the recount in Florida. And again, not only because of the closeness of the vote, but also because of what Terry McAuliffe, again, the President Clinton's chief fundraiser, said, and I'm sure that this is coming from the Gore campaign, were irregularities, missing ballot boxes and the like. I think they want to make sure that everything is straightened out before the vice president gets up there and gives away the presidency of the United States.
John in Nashville, thanks. Gloria Borgia, you've been talking to Bill Daley, Big Al in the Gore campaign. In fact, he ran the campaign. What do you have to say?
Actually, Dan, I reached Bill Daley's cell phone. Somebody else answered his cell phone. And Bill Daley is going to come out in a few minutes, I am told, and give a statement. I was not told exactly what the statement would say, but I have to believe that since they took back the concession from the Bush campaign, that Bill Daley, who is, of course, the chairman of the campaign, would come out and say something similar to the people who are waiting outside there in Nashville. So he will come out and give a statement. I guess we just have to wait and see what it says, Dan.
Well, that'll be welcome because it may clear up a few things. This is where we appear to be, folks. the CBS News has now, for the second time tonight, pulled back Florida. We are now putting Florida in the undecided category. The reason we're doing that is that in actual votes counted, our CBS News actual vote counted tally is Bush leads by about 2,000 votes. And it being that low, charges of irregularities, a recount going to be called for by the Bush people, apparently. We're pulling back Florida. This doesn't mean that Bush won't be elected president. And the odds are that Bush can still win the presidency. Not going to say it's odds in his favor, but if you lead by even one vote, if it turns out that you won by one vote, you win. And the last actual vote counted total, our count is that it's somewhat less than 2,000 votes a Bush lead. At one point, the Florida Secretary of State on his website said it was down to 269 votes Bush over Gore. And that's the reason that there's likely to be a recount in Florida. Cautionary note for all the Democrats in pulling for Gore. The history of recounts generally is that the candidate who's leading when the recount is called for is the candidate who wins. But this situation has been so strange and so unusual all night long. What we're saying for the moment is we're going to put Florida, we think this is fair under the circumstances, back in the undecided category. So now, this is the way the electoral map looks at the moment. All the states in red have been won by Bush. The ones blinking are states that were carried by the Democratic presidential and vice presidential ticket in 1996, but the blinking lights indicate those states have gone for Bush tonight. The states in blue, far fewer states, but bigger states, including New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, and California, not to mention Washington, have gone for Gore. So under this setup, with Florida taken out, Gore leads Bush 249 to 246 with 270 needed to win. It's still, we can't say this too often, although we might say it too often, it gets down to Florida. Whoever wins Florida wins the presidency. Florida is now in white, which is our signal, as along with Wisconsin and Oregon now, that Florida, the polls have closed. They've been closed since 7 o'clock Eastern time last night, it now being 4 a.m. in the morning Eastern time. Florida, we've moved back to the undecided category. Too much confusion down there. Race is tightened down too close. Talk of recounts all over the place. Talk of, quote, discrepancies, quote, unquote, by one Dade County official. And it's just a confused and chaotic situation in terms of getting the actual vote count. But having said all that, this is the United States of America, and at some point, somebody is going to get a hard vote count, no questions asked in Florida. It may take hours, it may take days. And when we have that vote count, when it's finally in, including the absentee ballots from overseas, we've mentioned before, it may take days or weeks for them to get through. Somebody's going to put the stamp of approval, probably the Florida Secretary of State, saying, okay, this is the final vote count in Florida, and whoever's ahead at that time, then we'll color Florida blue, and it means that Bush has won it.
It's just like in a poker game, Dan, and two people have identical hands.
At that point,
who draws the ace?
I misspoke myself. Yes, who draws the ace? That's right. I misspoke myself and say when that Florida Secretary of State puts a stamp on it, we'll either cover the state red or blue, and then we will know who won. Stepped on your line, it is like, okay, it's a high card draw. Whoever draws the ace being Florida, wins it, winner take all. Leslie?
I keep feeling the pain of it. I keep going into those two headquarters, the two families. You said that politics is tough, but you know, people ache when they're rejected. You've seen presidents be rejected and politicians in the past. A lot of them fall apart. It's a tough game, but it hurts just as much for them when they lose as it does for anybody who was rejected. And I'm just feeling that they're both on tenterhooks. We've pulled them from one end to the other tonight, and it's a sad thing right now.
Well, it is, but having said all that, and I quite agree with you, this is very tough for the families to go through, very tough for the candidates to go through, very tough for the people in these campaigns who pour their heart and soul into these things. But let's have some perspective. Cop on the beat, walking the beat, has a lot of pressure. Salesman trying to meet his quota has a lot of pressure. So while there's empathy, even sympathy for these two candidates, let's keep in mind that they chose to do this and that everybody has their pressures, and these are the pressures that go with playing politics at the top, just as certain unique pressures go with doing every line of work. A mother who stays home, has chosen to stay home with the kids, has pressure, she has her pain. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist for these families. I am saying once you ante up and say, I'm going to run, you run the risk that this sort of thing will happen.
They worked their way to unbelievable exhaustion up until the very end, because they were going to find out tonight, probably by midnight, maybe by 2. Now, maybe it's going to be another day. It's agony. It's agony.
Well, no question about it. As we await the outcome of the Florida vote, CBS News has now done what we think is the proper thing, the fair thing, and insofar as we can make it so, the accurate thing. We put Florida back in the undecided category, now made it white, colored it white, if you will, and along with Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes and Oregon with 7, Florida is now in the category we simply don't know who has won this race. Bush had a reasonably large lead. Boy, that's sort of a misstatement in a way, but at one point he had a large enough lead to make our computer folks and others, it isn't just reading the computer printouts, make telephone calls around Florida, talk to the old-time professionals down there. The consensus was Bush has it won. But as the actual votes in and counted, reduced Bush's lead down, at one point down to about 269. By our count now, less than 2,000. Questions begin arising. So we have pulled Florida back to the undecided category. And by most reasonable analysis, this probably is not going to be decided until daylight dawns, maybe not even then. It may not go on for days, but now we're working on the possibility that it could go on for days. If Anthony Mason is still with us and hasn't nodded off, Anthony, the stock market will be opening tomorrow, and if we don't have a decision in the presidential race, have you talked to anybody who's got any ideas how that's going to go?
Well, Dan, talked about earlier, the market's been looking at a while, and some of this gets factored in. I mean, that's what the market does. It looks ahead. We're still here, by the way. How can you leave? I said that before, but this is absolutely breathtaking. I don't think, you know, if the country's kind of hanging in the balance here, that's going to make the market a little nervous.
Hate to interrupt you, Anthony. We're going to go to Bill Daley in Nashville, speaking for the Gore campaign.
Let me say, I've been in politics a very long time, but I don't think there's ever been a night like this one. Just an hour or so ago, the TV networks called this race for Governor Bush. It now appears that their call was premature. Let me be very clear about this. According to the information supplied by the Secretary of State of Florida, with 99.9% of the vote counted, there is a margin of only about 1,200 votes out of millions cast, with over 5,000 votes left to be counted. This is a very significant, for most important reason, and that is, for under Florida state law, this triggers an automatic recount, and as everyone knows in America, this race has come down to the state of Florida. Without being certain of the results in Florida, we simply cannot be certain of the results of this national election. Let me add that Vice President Gore and Senator Lieberman are fully prepared to concede and to support Governor Bush if and when he is officially elected president. But this race is simply too close to call. And until the recount is concluded and the results in Florida become official, our campaign continues.
Live from Nashville, Bill Daley says it. Not over.
Yes. So let me
Calling for a recount in Florida.
So let me thank
may be mandated by Florida law.
Let me thank all of you on behalf of Vice President Al Gore and Senator Joe Lieberman for waiting out here so late tonight, and we hope to have you back very soon. Thank you very much. Good night.
Bill Daley, the head of the Gore campaign, coming out and explaining what has happened. Now, folks, in Florida, Bush currently leads by 1/30th of 1%. The automatic recount margin in Florida is 1/2 of 1%. Under Florida law, if the margin is 1/2 of 1% or lower, by law, it's our understanding they have to have a recount. And right now, Bush leads by 1/30th of 1%. That's the reason you've had this unprecedented situation. Gore calls Bush, says congratulations. Then Gore calls Bush back and says, I'm withdrawing that. Gore doesn't make a concession statement, and on we go. This isn't going to be settled for a long, long while. Gloria Borgia.
Dan, I think there were some top advisors in the Gore campaign, clearly including Bill Daley, who believed that Gore was too quick to make his concession speech. And when the margins continued to be reduced and reduced and reduced, I believe that they finally talked him out of it and had him call Bush back and take it back. And I think right now, everything is in flux over there. They're behind closed doors having meetings. They did this statement very quickly. Clearly, we don't know how long this process is going to take. It's unprecedented, obviously, but there are clearly top advisors to Gore who said, you moved too quickly on this concession. We got to take it back.
We're going to John Roberts before doing so. It's Bob Schieffer's line, but it's true. When it comes to network calls on Florida, it's now a 2 out of 3 calls race. The network's first call, Florida for Gore. Then they called it for Bush. Now the third call, I guess it'll be 2 out of 3. I hope it doesn't go to 3 out of 5. But who knows the way this thing's been going. John Roberts in Nashville. John?
Well, Dan, certainly this won't be the first recount in the history of elections, and even if it were to be overturned, it wouldn't be the first election to be overturned on a recount. But when you get numbers as large as they are in Florida, some 6 million votes, and it's separated by, as you said, 1/30th of 1%, it really is extraordinary. Bill Daley got up there and he said tonight that Vice President Gore and his running mate Joe Lieberman are fully prepared to concede to the Texas governor and support him if and when this election becomes official. No way to know at this point how long it's going to take for that recount and how long it will take for this election to be official. But Florida's Attorney General Bob Butterworth, who's in charge of such things, has said they will institute this recount within the 1/2 of 1%. And I would imagine that as soon as they have the votes tallied up, we're going to hear. But could that be a couple of hours? Will that be a couple of days? Because don't forget, they have to wait for those mail-in ballots that are coming in from overseas.
Well, also, John Roberts, let me correct something because I believe it needs correcting.
Good night, everyone.
That Bill Daley was speaking of, by the way, you just heard the announcement there in Nashville. They tell the crowd, the Gore people tell the crowd, good night, everybody. We'll see you in the morning. That means that the Gore people are, Vice President Gore isn't about to concede before, I guess they mean the daylight hours, since it's already morning and has been for some time. But this could be important, folks. Bill Daley, who heads the Gore campaign, said they're not conceding because he said there are 5,000 uncounted votes still out in Florida. Now, we at CBS believe there are about 55,000 votes as yet uncounted in Florida, including absentee ballots. Going to mark for you again, the Bush people believe that they do quite well with the absentee ballots. But let me restate that so there can be no misunderstanding. Daley apparently misspoke himself when he said there are 5,000 uncounted votes in Florida. We at CBS believe, we've double-checked, now we're going to triple and quadruple check, but we believe there are about 55,000 as yet uncounted votes in Florida, including absentee ballots. So this is the reason that Gore has withdrawn his concession by telephone to Texas Governor Bush. There have been 2 telephone calls, Gore to Bush, that we know of. The first one, based on network projections and calls, Bush did what he thought was a gentlemanly thing, called Governor Gore did what he thought was a gentlemanly thing, called Bush and said, in effect, congratulations, I concede. Then he got in his vehicle, went down, intended to make an announcement to the crowd. Somebody got a hold of him at that point and said, you know, Governor, this thing in Florida is getting down so close, you ought to hold off on that concession speech, which Gore did. There was some speculation maybe he's just waiting for a teleprompter. It turned out maybe he's waiting for a teleprompter, but he was also waiting for additional word from Florida. As the Bush lead narrowed down rather dramatically, and at last count, now according to Daley, it was about 1,200, a lead for Bush in Florida. Daley and others got Vice President Gore to call back Governor Bush to say, under the circumstances, I'm going to withdraw that call to you before. Now, Bill Whitaker reported to us from Austin that there was some almost disbelief in the Bush camp that Gore would do that. However, under the circumstances, perhaps it's understandable because, according to our best calculations in Florida, Bush currently leads, and important to note, Bush still leads in Florida by 1/30 of 1%. There will be a recount in Florida. We're going to Bill Whitaker in Austin.
Dan, this campaign is reeling from what's going on this evening. They have just announced that the campaign chairman, Don Evans, will come out to address the crowd, but they've had a number of reactions to all of this. When Bill Daley came out and made his address, their first reaction was total shock. They said they didn't know what to do. They have a bunch of people out here. The crowd has been getting smaller, but people are still waiting for Bush to come out and give his speech, and now they are drifting away, and the campaign is in disarray. They don't exactly know what they're going to do next. As I said, the chairman is going to come out at some time and at some point and address this crowd, but right now this campaign is just completely baffled about what to do. Dan?
Well, Bill Whitaker, you can tell him we welcome him to the club because, frankly, we don't know whether to wind a watch or bark at the moon. We just don't know what to do here under these circumstances. Ed Bradley, you had something you wanted to contribute.
I think, you know, just trying to look at it logically, this is what has to be done. They say they've counted 99.9% of the votes. The polls closed at 7 o'clock. That was 9 hours ago. If it took them 9 hours to get to this point, and they have to go back and recount all of those votes, how many hours is it going to take? Because you have people in the precinct who count their votes, turn them into the Secretary of State, and then they go home. So that precinct is closed. They've got to get people, if they've gone home, back out of bed or wherever they've gone, back there to go through the process of recounting those votes in all of those precincts around Florida all over again. And as I said, it took them 9 hours to get to this point. They're going to have to do it all over again.
Now, the electoral vote, right you are, Ed Bradley, the electoral vote is breathtakingly close. Having pulled Florida back for the second time tonight, once having in the Gore column pull it back, now once having the Bush column pull it back, the electoral vote count stands 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush. Florida's the whole game, 25 electoral votes there. However it goes, that's the way it gets decided. Take a look at the overall national popular vote. Close, close, close. 48% to 48%. 46,731,058 votes for Bush.
About 18,000 votes difference.
46,713,047 votes for Gore. What about 18,000 vote difference?
It's about 18,000 votes out of 100 million votes.
This is the national tabulated vote with a lot of California votes yet to be counted. Folks, I think we can say with some definition now that you aren't going to know who the next president of the United States is until fairly deep into this morning, say 8, 9, or 10 o'clock Eastern time. That would be the very earliest. And no one should be surprised if when we come on the CBS Evening News tomorrow night, there still is not a final decision in this situation. Not predicting it will take that long, but under the circumstances, and at last look, 1/30 of 1% was Bush's margin in Florida, and Florida's the whole game. Bob Sheeper?
Dan, I don't think we're going to know by tomorrow morning because remember in Florida, before they start the recount, they've got to finish the count. And that would include counting the absentee ballots that are there. This may take days to get this done. It may take days.
Well, on that very point, Byron Pitts, who's been wearing out shoe leather and working the phones for us down in Florida, is on the phone now from Florida with some information about how this recount deal will work. Byron?
Well, Dan, I just got off the phone with Christy Bronson. She's a lawyer with the Florida Division of Elections. She says, according to everyone in the office she's spoken to up in Tallahassee, no one can recall this ever happening in the state of Florida. What happens now, and basically they're going on the fly now, and sort of inventing things as they go. What will happen now, a group called the Elections Canvassing Commission will meet at some point in the next 24 hours, and they'll decide when and how this recount will occur. That commission is made up of the Secretary of State, who's a Democrat, the Director of the Division of Elections, no one's sure of his party affiliation, and the Governor of Florida, Jeb Bush, Governor George Bush's brother. They will decide when and how this recount will occur. According to Ms. Bronson, the lawyer for the Division of Elections, she says that basically what will happen is, in theory, they could decide tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock or this morning at 9 o'clock that we'll have a recount. She thinks it would take at least 12 hours to recount the votes. Therefore, it looks like we may not know until as early as, or as late as 9 o'clock Wednesday night who won this thing.
Byron Pitts in Florida. Byron, stay on the phone there. Questions abound in this whole thing. But to put everybody in and give some perspective, 270 electoral votes needed to win. At this juncture, we think Al Gore is assured of having 249 and that George Bush is assured of having 246. Everything gets down to Florida. Everybody thought Florida finally was going to go to Bush, but as the vote narrowed down, Bush still has a lead. At last report, it was about 1,200, which is 1/30th of 1% in a state where 6 million votes were counted. And so a recount is being contemplated. Now, the national vote, the national overall popular vote, this is the Florida vote, but the national overall popular vote, there's only about an 18,000 vote difference overall nationally, and a lot of votes still to be counted in California. This is the way it looks nationally. Now, Byron Pitts, on the phone, having talked to some responsible officials in Florida, says this is the deal. 9 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow morning, they're going to decide whether there is to be a recount. If things don't change dramatically, one understanding is that there's an automatic recount of any margin 1/2 of 1% or below, and we're talking about 1/30th of 1% for Bush at this point. So if they decide at 9 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow morning, that would be approximately 5 hours from now, to have a recount, Byron says the recount could take up to 12 hours, and under that, we wouldn't know until about 9 o'clock tomorrow night who's going to be the President of the United States. Byron, do you have anything else that sheds any light on this whatsoever?
Well, Dan, about that whole issue about the military votes overseas, the last time this came up in 1996, they say about 2,000 votes came in from overseas. That's residents as well as military overseas, came in about 10 days after the election. So that complicates the situation even more.
Indeed it does, but that was in 1998 where they had a close Senate vote. You say about 2,000 votes came in from overseas, and it might be days, and that does complicate the situation further. Well, Byron, get off the hook, get back to work, good job, and ring us when you have news. In fact, the way things are going, even ring us back if you don't have news, just to tell us you don't have any.
All right.
48% to 48%. 18,000 votes approximately. Check me at my arithmetic here, Bob. Having gone to TCU, we count on you for arithmetic. About 18,000 vote difference nationally in the popular vote. And a lot of votes have yet to be counted in California. California's 54 electoral votes, we believe, are solidly in the Gore category, but a lot of votes in California have not been counted. This raises the possibility that Gore could win the national popular vote, get more actual votes than Bush, and still lose the electoral vote if Bush clings in Florida, slim as it is at the moment, and carries Florida. Exclamation point. The possibilities abound as regards you, but it does now look for all the world like there's going to be a recount in Florida, at least in some precincts. It might take all day and into the night tomorrow night to finish that recount. The following things have happened in fairly quick order here. We've had sort of a waterfall, a cascade of events and announcements. Bill Daley, running the Gore campaign, comes out and announces to the crowd, in effect, yes, we called Governor Bush and we congratulated him, but then things began narrowing down in Florida. Some discrepancies, quote unquote, were reported. A lot of votes are still out. So we called Governor Bush back, Vice President Gore did, and said, I'm withdrawing my congratulations. In effect, I hope you'll understand, because this thing has gotten real close. Bill Whitaker reports that the Bush campaign, already in the process of celebrating, was stunned by that. And Whitaker reported that the campaign, and this is completely understandable, went into a period of confusion. Now, a steady and old political hand like Karl Rove isn't going to be confused for long. Among other things, he will probably get Governor Bush's younger brother, Jeb, the governor of Florida, back on an airplane, speeding back to Florida to kind of take charge, if he can, of this recount situation. And then we had Daley walk out and say, and announce to the crowd, look, under the circumstances, we feel we have to ask for a recount in Florida, and besides, Daley suggested that Florida law may demand a recount, so that's where we are at the moment. Bob?
Dan, just to add to the ironies of this evening, it was 40 years ago, in one of the closest elections ever, that Bill Daley's father, the mayor of Chicago, Mayor Daley, played a crucial role in how Illinois went. Remember, that was an election that was decided by several thousand votes.
Well, and Richard Nixon, who was the vice president trying to move to the presidency, had a lot of people recommending to him ask for a recount. After taking a look at the figures, it wasn't nearly as close as this was in the key state, if you will, in the decisive state. That's my recollection. But Richard Nixon said, no, I'm not going to ask for a recount. And he tentatively gave a concession speech, and at about 3 a.m. in the morning was my recollection. And then in the morning at about 9 a.m. Eastern time, he gave his official congratulatory telephone call to John F. Kennedy. That was 1968, and the way this night has gone, 1960. That was 1960, beg your pardon. Humphrey versus Nixon in 68, another close election, but not nearly as close as this one. But that was 1960, and the way this night has gone, it may as well be the Napoleonic campaigns or something that happened back in the Vikings' time. It seems so far away. This campaign and election has provided full employment for TV pundits, for what I'm not quite sure. Ed Bradley, deep into punditocracy, on this Florida situation, we've said about everything that can be said, except this. One wants to keep focus that George Bush still leads in Florida. No matter how thin the margin is, he still leads in Florida. And if at the end, recounts notwithstanding, he leads, he wins. On the other hand, if it goes the other way, and if it's true, as we believe, that perhaps as many as 55,000 votes remain uncounted in Florida, including absentee ballots, if it turns out it goes the other way for Gore and he wins Florida, then he will be the next president of the United States.
So having said all of that, it could go either way, is what you say.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But if you have to be Bush, I guess you feel you're in a better position. I recall, and you're talking about the 1960 election, that Jack Kennedy went to bed not really knowing for certain that he had been elected president of the United States, and his daughter jumped on the bed in the morning and was told to call him Mr. President. And that's how he learned that that was the first person to call him Mr. President.
His daughter Caroline, who lives here in New York and is the only surviving member of the nuclear John F. Kennedy family. It's true that there's not much left to say, except that this is a stunning and historical situation we have here tonight. By any reasonable and objective analysis, we are not going to know before about 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time earliest, and maybe as late as 9 o'clock tomorrow night. That would be 9 o'clock on Wednesday night, New York time, before who the next president is going to be. But we've said things early in the evening and this morning that we believe to be true. So who is to say that this can't suddenly turn around and take some dramatic turn? But it's hard, Leslie Stahl, to figure out anything at the moment that would prevent a recount from happening.
Recount is absolutely assured. But you talk about ironies. The candidate, the Republican candidate's brother, is the governor of the state where this is happening. He will have a say. He's on this committee that's going to decide about the recount, which I think is inevitable anyway. But how ironic is that? I'm sitting here thinking of all the conspiracy theorists out there, the people who get on the internet. Can you just imagine what they're going to be saying first about the media, what they're going to be saying about the Bush brothers? This is really going to cause a lot of turmoil. And I think that the networks are going to be hit over the head tomorrow morning.
Well,
in
and
the
Canada,
newspapers.
we deserve it to no small degree.
I think you're right.
I'm always reminded of those West Texas saloons where they had a sign that says, "Please don't shoot the piano player. He's doing the best he can." And this has been pretty much the case here tonight with this election. We do the best we can on these calls, but we have to stand up and take responsibility and be accountable. Don Evans, Bush campaign chairman, addressing the crowd in Austin. Let's pick him up, hear what he has to say.
Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney asked me to thank you for all your terrific support and hard work. We hope and believe we have elected the next President of the United States. The latest vote count in the state of Florida shows Governor Bush winning that state by more than 1,200 votes. They're still counting, and I'm confident when it's all said and done, we will prevail. Thank you again for all your hard work and all of your efforts, and we look forward to a great celebration. God bless.
Hello, Bush's campaign manager says he thinks they may win Florida by 1,200 votes, and that would be in the order of 1/30th of 1% out of 6 million votes counted. Now, when the late Lyndon Johnson won his Senate seat in Texas by an impressively small margin, they called him Landslide Lyndon.
87.
He won by 87 votes in Texas, a Senate seat, and they called him Landslide Lyndon. I'm not suggesting that anybody's going to call him Blowout Bush if he winds up winning this election, but, you know, you can only joke up to a certain point. It's the future of the country. It's the next 4 years, President of the United States and leader of the free world. It hangs in the balance. Couldn't be any closer. But now the important thing that's happened here in the last minute or so is that Bush's campaign managers come out, and you heard him say very calmly and directly, we believe that we've elected the next President of the United States. Then he went on to say that by their estimate, Bush leads by 1,200 votes in Florida. There's some doubt about how many votes remain to be counted in Florida. Bill Daley, the Gore campaign manager, said he thought there were as many as 5,000 votes to be counted. About an hour ago, our CBS News information was there might be as many as 55,000 votes, including absentee votes in Florida, yet to be counted. On a lot of this, nobody knows, or if anybody knows, nobody in authority is saying. But a recount seems very likely, highly probable now. There's a belief that under Florida law, anything less than 1/2 of 1% in an election, it's a mandatory recount. We're not absolutely sure of that law, but with 1/30th of 1%, the margin of victory in Florida, and therefore the margin of victory in the whole presidential race, it's very likely going to be a recount. Now, the Secretary of State, keep in mind, I believe the Secretary of State is a Democrat. The governor, Jeb Bush, is a Republican. But the Secretary of State's website now says that there are 1,210 votes that separate Bush and Gore in Florida. This is the figure that Don Evans, the head of the Bush campaign, apparently referring to when he said, well, we have about a 1,200 vote lead in Florida. Now, according to the Secretary of State, if you want to jot this down, up on his website is Bush 2,904,198, Gore 2,902,988. And this is the man who wins Florida wins the presidency. At CBS News, we pulled it back once again to the undecided category. Let's review the numbers for you. Takes 270 electoral votes to win. Bush, by our count, now has 246. That's having taken Florida back in an undecided category. Gore has 249. All the states in red, Bush is carried. Yes, he's carried many more states than Gore has, but all the states in blue have been carried by Gore. And because they're in the most heavily populated states, including New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and California, that it's virtually dead even. Two states, Wisconsin and Oregon, are still out there. Wisconsin with 11 electoral votes and Oregon with 7. But it doesn't matter because whoever wins Florida finally gets those 25 electoral votes there, wins the whole thing. Now, in terms of the popular vote, this is how close it is at the moment. 48% to 48%. Bush, 46,858,929. Gore, 46,828,711. About a 30,000 vote difference nationally, with a lot of votes still to be counted in California. Gloria, you had some information about the national vote count.
Well, Dan, here's another possible twist in all this to make a confusing night even more confusing. There are some people in the Gore campaign, and our numbers also show that it could possibly happen that because of the large margin in California, 54-42 for Gore, that when that's all tallied up, Gore might actually now prevail in the popular vote.
We mentioned that earlier as a possibility,
That's
but you're
right.
now hearing it from the Bush camp that they think that however he comes out in the Electoral College vote, that Gore could wind up with the most votes nationally, given there's so many votes yet to be counted in California.
That's right. And they're thinking, in fact, the Gore people at least are thinking now that that's a likelihood.
A likelihood that Gore will win the national overall vote. We know not how the Electoral College vote is likely to turn out because a recount is being called for in Florida and very likely going to happen. For whatever it may be worth, to give you a sense of how close it has been with the whole vote, let me take you up to Wisconsin. Yes, the whole game now revolves around Florida, but in the presidential race in Wisconsin, if we can get the numbers up, I believe there's about an 800 vote difference between these two at this point in Wisconsin. It may not matter in the final going, but it gives you an idea. It's not just close, breathtakingly, just take your breath away close in Florida. It's been close in a lot of places tonight, Wisconsin being one of them. And the Nader vote, running 4%, is the difference. Nader has 90,000 votes. If Gore got 60% of those votes, he would be carrying Wisconsin, and at the moment it's almost dead even.
It's a mandate you'll measure in precincts. I mean, when you come right down to it.
Well, that's a good point. When you talk about mandate, whomever wins this, Gore or Bush, you might be talking about a, what, a 0.05% mandate?
Exactly.
If that
4 or 5 precincts.
If that much.
If that much.
It may get down to 4 or 5 precincts.
Particularly if Gore wins the popular vote and Bush wins the electoral vote, what then is the mandate? That is really confusing.
Well, there was a lot of talk in the Bush camp before this, and frankly some grumbling, saying, well, we think our man, Bush, is certainly going to prevail in the national overall vote count, and we're a little bit concerned about what some of them would call this, quote, cockamamie, unquote, electoral college business, because our man Bush could win the whole popular vote and Gore would win the electoral college vote, and that wouldn't be fair. Now, the way things are going, it could very well turn out, nobody's predicting this would happen. Listen, we've lived by the crystal ball and learned to eat so much broken glass tonight that we're in critical condition, but it could very well turn out to be that Gore wins the overall national vote, the straight up and down vote, and that Bush is the one who will win the electoral college vote. The possibilities are all out there. To repeat for emphasis, the Secretary of State of Florida's website says is about 1,200 votes, 1,210 votes different. Bush leads Gore in Florida. We're not certain how many votes remain to be counted. Ed?
We should point out that there's been some discrepancy on this, but the Secretary of State, Catherine Harris, is a Republican, not a Democrat.
There has been some...
Right. She is a Republican.
She is a Republican.
Right.
All right. Byron Pitts, I think, mentioned that she was Democrat, but let me take the responsibility for that. Let's get the record straight. The Secretary of State's a Republican. The governor is not only a Republican, he's the brother of the guy who's hanging on by his fingernails at the moment. But I want to keep coming back to this. You can keep saying, whoo, it's awful close in Florida, but Bush, as of this moment, continues to lead in Florida. His lead about 1/30th of 1% out of some 6 million votes cast, but a lead is a lead is a lead, and as of this moment, Bush leads it. That's the reason that his campaign chairman, Mr. Evans, the man in the well-cut suit and the nice tie who came out there a short while ago, said, we believe, we the Bush campaign, believe we have elected the next president of the United States. But even he said that the Bush lead was down to about 1,200 votes in Florida, and with 270 needed to win, the electoral vote count at the moment, insofar as we can confirm it, is Gore 249 and Bush 246. I'm going to put up the national vote totals again for you because, you know, I wouldn't say wake up the children, but when they wake up in the morning, be sure to show them this. because they're not likely to see it again in their lifetime. Who can say, but highly unlikely. And, you know, look how close this is. Need I say any more, except there are a lot of votes in California yet to be counted, and it's entirely possible that Al Gore now is going to win the national overall popularity contest, popular vote. How the Electoral College goes, we don't know, but we have to face the possibility, underscore the word, that it could be now Gore wins the national overall vote and Bush wins the Electoral College vote. Exclamation point, pause, just in case you want to think about it. Now, I hope Anthony Mason is still off in whatever enclosed room here on the west side of Manhattan where he's been hanging out. As this thing has developed, Anthony, and you keep up with business in Wall Street, the markets are going to open tomorrow morning, whether they have a recount, whether we have a newly elected president or not. Have you been talking to anybody about what we could expect?
Well, Dan, first of all, I think that Wall Street is going to be as stunned as the rest of us. I mean, we're going to be hanging here, as Bob Schieffer and everybody else has said, for a couple of days or so. I don't think stock markets like uncertainty very much. In fact, I know they don't. I mean, the one encouraging thing here is we're watching a remarkable democratic process at work, and we're going to see an incredible result. But, you know, I said to you early in the evening, I think Wall Street wants George Bush to win. If he doesn't, they're going to be disappointed. But, you know, I think they're going to just have to wait and see like the rest of us.
Well, and one says this gently, Wall Street doesn't run the country. The voters run the country. Bill Whitaker's in Austin with some new information. Bill?
Well, Dan, it wasn't supposed to be like this. This place was set up for a big party tonight. They have big stands here for the media, concession stands with food and drink for the party goers. But as you saw just a short while ago, Don Evans came out and basically told everyone, the party's over, go home. And in fact, that's what's going on right now. The people are starting to go home. They're starting to tear all of this down. The press conference that Governor Bush was planning for tomorrow has been postponed. It's the party is over because right now there's no victory to celebrate. Dan?
Well, Bill Whitaker has no pride in saying so. I've been to a few parties like that in my life, which is to say the party suddenly gets started and seems to be going well, and then something happens and people begin to drift away, and the next thing you know, there's nobody there. This situation, unprecedented in our nation's history in many of its details, George Bush clinging to a lead at most of just over 1,200 votes in Florida, with many votes, how many we don't know, reported still uncounted. Bill Daley, who runs things for Gore, said he thought it were at least 5,000 votes uncounted. At one point about an hour ago, we thought there might be as many as 55,000 votes, including some absentee, uncounted. Here's the way it stands at this hour, as best we can make it out. With the 270 needed to win, Gore has 249, Bush has 246. The national vote is almost dead even, with a lot of votes still to be counted in California. Dan Rather at CBS News, Election Central in New York. We're going to be right back. Don't go away. If you stuck with us this long, hang in there. Who knows what will happen next? Back at CBS News Election Central in New York. Some people may just be now getting up. Others may just be now coming in. We'll bring you up to date as best we can. An unusual and unprecedented situation in American history. With 270 Electoral College votes needed to win, our CBS News count is now Al Gore 249, Bush 246. Nader gets no Electoral College votes, but he has been a factor in states like Oregon, Wisconsin, and Iowa. The national vote total is virtually dead even between Gore and Bush. Bush has a slight lead at the moment. However, there are a lot of votes still to be counted in California and in some other states, and there is a working possibility that Gore could wind up winning the national popular vote. We're not saying he's going to, but it's certainly within his reach, given that there are a lot of votes in California yet to be counted. Now, Florida is where the whole situation is at the moment. We'll go to the Electoral College map to explain that to you. It takes 270 to win. Gore, we think, has 249 firm. That includes carrying California. Bush has 246 firm. At one point during the early morning hours, Florida was colored red, meaning that Bush had probably carried it. earlier in the night had been colored blue in the belief that Gore had carried it. So as we said somewhat earlier, it's now, as far as the network calls are concerned, it's 2 out of 3 in Florida. It was called once for Gore, pulled back, once for Bush, pulled back. Now we're waiting for the third time, and I can't give you anything but a Oklahoma guarantee that the third one wouldn't be right, but recount situation being what it is, we probably aren't going to call it now until somebody officially, finally, and formally says it's been carried. But the whole thing boils down to Florida. The man who carries Florida will be the next president of the United States, no matter what happens in Wisconsin and Oregon. Now, a recount is being called for in Florida because about 1/30th of 1% is Bush's margin. Bush still leads in Florida, but it's down to, at last count, something like 1,200 votes, with at least several thousand votes still to be counted. We say there are 100 precincts reporting. That doesn't mean that all the votes, including all the absentee ballots, have been counted in there. John Roberts is in Nashville, has some new information. John.
Well, Dan, the Gore campaign has retired to its hotel to figure out what it's going to do for its next move. They're huddling in a strategy session. Safe to say the next that we will hear from the Gore campaign will be on the morning shows in about 2 hours and 15 minutes as they put out a couple of people to talk about this entire situation. We're told that the vice president himself probably won't before at least 9 o'clock in the morning. And Dan, since we're in the interest of accuracy here, I should say that when we were expecting the vice president to come up, I misspoke myself when I said that he'd been a writer in Vietnam for 2 years. He'd actually only been in Vietnam for about 5 months. He'd signed up for a 2-year tour of duty, and likes to say that he'd been a writer for 2 years with the Army and then a writer for 5 years with the Tennessean. So in the interest of accuracy, clearing things up.
John, let me set your mind at ease because you've been out working so hard. Just after that, we cleared that right up. While saying that Vice President Gore gets full marks for going to Vietnam. He was in a combat zone. He wasn't there for 2 years. He was there for 5 months, and he gets credit for that, as does Governor Bush for his National Guard service. While he served in Texas and Alabama during the Vietnam War, he was a flyer with the National Guard at least for a while. But all that's far behind us now. What we're dealing with now is this unprecedented situation. It boils down to Florida. Whoever gets the 25 electoral votes there gets the whole thing and will be the next president of the United States. But it having widened a lead for Gore early on, nearly everybody believing, okay, the state's going for Gore. Then Bush got a lead, widened the lead. Everybody thought it was going to wind up to be Bush. Now it's in the we don't know category. That's the reason on our map here that Florida is back in white. Florida, Wisconsin, and Oregon are states where the polls have been closed for a very long time, but we can't say we know how it's going to turn out. The Gore people say that they expect a recount in Florida. There's a belief that under Florida law, anything less than 1/2 of 1% has to be recounted. We're not absolutely positively sure about that. With Bush's lead about 1/30th of 1% out of 6 million votes cast in Florida, it looks like we're going to recount city. Byron Pitts, our CBS News correspondent, reports that a decision on whether what we will call a full recount will be made. That decision is expected to be made in Florida 9 a.m. this morning, Florida time. If, as expected, a recount is called for, that could take a number of hours. It might, Byron Pitts reports, take as many as 12 hours, which, if you put that together, means we may not know, there's no certainty about this, we may not know who the next president of the United States is going to be until along about 9 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow night. Now, for those of you who just joined us, perhaps those of you who are just getting up, some extraordinary things have been happening, including Vice President Gore calling Governor Bush and offering apparently his congratulations, then being told that the situation in Florida had wobbled into Weirdsville, called back and said, well, unfortunately, Governor, I'm going to have to withdraw that congratulations and see what happens in Florida. Gore was all primed to come out and make a concession speech publicly and to his troops there in Nashville, decided against that. Then he sent out his manager, Bill Daley, who said, look, members of the crowd, go home. We're going to ask for a recount in Florida, and we're pretty sure of getting one.
I was just thinking, Dan, I mean, what a shock this must be to people all up and down the East Coast, especially folks about my age who normally get up about this time of the morning just to see if it's still dark and maybe we go back to bed. But and they would just flip on the television set. They probably went to bed thinking that Bush had won this thing, and here it is. I mean, it's just stunning. It's just stunning, and it's going to be that way all across the country as we go through the time zones.
Well, indeed it will be. The national public overall vote is just about dead even. Bush clings to a small lead, but a lot of votes in California yet to be counted. Gore may yet win the popular vote. The Electoral College vote stands at the moment with a shaky, very shaky Gore lead, 249 to 246. Everything depends on Florida's 25 electoral votes. Recount being talked about down in Florida. Maybe a long time before we know who's going to be the next president. Bill Whitaker's in Austin, Texas. Bill.
Dan, the campaign says they're going to close down operations here for the night, but they're going to get together tomorrow at 8 o'clock to reassess the situation. They're going to wait for the recount, but right now they say they are confident they are going to win. Now, I need to correct something here. They are going to keep all this structure here, keep this party area set up because they think they're going to be partying again tomorrow. Dan?
So, Bill Whitaker, we can say, as we said once before in Tony Kornheiser's phrase, the Bush bandwagon is resting. They hope to get it rolling again tomorrow morning. Well, among other things, in this unprecedented evening, a dead man was elected to the Senate in Missouri. More about that when we come back, right after these messages. Dan Rather back at CBS News Election Headquarters. Grab a handhold, folks. In the national vote, Gore now leads. Here's the way it shapes up in the overall popular vote. As we suggested, it was a possibility a while back. Gloria Borgia raised it. Some others raised it. Right now, this is not final. 48% to 48%. Gore has edged into the lead with 47,170,559 votes. Bush now trails in the national popular vote. 47,101,836 votes. I'm trying to do my arithmetic here. Give me help, give me cover. About 70,000 votes. Gore is now up in the national popular vote, and that's still, we believe, with some votes to be counted in California, and the Gore people might think they'd widen out. So, at this hour, here's the situation. We're facing a possibility that Gore could win the national vote total, get more votes than anybody else, at the same time lose in the Electoral College, and here's why. Right now, we believe that Gore has a confirmed 249 electoral votes, the decisive ones, and that Bush has 246. That's because Florida has gone into the undecided category with 25 electoral votes, and that's going to decide it. Who wins Florida gets the presidency. Gore now leads in the national vote total. Gore now leads in the confirmed as far as we can make it, Electoral College vote, but Bush leads in Florida by about 1/30 of 1% out of 6 million votes cast, and that's with 100% of the precincts reported, but we believe not all of the votes counted. Now, only 3 times in the nation's history has the person who gets the most votes not won the Electoral College. Samuel Tilden versus Rutherford B. Hayes in 1876, Grover Cleveland versus Benjamin Harrison in 1888, and Andrew Jackson versus John Quincy Adams in 1824. So you're looking at the possibility for only the 4th time in our history that someone can win the national vote, Gore now leads in the national vote, and lose the Electoral College vote, which is the decisive one. That's because Bush still has a very, very thin, just a breath of a lead in Florida, but Bush still leads, and there's talk of a recount. The probability now runs strong that there's going to be a recount. Note, please, that since it now seems probable that there'll be a recount in Florida, there are possibilities of recounts in other places. For example, in Wisconsin, which has not yet been called, 1,500 votes separate the two candidates, out of 2.5 million votes cast. Gore has a slight lead in Wisconsin. Now, if Gore hangs on to that razor-thin lead in Wisconsin, who is to say the Bush people will not ask for a recount? Hold on. I don't believe it.
I want
This is a
everyone
fake.
to see this. This is not a fake.
New York Post election extra
Look
this
at that.
day. Bush
This is-
wins, exclamation point.
This is Dewey and Truman. Of course, 1948, 52 years ago.
Well, not yet.
Not yet, because we don't know. This could still be true.
And
But look at that. This is what, as you pointed out, people went to sleep in this country thinking this was true. And now here we are, so many hours later, and we don't know.
Well,
Isn't that
the
stunning?
New York Post, let us say, is owned by Rupert Murdoch, and Murdoch is, and he's out front about it, a strong Republican,
Well,
doing everything, hoping Bush wins.
be
But I'm
fair.
not suggesting that Mr. Murdoch ordered that paper put out. If Bush wins, the New York Post will have the last laugh. But the New York Post probably already knows that, but in case they don't, from our friends over at the Post, and we have a lot of them, now in Florida, Bush leads by 224 votes. Out of 6 million cast. Here's the picture, folks. Al Gore leads in the national overall counted vote.
Oh, wow.
Now in Florida, where this is the national counted vote, and you've got Al Gore leading by what, about 70,000 votes? And in Florida, Bush still leads in the fight for the 25 electoral votes there, but the Bush lead is down to 224 votes. Stay tuned.
Whoa.
Just want to let that sink in. And Leslie, you might want to pull up that New York Post
But
again.
let's be fair, Dan. Everybody called this race. Everybody.
Oh, no. Listen, we had called it at
We
one
called
point.
it. All the networks called it.
You bet.
So there you go. There's
Well,
the
but
New York
for
Post.
somebody who doesn't have the sound up, hey, folks, turn up the sound.
Turn up your
Bush
sound.
has not, at least not yet, won. He's clinging to a 224-vote lead in Florida, which he absolutely must have to get the electoral votes. Whoever wins Florida wins the whole thing in the Electoral College. The national vote is now led by Gore. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. We're going to be right back, so stay here with us. A lot can happen. Not over. CBS News election headline of the hour. If you're just getting up, you couldn't have dreamed anything to equal what has actually happened. Bush was declared the winner in Florida and thus the winner of the presidency. Gore called him to concede. Fast forward a few minutes. Bush's Florida lead began to evaporate. So does Bush's victory in the Electoral College, the assurance of it. And so does Gore's concession. He calls the governor back, says, I'm pulling back my congratulatory call to you, and that's where we stand. That's why Bush is back below the 270 electoral votes needed to win at this hour. This is how the electoral vote stands right now. 249, we believe, confirmed for Gore. 246, that's without Florida, confirmed for Bush. Bush, at last look, had a lead of about 200 votes in Florida. The person who takes Florida, the man who takes Florida, gets it all. Now, in Florida, 6 million votes roughly cast. The Bush's lead down to about 200, just over 200. Now, in the popular vote, Gore now has a lead over Bush. You may recall that in the last days of the campaign, there were some Republicans publicly quoted as saying, listen, if Bush wins the national overall vote and doesn't win the Electoral College, we'll take it to the Supreme Court, which has a Republican majority, of course. Well, I don't know where they are now, but they might want to rethink it because the Gore people haven't said so, but they might very well say, well, we want to take it to the Supreme Court. Don't think they will. The Electoral College is going to decide. It doesn't get any stranger. Halloween has come a little late. What, well, Bob Schieffer says, oh, yes, it does.
Oh, yes, it does.
Something late coming in here?
Wait till you hear this. We are now pulling back the Senate race call in Michigan State. That was the one where Washington State, what did I say? Where we said that the woman, Maria Cantwell, had beaten the incumbent Republican senator out there, Slade Gordon. We're now saying that we don't know who won.
Well, let's get this straight. The Republicans were virtually assured of having control of the Senate because the best the Democrats could hope for with what they thought was this victory in Washington State now, we're not so sure of, would have been 50-50. Now, the incumbent Republican senator is not necessarily beaten in Washington. We're moving that to a we don't know call rather than a definitely the Democrat has won. Folks are saying, well, what about all this exit polling and the calls? Look, in the last 40 some odd years, I believe this is true, that CBS News has, through its election unit, has called many, many thousands of races. I can't remember the number, but at a minimum, we've called probably 8,000 or 9,000 races overall. Statistically, our average is, our batting average, our accuracy is the highest in the business by far. Statistically, very, very low. But here is an election night in which things have been so breathtakingly close that, yes, we have been, we've wobbled some in Florida. First called it for Gore, pulled it back. Then called it for Bush, had to pull it back. Embarrassing situation? You bet. But we're dealing as straight up with you as we know how. And in this Washington Senate race, we believed, as did almost everybody else, I think, I don't know anybody else hung out there with it, that there was enough evidence that the Democrats had unseated a Republican in Washington State, but turns out now the whole thing is narrowed down when you get the actual votes counted. So in the Washington Senate race, not in the presidential race, we believe Al Gore has taken Washington's 11 electoral votes. The state's open now in the presidential race. Let's get back to that. Florida, 25 electoral votes, undecided. Bush, at last look, had a lead of something just over 200 votes, about 1/30th of 1% lead for Bush in Florida. Wisconsin, 11 electoral votes. At last look, Gore led slightly in Wisconsin. In Oregon, with 7 electoral college votes, at last look, Bush led somewhat in Oregon, with Ralph Nader a factor in both of those states, as he was in Iowa. In disputed election between Hayes and Tilden in 1876, by the way, no winner was declared for 16 weeks. I'm not suggesting that will happen here, but it gives you some idea of how things went back in the 1800s. Electors in 3 states were in dispute, including Florida. That was back in 1876. Ed Bradley.
You know, these things can take a long time. We've been looking at all of the states to see what the history is when it comes to recounts. So far, we've found that in one state, Nevada, and I'm sure there are others out there, we just have to have some time to get to them. In Nevada, there have been 5 recounts in statewide races, none of which overturned the initial result. The last one was in a 1998 Senate race, and get a load of this, it took 5 weeks to resolve it. So I don't think that this may not be over by tomorrow, or later tonight.
The outlook on things are, this is where this stands on the recount situation in Florida. The Gore campaign has said, we think it's our responsibility to ask for a recount down there, and we're going to ask for one. There's some question about it, but there's a belief that under Florida law, that any race is decided by less than 1/2 of 1% has to have a recount, having said that Bush's lead is now about 1/30th of 1% out of 6 million votes cast. There's supposed to be a meeting at 9 o'clock, that'd be about 4 hours from now, Eastern time in Florida, in which the Secretary of State, the governor, and the officials there will decide whether to go through a so-called, quote, full recount. Doesn't necessarily mean every vote is going to be recounted, but in somewhat skeptical circumstances in your precinct, there'd be a recount. If they decide at that, what we believe will be 9 o'clock meeting Eastern time this morning, then a recount could certainly take as many as 12 hours. And under that scenario, we might not know until 9 o'clock tomorrow night who's going to be the next president. Ed Bradley.
But if the margin is then, as it is now, just a few hundred votes, you still have those overseas absentee ballots up to as many as 30,000 were requested that would have to be counted. And if the information we have is correct, that these ballots you have 10 days to get these ballots in. They just had to be postmarked yesterday. You could be counting these votes in Florida for the next 10 days.
Yes.
So that would mean we would not know who the president of the United States is for the next 10 days.
That's a possibility. Have to put that in the, yes, possibility category, not a probability, at least not yet. Bob Schieffer.
Oh, well, that's very much the situation out there in Washington State in this Senate race. They've now decided that it's going to depend on the absentee ballots, and they haven't gotten those counted. So that's why we don't know who won that Senate race. Just to recap on that Senate, Dan, while we're on that. Republicans have now captured 50 seats in the Senate. Democrats have captured 58. We still have 48. We still have 2 to be decided.
Leslie Stahl.
The country is split right down the middle. We're seeing it in this race in state after state. So many were razor thin, not like Florida, but so many were so close. This country is just divided. I saw it in the House races. It's just amazing. And I want to point one more thing out to you. You know, we'd shown you that the New York Post had gone with this sort of blaring headline that Bush had won. But
and they may yet be right.
They may be right. But the New York Times, the gray lady, was so cautious. And they say that Bush and Gore, an extremely tight race, close race, they got it right.
Well, they got it right for right now.
For right now.
Keep coming back to this fact, and this is important. Bush has had a lead in Florida, and while his lead is now down to just over 200 votes in Florida out of 6 million cast, he still has a lead. And if Bush wins Florida after all is said and done, recount, recertification, all of that, then Bush will be the next president of the United States. But right now, Bush trails in the overall national vote. It's 48% to 48%, but Gore leads by, last count, it was something along the order of 70,000 votes. Now it's down a little bit from that, but Gore has a clear lead in the national popular vote at this moment. This, for all anybody knows, could change once again. I want to put this in perspective because we're aware that a lot of people are just getting up or maybe came in and thought that Bush had won, or perhaps early in the evening some of them may have thought that Gore had won. The call was made on the basis of exit polling, the best available information, that George Bush would be the next president of the United States. They started a big party down in Austin. But then the Bush's, what seemed to be insurmountable lead, began to evaporate in Florida, got down so low that Gore withdrew his congratulatory message to Bush, decided to take it to the House, try to get a recount in Florida. That's where we stand at the moment. 249 for Gore, 246 with Bush. It all depends on how Florida goes. It almost certainly is going to take considerable more hours to know how Florida goes, and depending on the absentee ballots coming in from overseas, it could take days. No one is prepared to talk about weeks, which would be an outside possibility, but frankly doesn't look like a probability. Now, Bob Schieffer pointed out that in the state of Washington, a call's been pulled back on that Senate race, which we believed had gone to the Democrat. Again, that may not be decided until all the absentee ballots are counted. And while Washington State is not believed to have nearly as many overseas absentee ballots as Florida, because Florida has so many more military people who live in the state, there would be quite a few.
But listen to this. They count any ballot that is postmarked November 7th, so it may take a week or 10 days before they get the votes counted out there.
That's in the Senate race.
In the Senate
In the presidential race, we put Washington's 11 electoral votes in the Gore column. Our CBS News coverage will continue. Gore 249, Bush 246, 270 needed to win. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Unprecedented, history-making presidential race. It still hangs in the balance. We don't know who the next president's going to be. We believe that Al Gore has a firm 249 electoral votes, and that George Bush, without Florida now, who knows how Florida is going to go, has 246. It takes 270 to win. Florida has been moved for the second time tonight back into the we don't know category. Early it was called for Gore, pull back, then called for Bush, now pull back. Nobody knows how it's going to go. Recount highly probable. Now, for those of you who may have gone to bed and thought Florida had been called for Bush and therefore Bush had won the presidency, we want to bring you up to date. Gore called Bush, then he retracted his congratulatory telephone call, and then Bill Daley, who's chairman of the Gore campaign, came out to make this statement about an hour ago.
I have some news to share with all of you tonight. Let me say, I've been in politics a very long time, but I don't think there's ever been a night like this one. Just an hour or so ago, the TV networks called this race for Governor Bush. It now appears that their call was premature. Let me be very clear about this. according to the information supplied by the Secretary of State of Florida, with 99.9% of the vote counted, there is a margin of only about 1,200 votes out of millions cast, with over 5,000 votes left to be counted. This is a very significant, for most important reason, and that is, for under Florida state law, this triggers an automatic recount, and as everyone knows in America, this race has come down to the state of Florida. Without being certain of the results in Florida, we simply cannot be certain of the results of this national election. Let me add that Vice President Gore and Senator Lieberman are fully prepared to concede and to support Governor Bush if and when he is officially elected president. But this race is simply too close to call. And until the recount is concluded and the results in Florida become official, our campaign continues. So let me, yes, so let me thank all of you. Let me thank all of you on behalf of Vice President Al Gore and Senator Joe Lieberman for waiting out here so late tonight, and we hope to have you back very soon. Thank you very much. Good night.
Now, about an hour ago, that's what Gore's man Daley said. He mentioned that he thought the difference was Bush was leading by about 1,200 votes. The Bush lead at last report was down to just over 200 votes. Shortly after Bill Daley came out, down in Austin, Don Evans, the Bush campaign chairman, came out and made this statement.
Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney asked me to thank you for all your terrific support and hard work. We hope and believe we have elected the next President of the United States. The latest vote count in the state of Florida shows Governor Bush winning that state by more than 1,200 votes. They're still counting, and I'm confident when it's all said and done, we will prevail. Thank you again for all your hard work and all of your efforts, and we look forward to a great celebration. God bless.
Now, after he made that statement, Bush's lead in Florida dropped on down to just over 200 votes, with still some votes to be counted. How many, we don't know. As of now, Gore trails by about 900 votes in Florida. This is new information just in. Gore trails by about 900 votes in Florida. That still would be something on the order of 1/3 of 1% of the total vote of 6 million votes cast in Florida. Bush still leads in Florida, but it's close enough where there's very likely going to be a recount, and that will take hours, if not days, to finally get that squared away. Byron Pitts is on the phone about the Florida vote. Byron, what have you found out?
Well, Dan, two bits of new information. A short time ago, the Florida State Attorney General Bob Butterworth announced that there will be a recount in Florida later today. He said it was his hope that the election workers may be allowed to go home, get a few hours sleep. He said, quote, that no one here is quite sharp right now. They'll be allowed to go home and rest, and then they'll return, and the recount will begin. Secondly, we're hearing from the Gore campaign that they're getting complaints, they allege, from some of their supporters in places like Duval County in North Florida and Dade County in South Florida, that there were some discrepancies with the ballot, that many of their supporters say that when they went to vote, the way the ballot was configured, that they unintentionally voted for Pat Buchanan when they meant to vote for Al Gore. That's one of the issues that the Gore people are raising as to why there should be a recount. That there may be something wrong with the numbers in Duval County and Dade County. But again, Bob Butterworth, the Attorney General, said the recount will occur at some point later today in Florida once the workers get a few hours sleep. Dan?
Byron Pitts in Florida. That gives us a headline for this hour. Attorney General in Florida says there will be a recount, which means we won't know who the next president of the United States is going to be for quite a while yet. 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush, with 270 needed to win. In the national overall count, Gore has a slight lead over Bush now in the popular vote. Dan Rather, CBS News. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Headline of the hour, Florida Attorney General says there will be a recount in Florida. Bush clinging to a lead of some 200-plus votes in Florida, we believe, possibly a few more than that. We're facing the real possibility, it's not yet a certainty, but the real possibility that the man who wins the overall popular vote could lose the Electoral College vote. Right now, in the nationwide overall popular vote, looking over here trying to get it up on your screen, Al Gore leads by 263,000 votes nationwide. Not all the votes have been counted. If this trend, it set in about an hour and a half ago, continues, Gore would win the popular vote. But in the electoral vote, with 270 needed to win, and the electoral vote is decisive, Gore, on a state-by-state basis, we think has a confirmed 249. Bush has a confirmed 246, with 270 needed to win. It all gets down to Florida, and in Florida, Bush has a paper-thin lead in the fight for the 25 electoral votes. There will be a recount, says the state attorney general, and there are absentee ballots to come in, and as close as it is, they may have to wait for those absentee ballots before anybody can be certified as a winner in Florida. Wisconsin and Oregon, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7 electoral votes, they remain undecided, but right now, Florida, and this will remain, the man who wins Florida, make no mistake about it, will be the next president of the United States, even if it turns out to be George Bush, and even if George Bush does not win the overall national popular vote. Hillary Clinton has won a New York Senate seat. Chuck Robb, a veteran Democratic senator in Virginia, has lost his. 249 to 246, Gore leads in the Electoral College vote with 270 needed to win. Dan Rather, we'll be back. Well, a lot of possibilities are opening up here, none of them leading to any fast knowledge of who's going to be the next president of the United States. In this unprecedented situation, the Florida Attorney General, has been reported by CBS's Byron Pitts, has said there will be a recount in Florida. That's bound to take hours, could take up to 12 or 13 hours, and that's a recount of the votes already counted. There are absentee ballots coming in from overseas that won't be in for days. Some of them may not be in for weeks. Now, since the issue of recount has been opened, and since Bush is now, although he leads in Florida, in some peril of perhaps losing Florida, who is to say that Bush won't ask for recounts in some other close states? Ed Bradley can fill us in on that.
Well, Dan, it's possible that other recounts can be asked for in both Iowa and Wisconsin. Gore has been declared the winner in Iowa now, and he's leading by a bit in Wisconsin. If Bush loses Florida, he could ask for a recount in Iowa and in Wisconsin because the winning margin for Al Gore there is so low. But he would need to ask. But you can bet your bottom dollar, if he does lose Florida, he's certain to ask for recounts in those two states.
True enough. Our focus continues to be on Florida, and I keep saying to myself, so I'm going to say to you, we recognize that some people are just now getting up. And many of you may have gone to bed last night believing that George Bush had been elected president of the United States, and you had reason to believe that because everybody that we know of in the exit poll business had taken a look at the sample, made their judgments, had the data put into computers, and had moved Florida and its 25 electoral votes into the Bush column. But the actual votes counted began to narrow down. Bush's lead evaporated to a very large extent, and so CBS, as well as some others, have now pulled Florida back into the we don't know category. Not our best night, not our best situation, but we do the best we can. And in an election this unprecedentedly close, I suppose it was bound to happen. Now, in the Electoral College, and that's what's decisive, the Electoral College, Bob Schieffer, we have only a few seconds here, but all electors in all states are not bound to vote for the person that they've told people to vote for.
I double-checked this just to make sure, but in 26 of the states, the electors are not bound by law, only by history and tradition. That's not to say they would vote the other way than the way they were instructed to vote, but they don't have to.
Well, that
just
raises,
thoroughly confused everybody.
Well, it's thoroughly confusing, but it's important information to know in a race this close. What is hoped, of course, is that eventually there'll be a firm vote in Florida. The man who wins Florida will be declared the winner because he'll have the most electoral votes, and that will be that. But all kinds of possibilities are now opened up, and some of them not too good. Recount in Florida, going to take hours, maybe recounts in other states such as Iowa, which we believe have been carried by Gore, but by a small margin, and in Wisconsin, where it's still out there. And this whole business of the Electoral College, we could have a situation where Gore, who's now leading in the overall national vote, loses in the Electoral College, according to the votes as they stack up, and then maybe some electors would say, well, if he wins the national vote, I feel duty bound to vote for him in the Electoral College. All of those things possible. Very confused situation, unprecedented in our national history. The best we can say to you is that Gore leads in the overall national vote. He leads in the Electoral College vote, at least for the moment. We'll be right back. That's in Florida, out of 6 million cast, and so far as we can make out, not all of the votes had been counted in Florida yet, but Bush up by 980. He was down as low as about 270 at one point. We're talking about hundreds of votes. Bush leads in Florida by 980 votes out of about 6 million cast. Nationally, Gore's lead is 275,000 in the national overall vote. Is Bill Whitaker standing by for us at Bush headquarters in Austin, or not yet?
Yes, I am,
Bill.
Dan. Well, Dan, this has been a wild and wacky evening for the Bush folks here. First, Gore calls to concede, and then the Bush folks get ready for a victory party. Then Gore calls to retract, and the Bush victory party fizzles, and the folks who have been here for the party all go home. Now, this campaign says that it knows that there has to be a recount in Florida, but they are confident that when all is said and done and all the recounting is done, that Bush will win. Now, this campaign is regrouping. They're going to get together this morning and try to figure out what to do. And it's understandable that they don't know what to do because nobody knows what to do, having never faced a situation like this. This campaign says that they were jubilant, and now they are a little dejected. They say that, as I say, they believe that they are going to win in the end, but all of this confusion has just taken some of the joy out of it. Dan?
Bill Whitaker, whatever is going on behind the scenes, one should note that so far the Bush people have handled this in a classy way. Having been right there, the party started, the celebration started, believing they had won the presidency, then having Al Gore call and say, look, I have to withdraw my congratulations to you, and I'm not going to make my concession official because things are narrowing down so much in Florida. The Bush campaign, at least publicly, is handled in a very classy manner. And for that matter, when Bill Daley came out to make his statement on Gore's behalf, he underscored, saying, if Bush wins this election, if George Bush wins it, we're going to support his presidency and, pull in behind him, but we have a responsibility, in effect, he said, to ask for a recount in Florida. They're now going to get the recount in Florida. That's where things stand. In the electoral count, it is Gore with 249, Bush with 246. It takes 270 to win. It all gets down to Florida, and it's 25 electoral count votes now. And in the national popular vote, Al Gore is up. He's pulled into the lead. While it's 48 to 48%, Al Gore in the popular vote has something on the order of a 750,000 vote lead at this moment. We're going to be right back here at CBS News election headquarters, and we'll be with you throughout the morning in this unprecedented history-making situation, so stay here with us. We still don't know who the president is, and are not likely to know for some hours because of confusion about the Florida vote. A recount has been ordered in Florida. It's mandated by law. Anytime the winning margin gets below 0.5%, by law they have to ask for a recount. And George Bush has a margin in Florida, but it's down to about 1/3 of 1%. He leads by a few hundred votes, possibly as many as 700 to 900 votes in Florida. Bush still leads, but it's so close that there is going to be a recount. Nationally, Al Gore leads by about 750,000 votes in the overall national popular vote total. The electoral vote is where the payoff is, and there Gore leads 249 to 246. But Florida, with those 25 electoral votes and Bush clinging to a several hundred vote lead out of 6 million votes cast down there, still has hopes that in the end, and once the recount is done, that Bush is going to be the winner, but that is not yet assured. This much we can tell you. You and your children are going to lead through your lives for the next at least couple of years a situation in which no other American has ever been through, and that is where you have the presidency, the Senate, the House, and state legislatures so close. The margins have never been so close between the two major parties in those four categories: White House, Senate, House, in Congress, and state legislatures. So we're moving into an unprecedented time. And Anthony Mason, voters, when asked coming out of the polls today, what do they think more important, the Electoral College vote or the popular vote?
Well, Dan, I think most voters would give the edge to the popular vote, and I think that leads me to a point I wanted to make here. And I think if, as increasingly looks likely here, we're going to have a split between the Electoral College and the popular vote, I'm very curious to see how America is going to react to this. I mean, Ed Bradley's been talking all night about how this vote shows that every vote counts. Well, if you end up voting for Al Gore and he wins the popular vote and loses the Electoral College, how are you going to feel? I know there's precedent for this, but it's been 120 years or more since we saw this happen. That most Americans have never experienced it. We all have the feeling that the majority wins. Are Americans really going to accept a decision like this? I think it's going to be very interesting to see the response, Dan.
Indeed it will be. Keep in mind, it's not yet assured that one man is going to win the popular vote and another man is going to win the Electoral College. That is a working possibility. Now, Bob Schieffer, the last election, President Clinton did not win a majority of the national vote. He won a plurality, and that's the reason he stayed president, but he didn't win a majority.
Nor did he win election the first time by a majority vote. He won with a plurality. So this is the third presidential election where neither candidate has been able to get more than 50% of the vote.
And we're assured of that happening, that whoever wins the national vote, whoever finally wins the Electoral College vote and is named president, will have a plurality, but not a majority, not over 50%, because Ralph Nader is running at least 2 or 3% nationally. Leslie?
But when this happens, in our great system, everybody accepts this plurality president as the president, accepts him, assumes he has a mandate as if he'd won a majority. We've had several like that. And the system goes on, and to answer Anthony's question, I think everybody will abide by the Electoral College because that's the way this country operates.
Well, we shall see. And keep in mind, we keep emphasizing that a recount has been mandated in Florida. The state attorney general says there will be a recount. But Ed Bradley, recounts then become possible in some other states where there's been so cliffhanger close.
Well, you do have the possibility of Iowa and Wisconsin, and we've been taking a look at other states to see what has been the pattern in the history of recounts. We mentioned Nevada, where there had been 5 recounts in statewide races. We've come up with 3 more states. In 1988, in the Rhode Island governor's race, Bruce Sunland against Governor Edward DePrete, Sunland demanded a recount and lost after 2 weeks. In 1989, in the Virginia governor's race, Marshall Coleman, the Republican, against Doug Wilder, the Democrat. Coleman initially lost. He demanded a recount. It took 43 days for that recount. Coleman lost. 1981, New Jersey governor's race, Tom Kean, a Republican, against Jim Florio, a Democrat. Florio lost, demanded a recount, and lost after 3 weeks. So 2 things that stand out here is that it seems that everyone who demands a recount has lost in these votes, but all of them take a long time, 2 weeks, 43 days, 3 weeks. So I think it's optimistic to say that this thing might be over by tomorrow night. This, by the way, was a headline in the St. Petersburg Times, looking at the online edition, recount in Florida. That's going to determine the election. And also there was there's a group called the Voter Integrity Project, which takes phone calls from voters around the country reporting problems with voting. For example, an inability to find a name on the voting rolls, voting machines that don't work. And this group, this Voter Integrity Project, which is a nonpartisan organization, got calls from Florida today earlier and said that this is a hot spot. They're going to write up their reports and submit them there to the Secretary of State.
And on it goes. In terms of what's in and counted, Gore, 249 electoral college votes. Bush assured, we think, of 246. It takes 270 to win. Wisconsin and Oregon are yet to be decided, but it all gets down to Florida. Bush is clinging to a lead of between 700 and 800 votes in Florida. There will be a recount. We're going to take a short break here and come right back. Keep the dial right where it is. Dan Rather in New York. Here's the electoral vote. Gore, 249. Bush, 246. It takes 270 to win. This is the way the Electoral College map looks at this hour. Florida, which is where the presidency is going to be decided, it's been pulled back from the Bush column. Bush leads by between 700 and 800 votes at last count. Wisconsin and Oregon, Wisconsin with 11 and Oregon with 7 have yet to be decided. But the man who wins Florida will win it all. Now, Gloria Borgia, our CBS News consultant, has been on the phone and has talked to a high Bush campaign man who does not want to be identified. But what does he tell you, Gloria?
Well, some very interesting things, Dan. First of all, they are looking at the margins in Iowa and Wisconsin, because they believe that perhaps if Al Gore is demanding a recount in Florida, then perhaps they should demand a recount in Iowa and perhaps even the state of Wisconsin. They also say that they are up between 791 votes to 1,784 votes in the state of Florida. They say the only votes that are outstanding are those overseas ballots. Now, those ballots have 10 days to arrive in this country, but they have to be postmarked as of yesterday. They say they feel very confident, Dan, because in 1996, 2,300 of those ballots were sent in, and 54% were for Dole. And don't forget, Dole lost the state of Florida. So they feel quite confident about the state of Florida right now, Dan.
Well, what the Bush campaign feels confident about is that in the end they will win the Electoral College. It's increasingly possible that Gore is going to win the overall national vote.
That's right. That's right. And they're also saying, look, if you want to play hardball in Florida, well, you know, we might just review Iowa.
All right, Ed Bradley.
One other thing about the absentee ballots, there may be as many as 30,000 of them. Some of them may already be here and have been counted. We don't know that. We know that 30,000 are requested, and they have 10 days from yesterday to get them in, but some of them may have been sent in earlier, so they may have already been counted. We don't know how many are in.
Situation. Takes 270 electoral votes to win. Gore has 249, Bush has 246, but Bush is leading in Florida with a lead somewhere between 750 and maybe as many as 1,700 votes. A recount will happen in Florida. Some, quote, irregularities, unquote, are suspected, not proven, but suspected. This is a wild and woolly, unprecedented situation in American history. It's obviously going to be hours, if not days, before we know for sure who the next president of the United States is going to be. This is continuing election coverage on CBS. Stay here with us. CBS News election headquarters in New York. For those of you who are just waking up and may have gone to bed last night thinking that George Bush had won the presidency, he may yet win the presidency, but he has not, despite what you may have heard last night, actually done so. The electoral vote count, 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush. It takes 270 to win. What's happened overnight is that Florida, but first was thought to have gone for Gore, then was pulled back, then was thought to have gone for Bush, then was pulled back. Gore made a congratulatory call to Bush, but then Bush's lead in Florida began to sink down very, very low. Gore decided against actually conceding, asked for a recount under Florida law. It turns out because Bush's lead in Florida is about 1/3 of 1%, with 600 million votes approximately cast, there will be a recount. Leslie Stahl, is there anything unique about what's going on this presidential level, or is it reflected all across the board tonight?
Well, as you yourself said a while ago, never in history has there been so many close races across the board. Just take a look at what's happened in the House of Representatives, which we believe the Republicans will maintain control of. But if you look at the overall vote for House, the Democrats ended up with 49% of the vote, the Republicans with 49% of the vote. In the Senate races, Democrats, 48% of the vote, 50% for the Republicans. If you look at the governor's races, the vote was 49% for the Democrats, 50% for the Republicans. Every single kind of voting around the country shows you that we're split right down the middle.
And in the Senate, the Republicans will maintain control of the Senate. Hillary Clinton won in New York. Rob lost in Virginia, so the Republicans are assured of control of the Senate, if nothing more, by having the tie-breaking vote of Dick Cheney if he becomes vice president.
If George Bush is elected president. There are now 48 seats that are held by the Democrats, 50 seats held by the Republicans, but we still have the race out there in Michigan that hasn't been called, and we still have one other race that hasn't been called. That's the one out in Washington State. We thought that Debbie Stabenow, not Debbie Stabenow, Maria Cantwell, the Democrat out there, had won. We pulled that call back, so it's 50-48 with 2 still to be decided.
In Florida, Bush's lead somewhere between 750 votes and perhaps as many as 1,700 votes. Virtually all the votes are believed now to have been counted, but when it says 100% of the precincts reporting, doesn't mean all of the votes, every vote, including absentee ballots, have yet been counted, but it's getting down very close to the point where that will be true. But a recount has been ordered in Florida, mandated by law, say some. The state attorney general says there is going to be a recount. That's bound to take some hours. Some absentee ballots may yet be coming in from overseas in Florida. The Bush people continue to say, we think we're going to win Florida, and the man who wins Florida now wins the presidency. The Bush people continue to say, we think we've won it, but there's going to be a recount, so we'll have to wait for that to come in. In the overall national popular vote, Al Gore is leading by something in the order of 750,000 votes, so we could have a situation where Gore wins the popular vote overall nationally, but Bush wins in the Electoral College. That's where it sits at this moment. Not likely to change for some hours now, although Wisconsin and Oregon have yet to be decided. Repeat for emphasis, it won't matter, at least not much for the moment, because he who wins Florida wins it all. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters. We'll be back. It isn't over. CBS News Election Headline of the Hour. We're still here as America's waking up only to learn that we still don't know for sure who the next president will be. With the results in Florida back up in the air, neither George Bush nor Al Gore has confirmed the 270 electoral votes needed to win. In Florida, Bush now leads by somewhere between 750 and 1,700 votes, and a remarkably small margin with 6 million votes cast. A recount in Florida will begin after election officials there get a few hours sleep and freshen up a bit. So it's going to be some hours before we can say for sure who the next president is. Wait, there's more. Al Gore now leads George Bush in the national popular vote by roughly what? Help me out here, Bob Schieffer. Certainly 200,000 or 300,000 votes. A couple of 100,000 votes. One can only wonder what's next. Only wonder indeed. Ed Bradley on the presidential desk.
Well, you know, Dan, I saw this story here from Catherine Harris, who's the Secretary of State in Florida. She said that she's calling all of the state's 67 election supervisors, county by county, getting them out of bed and checking to see if all the absentee ballots have been counted. She says we're calling supervisors, waking them up and getting them out of the bed, and I'm going to sit down with my lawyers and decide what the policy issues are here. I mean, this is really uncharted territory. This, of course, is a national election, but you have to ask the question, who has jurisdiction here? Because If there is a recount, and that seems certain in Florida, and a candidate disagrees with the result of that recount, he can then challenge it in court. Well, who has jurisdiction over that? Is it the Federal Election Commission? Is it a state court? If you know any election lawyers in Washington, maybe we should call them in and get them on the phone.
Well, maybe one of those great Philadelphia lawyers from your hometown, but we don't want to joke about this, that there are a lot of possibilities out there. But let's hold to the center insofar as there is one. 270 electoral college votes needed to win. Gore has 249, we think, firm, and Bush 246. It's all in Florida. And in Florida, Bush has had a lead for at least 8 hours now. I would say certainly 6 hours, let's say. Gore had an early lead, and that's the reason early on it was reported that Florida had gone for Gore. But Bush's lead has, at one point, it got down to some 276 votes. Now it's believed in Florida to be up, well, in the neighborhood of 750 to about 1,700 votes. This is how close it is. How many votes, if any, remain to be counted in Florida, we don't know, but there will be a recount. If you're saying, well, that Florida Secretary of State, is she Republican, Democrat, or mugwump? It turns out she's a Republican. The governor of the state is George Bush's brother, Jeb Bush. He'll certainly be in on the recount deal, at least in the early stages. It is an unprecedented situation in American history. We've never been in this place before in the whole history of our country. What other nations decide at the end of a gun barrel with tanks wrapped around the presidential palace, we decide at the ballot box. It's not always pretty. It's not always as organized as you'd like for it to be. And no, in truth to tell, in not all cases is it as absolutely stone-cold honest as you would like to be. There's no suggestion of any skullduggery in Florida in terms of anybody stealing votes. There has been a suggestion that there was confusion in some ballot boxes about people said that they thought they were voting for Gore, and it turns out the thing was so confused they wound up voting for Buchanan. Whether that becomes an issue or not, we'll simply have to wait and see. Bob Schieffer, there will be repercussions for the Electoral College, no doubt.
Well, I think especially if Al Gore wins the popular vote and it turns out that George Bush wins the Electoral College, you're going to see a call in Congress to say, let's get rid of the Electoral College once and for all. Now, whether that will be done, it takes a long time to do it because you have to have a constitutional amendment. That means it must be passed by 2/3 of both houses of Congress and then be ratified by 3/4 of the states. That usually takes a couple, 3, 4 years to get something like that done. But I don't think there's any question that there'll be a call to do that. You know, the reason we started the Electoral College was not for what's happening now, but there was an argument at the Constitutional Convention over whether it should be a popular vote. That was kind of hard to do in those days because people couldn't get from one place to another. Or should the Congress elect the president? The Electoral College was the compromise. I, for one, am a fan of the Electoral College because I think it makes the candidates campaign all across the country. If you do away with it, they'll campaign in California, New York, and Texas, and Florida, and the rest of the country may not see them.
Well, we'll come back to the point in a moment, but just to hold to this. And if you did away with the Electoral College, the candidates would concentrate not just in those big states, but in the biggest cities. You would spend most of the time and most of their advertising money and all of that, their efforts in the largest cities, New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. So there will be a national debate about the Electoral College, no doubt. There has been a long one, but there is value in the Electoral College when you understand that it's to give sparsely populated states such as Wyoming, just to pick one, to make sure that they have some say, some real say in how this goes. But for right now, the law of the land is the Electoral College decides. And in the Electoral College, it's 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush, 270 needed to win, 25 votes in 25 Electoral College votes in dispute in Florida. There will be a recount down there. We are not going to know who the next president of the United States is for some hours. Conceivably, it could take some days. Now, with that in mind, let me go to Anthony Mason. Anthony, any effect in all of this for the economy?
Well, Dan, we've been talking all night about how Wall Street is going to react to all this, and of course we're going to have to wait and see. But one thing that voters told us today in our exit poll is that regardless of who is elected president tomorrow, they believe things are probably going to get better. In fact, when we asked them, is the economy going to be the same or better in the next year, 85% said yes. Take a look at this. Are you worried about the future of the stock market? About 43% of the people said they were. But this is interesting, too. 70% of Americans said they have investments in Wall Street, in the markets, in mutual funds. So America is invested in this economy. They believe in this economy. And we saw them today split right down the middle. Dan?
Indeed, we did, Anthony Mason. Just to pick up this business about the Electoral College, there's going to be a recount in Florida. This is a very unusual situation in a presidential election under the Electoral College. Stop for a moment. If we didn't have the Electoral College, and I'm not arguing that we should or should not have it, but it's worth considering, imagine a national recount being demanded, not just Florida, a whole nationwide recount, which might very well be the case if in an election as close as this one, and that would take months to do. That'll be one of the arguments for keeping the Electoral College. The main reason, the main argument for keeping the Electoral College, whether you agree with it or not to understand it, is to make sure that sparsely populated areas of the country still have some weight in deciding the outcome of the election. Ed Bradley, you had a point you wanted to make. Now
yeah, there's a history of this in Florida with these close elections and recounts. In 1988, you had two congressmen running for the Senate, Connie Mack, the Republican, and Buddy McKay, the Democrat. 3.9 million votes were cast. 3,000 separated the two. 3,000 votes out of 3.9 million. McKay did not concede until 8 days after the votes in 5 large counties had been counted again.
But I can hear someone saying, well, I'm unimpressed by that because we had almost 6 million votes cast in Florida in this presidential election, and about 1/3 of 1% is George Bush's lead. So a much larger election and a much smaller margin, although that is instructive. We've been making the point, overwhelmingly, in elections, whether you're talking about for county commissioner or senator, when you ask for a recount, usually the person who was leading at the time the recount was asked for, usually that person comes out on top. Not to definitely say that that would be the case in Florida, but it might very well be that case. Now, Dateline Florida, the Florida Attorney General says the recount will be open to both camps. Let's listen to what he has to say.
I don't know at this point in time as we're speaking who's the winner. But no matter who the winner is, there has to be a recount. And the 67 supervisors of elections should have that recount as quickly as possible, with the media watching the recount, and also with somebody from each one of the campaigns as allowed by law to be there to watch it.
The reason the Florida Attorney General says a recount is mandated at Florida law says anytime it's closer than 1/2 of 1% margin must be a recount. We've said that Bush's lead is about 1/3 of 1% at the moment. 249 to 246 with 270 needed to win in the Electoral College. Florida will decide it. In the overall national vote, Gore leads now by several 100,000 votes over George Bush. Gore may win the national popular vote, and he stands a very good chance of losing the Electoral College vote. We'll be right back. Stay here with us. Back at CBS News election headquarters in New York. So there's no misunderstanding. Bush's lead in Florida, he's had a lead since roughly about midnight Eastern time. But Bush's lead is now down to 1/30 of 1%. That's what a minuscule amount Bush leads in Florida, but put it in the headline, he still leads in Florida, and if he continues to lead and survives the recount, and the odds are considered at least reasonably good that he can do that, Bush can still become President of the United States. In fact, it's advantage Bush because he does still lead in Florida. 1/30 of 1% lead is a lead in the Electoral College vote. 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush, 270 needed to win. Bush clinging to a 1/30 of 1% lead out of 6 million votes cast in Florida. If that lead stands up under a recount bill, then Bush will be the next president of the United States, despite the fact that in the overall popular national election vote, Gore has a several 100,000 vote lead over George Bush. Yes, both are at roughly 48%, but if you do the arithmetic here, you've got, well, Bob, help me out. This lead is down some now. It's certainly a substantial lead for Gore. Gore could not necessarily will, but could win the national popular vote. However, Bush is still in the hunt for that, and he could come back and take that as well. You might want to know that since 1948, 7 individual state electors have voted against the voters' wishes in their states, saying that it was a matter of principle for them. Bob?
You remember what else happened in 1948, Dan? That was the year that Lyndon Johnson won a seat in the United States Senate. Several million votes cast in the state of Texas, and he won by 87 votes. I always remember it. Lyndon Johnson came to campaign in Fort Worth. I was a little boy then, came in a helicopter, and it scared us all to death.
Well, he did. He became known as Landslide Lyndon, not because he threw his hat down from a helicopter at you and others down in that shopping mall in Fort Worth, but because he won by 47 votes. He won by 47 votes.
87.
87 votes. 87 votes in his Senate race. And my recollection is there were in excess of 2 million votes cast.
Well, and one of the interesting things about that, it turned out that several of the people down in South Texas, about 100 or so, voted in alphabetical order, according to the voting rolls, if you'll remember.
Well, we don't know that we're facing this situation at the moment. That is the famous Duval County down in Texas, where things have long since been cleaned up. But in Florida, as of this hour, so far as anybody can make out, all the votes have been cleaned. Yes, asterisk bottom of the page, there are complaints that in one section of Florida, said to be a section strongly for Gore, there are complaints that somebody, perhaps not purposely, had jiggered the voting apparatus and equipment around in such a way that people who thought they were voting for Gore wound up having their votes counted for Buchanan. But that's an asterisk at the bottom of the page. What the Gore people have asked, and what Florida law, as it turns out, mandates, is that there be a recount to make sure all the votes have been counted, and that all the votes that have been counted in individual precincts have been reported to what we call the central vote counting place. It's a complicated situation. It is unprecedented. We're dealing in political waters in which no Americans have ever been swimming before. The White House may well go to a Republican who may or may not have won the overall national vote. The Senate almost certainly will be in control of the Republicans. The House, their margin will be down, but it looks like a net pickup of only 2 for the Democrats. So we're facing the possibility here, and some would say a probability. You have a Republican-controlled White House, a Republican-controlled Senate, and a Republican-controlled House of Representatives. This hasn't happened for the Republicans since 1952, when Dwight Eisenhower beat Adlai Stevenson, who was attempting to succeed Harry Truman. Now, the Democrats have been in the position of having the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, not very often, but in fairly recent years, in the first Clinton term it happened. He had that. Jimmy Carter had it for a while in 1976. Now, the electors are due to meet December 18th, that's less than 6 weeks from now, to make the election official. Hopefully, which Florida electors will attend and will be voting for whom will be settled long before that. This is the way it shapes up. 270 electoral votes needed to win, 249 for Gore we think are solid, 246 for Bush solid. Take you to our map, and on the map you have a situation in which 3 states have their polls closed, long since closed, but we do not yet know who is the winner. Florida with 25 electoral votes, that's where the presidency now hinges. Wisconsin with 11 undecided. Oregon with 7 undecided. All the states in red, a majority of the states, George Bush has taken. Those with the blinking lights, Nevada, Arizona, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia all voted for President Clinton in 1996, but they went for Bush tonight. So with all that red there, Bush has clearly carried more states than Gore, but Gore carried the more popular states, including New York, Michigan, Illinois, and California, to say nothing of Washington State, and that's the reason it now stands 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush in the Electoral College race. Now, if you want to have a look at, we've said this Florida race shows a lead for Bush somewhere on the order of 750 to possibly as many as 1,700 votes, which would be about 1/30th of 1% of the 6 million votes cast. And Wisconsin, let's give you a look at this Wisconsin presidential race, if we can get the numbers up. This state's been out there for a long while with 11 electoral votes. It's this close, really, really close, about what? Maybe a not quite a 7,000 vote lead for Al Gore. Nader with 4%. Again, this is another state where Nader may make the decisive difference. And if you want to go out in Oregon, take a look at that vote. A presidential race in Oregon. 7 electoral votes at stake out in the Beaver State. Bush leads Gore 49% to 46%. Again, with Ralph Nader running at about 4%. This is with 75% of the Oregon precincts reporting. But we must continue to underscore and italicize that the race boils down to Florida now. The candidate who wins Florida's 25 electoral votes will be the next president of the United States, and George Bush has been clinging to a lead that once was down as low as about 270 some odd votes. He's now backed up to between 750 and 1,700 votes. There will be a recount in Florida. We're going to take a break, but we'll be right back. Stay here with us. Wisconsin goes to Gore. 11 electoral votes in Wisconsin. It stayed out there undecided for a long time, going the Gore column. Gore now has 260 electoral votes. Bush 246. Oregon 7 electoral votes are still up for grabs. But, and this is important, it doesn't matter. Whoever wins Florida gets Florida's 25 electoral votes will win the presidency. So Gore is breathtakingly close. But even if Gore were to take Oregon, and at last look he was trailing in Oregon, Gore having gotten Wisconsin, can still win Oregon and not win the presidency. Gore leads in the overall national vote. He leads in the Electoral College vote, but he may very well wind up not being president of the United States because Bush clings to a lead of about 1/30th of 1% out of some 6 million votes cast in Florida. If that Bush lead stands up through a recount, and the probabilities based on history are that it may very well indeed do that, then Bush would be the next president of the United States, no matter if Gore winds up winning the overall national vote. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. We have a long way to go here, folks. We hope you'll stay in here with us. We're going to be back. We'll tell you how Oregon goes, when and if we know it's still out there. Florida, they say California is the big burrito, Texas is the big taco. Right now, if you want to follow that through, Florida is the big tamale. It's not only a hot tamale, it's the only tamale that counts up here now. 25 electoral votes. He who wins Florida wins it all. If the children are getting up now and you're about to send them off to school and they say, who's the next president? You just have to say, honey, you know, it's been a historic night. We still don't know, and we may not know by the time you get back from school. In fact, the probability is high we won't. Dan Rather, stay here with us, CBS. Gave me a bad cue or somebody. Dan Rather back at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. The uncharted water in American history. The Republicans have held on to the Senate. They've held on to the House of Representatives. They are breathtakingly close, oh so close, to winning the White House. Gore has just picked up 11 electoral votes in Wisconsin to get to 260 in the Electoral College, but it takes 270 to win. Even if Gore should win Oregon, where he's been trailing, it won't matter. It's all down to Florida. 25 electoral votes in Florida. It once was called by just about everybody for Gore. That was pulled back. Then it was called by just about everybody for Bush. Gore called Bush and saying, well, I want to congratulate you. Then Bush's, what seemed to be commanding lead in Florida, began to evaporate and get down, and it was pulled back into the undecided category, and that's where it stands now. But Bush has a lead in Florida. Oh, so tight is that lead, but the lead, if it stands up through a recount, which is going to be ordered in Florida, and the outcome of the recount we can't know for at least some hours now, and given the overseas absentee ballot situation, it could could be days. But Bush still leads in Florida on the order of 750 to about 1,700 votes, depending on to whom you listen. But I repeat, and I keep using the figure because it tells you what a small margin it is. Out of 6 million votes, Bush's lead is about 1/30th of 1%. That's how close it is. Bush's people believe that that lead will stand up into a recount. The Gore people have said, look, we feel a responsibility of a recount. The Attorney General of Florida has said the law mandates a recount when it's this close, anything 1/2 of 1% or below. And the Gore people say, we have a responsibility to ask for a recount. We've asked for it. The Bush people have said, in effect, well, we're not crazy about it, but we understand. And that's where things are at the moment. 270 needed to win. Gore has 260 now, having picked up Wisconsin. Bush has 246, but it's advantage Bush because he has a lead of some few hundred votes in Florida at this moment. Bob Schieffer, in the Senate, no doubt about it, the Republicans are going to have control.
Well, they are. They have now have 50 seats. We still have 2 races to be decided out there. If the Democrats win both of those seats, and they have a chance to win both of them, but if they do, we'll have a 50-50 tie. But I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But the other part of it is, Dan, you know, we have some, and I don't know how else to put it, but we have some people that are getting on in age in the Senate. Strom Thurmond is 97 years old. Jesse Helms is 79 years old. They're both Republicans. They're not in good health. If they should have to leave the Senate for some reason or other, their bad health just forced them to resign. In both of their states, you have a Democratic governor, so you would have Democrats appointed to replace them. That could throw the control of the Senate back to the Democrats. There's one other thing to consider here. If Al Gore winds up winning this thing, one of the Democratic seats that they won tonight was Joe Lieberman's seat. He would have to resign to be vice president. There's a Republican governor up in Connecticut. He'd appoint a Republican to replace him. In all those cases, those appointments would be for about two years.
Complicated enough to make your head hurt. Byron Pitts has dropped a dime. He's on the phone again from Florida. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have an up-to-the-minute telephone report from Florida. Gore leads 260 to 246 with 270 Electoral College votes needed to win. But Florida's the whole game, and Bush can still win it. CBS News election headlines of the hour. Wisconsin falls for Gore, but Florida is still the key to the whole election. The polls closed in Florida 11.5 hours ago. We said then it could be the make-or-break state in electing the new president. It was, and it still is. Here's the short version, about as short as we can make it. The Florida call for Bush that put him over the 270 electoral votes needed to win was recalled. In a few hours, they'll start a Florida recount with Bush's lead over Gore there, just 1/30th of 1% out of some 6 million votes cast. It's a margin of in the hundreds of votes, just a few hundred. The presidency of the United States of America is still not decided and not likely to be decided for some hours yet. To make things even stranger, Gore has a several 100,000 vote lead now in the national popular vote. Let's take a look at this national popular vote. The lead for Al Gore is something on the order of, what, a little over 200,000 votes or thereabouts. So we could have a situation where Gore wins the national overall vote and Bush wins the electoral vote if his very tiny margin in Florida holds up. If you're just getting up and thought Bush was elected president, here's what happened while you slept. The Florida call by the television networks operating from a central place where the exit polling information comes in. Each network makes its own decision, but they're all feeding, if you will, off the same exit poll data. The call that put Bush over the top may or may not stand. It's been pulled back because Bush's actual counted vote lead is so tiny. Now, with Bush's lead there knocked back to just a few hundred votes and an official recount coming, it's destined to be hours, possibly days, before we know who the next president of the United States is going to be. Bush's electoral vote count goes back down below the 270 needed to win the presidency. So how did Florida flip-flop, and not just once but twice, or at least flip-flop in terms of the calls? Here's the real deal. Shortly before 8 p.m. Eastern Time last night, Florida was called for Gore, but there were mistakes in a few exit poll precincts, and errors in tabulated vote. It's the old story. You put junk into the computer, you get junk out. Bottom line, it was a bad call, human error. When we discovered it, we pulled the call back. That was the call for Gore. The Florida call for Gore was rescinded. That was in the late hours of Tuesday before midnight. Florida put back in the toss-up column. Then, after midnight, Bush's actual counted votes lead in Florida began to build, and Florida was called for Bush, putting Bush over the top with at least, we thought at the time, 271 electoral votes, at least one more than needed to win the presidency. Again, this was not only the consensus, but I think the absolutely unanimous verdict of people who looked at the exit poll information and the other information and said, well, it looks like Bush is going to win it. But as additional votes came in, everybody saw that the Bush lead, which seemed to be in the 50,000 vote range, was shrinking away. It was melting like ice cream in the microwave, and the Bush lead would end up small enough to automatically trigger an official recount. Now, in the face of it automatically, by Florida law, mandating a recount, we did what we thought was the responsible thing under the circumstances and pulled back that Florida call as well, the one for Bush, and that's how we got where we are, which Florida is in the undecided column, but clearly with Bush leading by a few hundred votes. And we've double-checked it. The differential in Florida, the difference is 1/30th of 1% with about 6 million votes cast. Ed Bradley has information about how this Florida recount deal is going to go. Ed?
Well, Dan, there's 67 counties in Florida, and there's what's called a county canvassing board in each of those counties made up of 3 people, a supervisor of elections, a judge, and a chairman of the county commission. They will report to the state election director, Clay Roberts, the results from each of those counties. He will then tally up each county's results and report them to the Secretary of State, who's expected to hold a news conference to announce the results. Now, Bob Butterworth, who is the Attorney General of Florida, who we heard from in the last half hour, he's also the campaign manager in the state for Al Gore, said that it shouldn't take long to count up the votes because many of the votes in Florida are actually counted through electronic means, through computers. Now, he says it shouldn't take long, but he's not specific about what he means about shouldn't take long.
Ed Bradley. Want to recount for those of you getting up. We recognize a lot of people getting up who went to bed last night believing that Bush had won the election. It's 260 to 246 in the Electoral College vote at the moment, with 270 needed to win. Gore got to 260 because he picked up Wisconsin. But with Florida's 25 electoral votes hanging out there, Bush can still certainly win. It's advantage Bush because he leads by a few hundred votes in Florida at the moment. A recount has been called for, but that doesn't mean that Bush is going to lose. And indeed, the odds are still, they're very small, but still weighted ever so slightly in the direction of Bush winning the Electoral College vote. At the moment, the national overall vote total looks something like this, with Al Gore having a several 100,000 vote lead, approximately, over George Bush in the overall national vote. So we do have the possibility, not yet a probability, that Gore could win the overall national vote and Bush would win the Electoral College vote. Bill Whitaker is at Bush headquarters in Austin, having had his huevos rancheros and back at work. What's new, Bill?
Well, Dan, it's ironic that this should now come down to Florida because in a way for the Bush campaign, it's always been about Florida. It's always been central to their election strategy. Since winning the nomination, he has campaigned in this state about a dozen times. And if you look at those Great Lake battleground states, you'll understand why Florida is so important, because Al Gore ended up winning those big states. Now, Bush's brother, Jeb, who's the governor of Florida, promised that he would deliver Florida for his brother. And through the campaign several times, half joking, half seriously, George W. Bush said to his brother that if he didn't deliver Florida, that the family Thanksgiving dinner would be a little chilly. Now, in this bizarre election, it sort of ends up as it began for the Bush campaign, all about Florida. Dan?
Bill Whitaker. And Bob Schieffer, give me a quick pop on this Nader situation, because we know that Nader made a difference in Wisconsin and in Oregon. also in Iowa, but it turns out he made a difference, and perhaps a decisive difference in Florida.
Well, precisely. We've just put these figures together. Nader got 94,000 votes in Florida. That's 1.6% of the overall total. Now, in our exit poll, 8% of the voters in Florida they made up their minds in the last 3 days who they were going to vote for. 9% of those last-minute voters voted for Ralph Nader. So Nader made the difference. There's no other way to read that.
Well, now, I don't suspect that Ralph Nader will like to have this said, but true or untrue, that if Gore loses this race in the final analysis, if not the vice president himself, his followers, supporters, and campaign managers are going to say, Nader wrecked us.
Well, I think that's absolutely correct.
It turns out not just in Wisconsin and Oregon, which was sort of expected, and in Iowa, Nader got a substantial turnout, although Gore turned out to win the state. And now in Florida, it could be the difference for Gore.
Well, I think we'd make a mistake if we said every vote that was cast for Ralph Nader was a vote that would have gone to Al Gore. Surely some of those people would have voted for George Bush. They're just kind of anti-establishment kind of people. But I also think it's probably true that Ralph Nader took more votes away from Al Gore than he did from George Bush. So I think you can say in this election, Nader had a lot to do with what happened.
Well, like it or not, and we know they like it not, the Gore people can read it and weep when it comes to Nader's tallies. Now, we're going to take a break, but before we do so, review where we are. In the electoral vote, in the electoral college vote, 270 needed to win. Gore has 260, having picked up Wisconsin within the last hour. Bush has 246, but even though Oregon's 7 are still out, it gets down to Florida, and Bush leads in Florida by about the difference is 1/30th of 1%, keeping in mind that Nader got about 1.6% of the total vote in Florida. That's why the Gore people are going to be wincing when they hear that. In the overall national vote totals, Gore leads by a substantial amount. We say substantial amount. It's still very, very close, and still within the area of possibility that Bush could win the overall national vote. But Gore has surged out front in that and has been there for a couple of hours. So we have the situation where the electoral college vote could go to George Bush, and the overall national vote could go to Al Gore. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. Going to take a break. Don't go away. We'll be right back with you. Dan Rather with Ed Bradley, Bob Schieffer, Leslie Stahl, Gloria Borgia, and Anthony Mason back at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. It remains tick-tight. It has been for virtually the whole night and now into the wee hours of the morning, and we go into the dawn of a second day. In the Electoral College, 270 needed to win. Gore has 260, having picked up Wisconsin in the last hour and a half. Bush has 246, but Bush has a lead of about 1,760 some odd votes in Florida. That's a difference of 1/30th of 1% out of 6 million votes cast. But a 1-vote margin is enough for Bush if it stands up, because he who wins Florida wins the presidency. Bush has had a lead in Florida for a long time. If you went to bed last night and you thought that Bush had won the presidency, that's because at one time Bush's margin in Florida was 50,000 votes or so, and everybody, almost by a total agreement, said, well, Bush is going to win it. So it was, having earlier been in the Gore column, went to the Bush column, but has now been pulled back into the undecided column. But Bush does continue to lead in Florida. A recount has been ordered by the state attorney general in Florida, not because he thinks any irregularities. Of course, they'll investigate any possibility of irregularities, but because under Florida law, if the margin is 1/2 of 1% or below, and this is way below that, then Florida law, in the opinion of the attorney general, mandates a recount. So what they've done, they've let some of the poll workers go back to home and go to bed. Some of them now have been rousted out of bed. They're going to get themselves together there in Florida. They're going to arrange for this recount. The recount, no one is kidding anybody. It could take hours. It could be 8 or 9 o'clock tonight before we know the outcome. could be even longer than that because there's a complicating factor of absentee ballots that were shipped overseas, and those absentee ballots have a few days to get in, quite a few days in fact, and so we'll just have to see how this whole situation goes. We'll show you the overall electoral map. Very interesting situation is developed. Gore with 260, Bush with 246 in the Electoral College, 270 needed to win. Oregon with 7 electoral votes is still undecided. Bush leads in Oregon, but it isn't going to matter. If Bush wins in Oregon but loses Florida, he doesn't become president. Even if Gore wins Oregon and loses Florida, he doesn't become president. Florida is the whole shebang. 25 electoral votes. Now, everything in red, all states in red, have been carried by George Bush. Those where it's blinking red and going pink, and that includes Nevada, Arizona, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia are all states that were carried by the Democrats in the 1996 presidential race, but this time have gone Republican. As you can see, there's much more red on the map than there is blue. However, Gore has carried the big population states, New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Michigan, to say nothing of California and Washington, and the Electoral College is weighted toward the more populous areas of the country. We have an Electoral College partly to give the sparsely populated areas of the country a substantial say in the election. So while Bush has won more states, considerably more than Gore, the Electoral College lead at the moment is Gore's. But we come back to Florida. If Bush wins Florida, and he leads there now by a minuscule percentage, but nonetheless he leads, if that stands up in the recount, under the rules and under the law, Bush is supposed to become president, and no doubt will, even though Al Gore now has, in the overall national popular vote, a lead over George Bush of about 217,000 votes. Yes, the percentage is the same, but look down on the actual figures. Gore leads Bush by about 217,000 votes in the national popular tally. That means there is a possibility, and right now it's advantage Bush, that Bush could win the Electoral College vote and lose the overall national popular vote. Now, before the election, many Republicans who feared that Bush might win the national vote but lose the Electoral College vote raised the specter of appealing to the Supreme Court and saying, well, that's not fair, and believing and knowing that they have a Republican majority in the Supreme Court thinking they might win it. Now, nobody in the Bush camp talked that way, certainly not publicly, and I know of no one who spoke that way privately, but some Republicans did. So far, we haven't heard that on the Democratic side, with Al Gore now winning the national overall popular vote count. If that stands up, you may have some grumbling about it. But the law is the Electoral College decides it, and right now, it's close. Gore leads in the Electoral College with 270 needed to win. He has 260. Bush has 246. But, as I say, advantage Bush because he has a lead of about 1,700 plus votes in Florida at the moment. A recount has been ordered. It's going to take hours. The Bush people say they are confident that in the end they're going to win it. And indeed, both history and common sense would tell you they still have a very good chance to win it in the Electoral College. Gloria Borgia has been working this story. Gloria, you have some new information for us?
Yes, I do. I think the story is escalating pretty quickly, Dan. I spoke with a Democratic attorney who had had a meeting until the wee hours of this morning with the senior management of the Democratic Party. It seems that they intend to send a large group of attorneys to Florida, somewhere between 100 and 200 lawyers. That is because you have to have lawyers in every single county of the state, everywhere there was what they call a significant counting event. Both candidates have these so-called observers. Second group of lawyers also goes to investigate potential irregularities in the state. This lawyer told me that the Democratic Party knows that it has a huge tactical decision right now because they're going to have people on the ground to observe the process and collect information. But then they're going to have their own individual observers to discover if there are any other grounds on which to challenge this election in the state of Florida. In other words, if they lose the count, they have to make the decision about whether they are going to try and delegitimize the entire election in the state of Florida, whether certain people were thrown away from the polls, et cetera, et cetera. So they have their own investigators. Do they decide to try and go after delegitimizing this election? If they do that, then this would get thrown into the House of Representatives. The lawyers meeting early this morning didn't even know if a judge in the state of Florida would have the authority to declare this election null and void right now. This is kind of the unknowable. All these attorneys are meeting about it, but they know they're going to send this big group down there right away. And the Gore campaign has not decided what to do yet because they haven't had all of these legal options laid out for them, Dan.
Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. It's all centered on Florida. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back here with you. Don't go away.
I was home, homeward bound. Home, when my thoughts escaping. Home, when my music plays.
New MSN Explorer. Everything you need to feel at home on the web, all in one place. Emotional, complete. That's the Purina Cat Chow way of life.
Recount ordered in Florida. No verdict on the presidency yet. Probably won't be one for at least a number of hours. John Roberts is at Gore headquarters in Nashville. John?
Dan, the vice president is asleep. He's trying to catch up on, I guess he was up for 50 hours before he finally decided to go down for the night. But his team is still up, and they'll be out talking about this in probably the next 10 minutes or so. And I'll tell you, Dan, when you go back and you look at how this evolved, I mean, you couldn't write a movie script that anybody would believe based around this. About 1:30 this morning, based on projections that Mr. Gore was going to lose Florida by about 50,000 votes, he picked up the telephone and he called the Texas governor and said, "I'm conceding the election to you. Congratulations, Governor. I'll soon make it public." And on his way down here to War Memorial Plaza, his field director called one of his aides and said it's not a margin of 50,000 votes, it's more like 60,000 votes. Well, this poor fellow wasn't about to tell the vice president, so he called the campaign chairman, Bill Daley, who then told the vice president, wait a minute, we better hold off on all of this. By the time they got down here, where they were supposed to give the concession speech in front of the crowd, the margin had narrowed to about 1,000 votes. So Bill Daley got on the phone to Don Evans, his opposite number at the Bush campaign, and said, we're not going to concede yet. And then Mr. Gore made a phone call about a half an hour later and said, I'm taking it back. And that's where we are now, Dan.
John Roberts, in case anybody's asking, the fact that Vice President Gore called George Bush and said, well, I'm going to concede to you, that's not a binding contract of any kind. The Bush people, of course, were stunned when he called back and said, listen, it's gotten down so close, so quickly in Florida, I'm just not going to make any public announcement. That's pretty much where we are right now. Quick recap, 260 Electoral College votes for Gore, 246 for Bush. It takes 270 to win. Oregon's 7 electoral votes are undecided, but it turns out they won't matter in the final analysis because neither man can win now without Florida. Bush's lead in Florida is about 1/30th of 1%. That's the difference between the two of them in Florida, but Bush does still lead in Florida. If that lead survives a recount, as the Bush people think it will, then Bush will win the Electoral College vote. Dan Rather, stay with us now. The early show follows on right behind us. Now, we're going to be right with you, but Brian Gumbel, Jane Clayson, and the gang are going to join us on the early show in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let's point out that while the television networks and the radio networks of the country using a pool of data, exit poll information, and other information have made some mistakes over the night, the big one being in Florida, first calling it for Gore, then pulling it back, then calling for Bush, and calling it back. The television and radio networks were not the only ones who had to take some calls back. Leslie Stahl tells us about that.
Well, I have one newspaper, this is the New York Post, that obviously called it for Bush. Reminds you of Dewey beats Truman in '48. And just like the networks, came out with a new edition, which they called it a nail-biter. You know, when it happened to Truman, it was a hunch. When it happened to us, it was based on technology. This is kind of scary about computers and what we're basing all this on tonight.
And in fairness to the New York Post, they may yet be right. In the case of the Chicago newspaper with Truman, they were wrong. Bush, it still advantaged Bush. It still could be right, but they pulled it back. That's just the way it goes.
And in fairness to Gore, making his little concession phone call to Bush, he was probably listening to us.
He and his people, no doubt about it. Well, it's 260 Gore, 246 for Bush, with 270 needed to win. Florida's 25 electoral votes. Look at the Electoral College map. The reason Florida is in white down there is because this state remains undecided as of this hour. A recount has been ordered. We aren't going to know who carries the state of Florida, and it's now completely decisive, 25 electoral votes for a number of hours. It could go longer than that. Ed Bradley, there's this talk that the Bush people say, well, listen, if Al Gore's, since he's getting a recount in Florida, maybe we'll want to recount in places like Wisconsin and Iowa.
Well, if they lose in Florida, I'm certain that they will challenge them because you have a similar margin in Iowa and Wisconsin. A very close vote there, and they would have, I would assume, legal grounds to challenge in those two states, particularly if they lose Florida. I'm sure you'll see a challenge there.
Thanks, Ed Bradley. Now, folks, here's what's going to happen here at CBS. In terms of covering this great historical story, we want to be long-distance runners and all-day and all-night hunters, and we will be. The CBS Early Show with Bryant Gumbel and Jane Clayson is coming up. We're going to stick around, help with the election coverage for that. We've been on top of the story all night. Yes, we've made some mistakes, along with other folks, having to pull Florida back, for example. And there's been at least one Senate race, the one in Washington, which is, to the best of my knowledge, remains undecided. But we've been here all night, now going into the early morning. We'll be around for the early show, which follows up immediately, recapping for you. In the Electoral College, all important and decisive, 270 to win. Gore has 260. Bush has 246. But Bush has a tiny, minuscule lead in Florida. He leads by some 785 votes. That's 1/30th of 1% difference. Nationally, Gore over Bush by 235,000 votes in the overall national tally. We're looking at a very real possibility that Gore can win the popular vote since he leads by 235,000 votes there, and that Bush will win the Electoral College because he has a minuscule but steady lead of a few hundred votes in Florida. Stay tuned for the early show.
Well, a wild election night has resulted in an historic presidential race that is still
with roughly 1,800 votes separating Gore and Bush in Florida, a recount is already underway.
And it's early this Wednesday morning, the 8th of November, 2000. And good morning. Welcome to the early show on this Wednesday morning here with Jane Clayson. I'm Bryant Gumbel, and it doesn't quite rate with Dewey defeats Truman, but you get the idea.
Well, a lot of Americans went to bed last night thinking that that was the case.
Well, it's certainly not the case.
And then things changed.
This is really of historic proportions, Jane. What we have here is what they said in the movie one time was a failure to communicate. I looked it up. A deadlock is defined as a stoppage or standstill caused by the opposition of two equally strong, unrelenting forces. We certainly do have a deadlock this morning. If it were just a matter of the popular vote, this would be very easy to call because it's over and done with. Take a look at the popular vote. In the popular vote, Al Gore is slightly ahead, but the candidates are virtually tied at 48%. The problem comes when you look at the all-important electoral count. For now, Al Gore has 260 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win, while George W. Bush has 246. And so the problem becomes the state of Florida. Whoever wins the state of Florida is the next president of the United States. But right now, George W. Bush leads by just a small margin of votes, with both candidates practically running neck and neck. And so due to the small margin of difference, what has happened is the state law has kicked in and an automatic recall is already underway in the state of Florida. So let's go there right now. Byron Pitts is on the story for us. Byron, good morning.
Brian, good morning. The past 12 hours have been better than any movie. At 12 hours ago, the polls closed in Florida. At about 8 o'clock, the network said that Al Gore, it appeared, had won. A few hours later, there were some technical problems in some of the precincts across Florida. That was changed because some of the fouls in the exit polling. By about 10 o'clock or later that night, George Bush was declared the winner. In fact, here's the headline from the major newspaper here in Central Florida, the Orlando Sentinel. It says, "It's Bush. We now know it's not Bush, at least not yet." When the Orlando Sentinel went to bed last night, Bush had a lead of about 600,000 votes in Florida. That disappeared overnight. At this point, his lead was whittled down to toothpick thin, anywhere from 1,700 to 700 votes in Florida. What happened, Brian, as you said, that's automatically kicked in a recount vote here in Florida. The Attorney General for Florida says what will happen, they will make the announcement in the next few hours exactly what time the recount vote will start. All 67 counties in Florida will recount their votes. That could take, we're told, anywhere from a few hours to 12 hours to determine who's won the race in Florida. As you said, 25 electoral votes are at stake here. The winner of Florida will win the White House. At this point, we don't know. Right?
Byron, you're talking about 10 to 12 hours, but we're aware there in Florida what are called 10-day ballots, absentee ballots that as long as they get within 10 days of the voting day, they're still counted, and those could number upwards of 3,000. What happens if after they do the recount, that number falls under 3,000? Are we looking at a delay of 10 days?
Sure. Who was it, George Bush, who coined the phrase fuzzy math? All the numbers are fuzzy in Florida today. Brian, what you're talking about in the absentee ballots for military voters and citizens living overseas, they were given until Election Day, November 7th, to mail in their ballots by November 7th or to arrive in Florida within 10 days. So those folks overseas have about 10 days. We understand we're talking about 2,000 to 3,000 additional voters. And because the race is so tight, that could shift the vote in one direction. The expectation, at least what the Bush people are hoping for, historically those absentee ballots, those military voters, typically swing towards the Republicans. But because the race is so tight right now, we really don't know. The first order of business for election officials in Florida is to recount the votes they have now and to see who's ahead.
All right. Byron, thanks very much. We'll get back to you.
All right.
Jane?
Brian, we're going to go to Diana Olick now with the George W. Bush camp in Austin, Texas. Diana, good morning.
Good morning, Jane, from the very confused and confounded city of Austin, which has been through one crazy night. Bush supporters held vigil here at the state capitol for most of the night as this roller coaster race just kept rolling on. It seems at this point that the Bush campaign is saying that they solidly still believe that they will win this thing, but they're going to wait and hold out and see what this recount says. Governor George W. Bush did say early on when all this in and out of Florida kept going on, he said that he did not believe